Welcome, everybody, to a brand new Blu-ray and DVD out and about video today, and this week sees Elements falling in love in Elemental, hitting the store shelves along with the live-action Disney remake The Little Mermaid, Kraken's Need Love 2 in Ruby Gillman Teenage Kraken, the fifth film in the Insidious series, Insidious The Red Door, along with a little bit of 4K love for a cheesy 80s cult classic in The Last Dragon, a classic in the horror realm in The Exorcist, and on top of all that, Shout Select is releasing a 4K of Oliver Stone's classic crime drama, Natural Born Killers, plus much, much more. Oh, and if you didn't realize, season 1 of Loki is coming out as well. Oh, yeah. Couldn't forget about that. Plus, so much more, guys. So let's go see the deals, exclusives, and we are at our first location, Walmart. So let's go in and see what they got. All right, everybody. We are in at Walmart under the new releases. And I think it's going to be a good one this time around. I do indeed. Because we got a lot of physical media we're checking out. Now, I was going to start with Little Mermaid, but when you got the mischief master of tricks himself, well, I think it's only appropriate to start with the man, the myth, the legend, Loki, season 1. Oh, baby. The Steely Love for $39.96. Look at this bad boy. Oh, I am so excited, man. I'm getting wet just looking at this goddamn thing. Indeed I am, dude, because miracles do exist. Well, if you wish hard enough, they do, man. And I think a lot of us collectors out there definitely wished hard on this one because, look, with a lot of these streamers, whether we're talking about Netflix and Apple and Disney, you name it, a whole bunch of them, Amazon, at times they don't put out their shit on physical media. They just stay in streaming hell forever and ever and ever. And at a certain point, we're like, God, I just gotta keep subscribing. I'm just completely in their grip, and there's no escape. Fuck. And there is. And these Disney shows were one of those, man. Whether it's the Marvels or the Star Wars, you name it. And there just seemed to be no end in sight to having to pay constantly Disney Plus over and over again for your physical media needs. But then, miraculously, they announced, hey, we're going to put out the Marvel and Star Wars shows on physical media. And we're going to start with Loki. And I'm like, what? Seriously? We're going to finally get this shit on physical media so I can have it in my collection? I can watch it whenever I want without having to keep giving Disney my subscription fee constantly? Well, not like I'm not doing that already, but at one point I'd like to maybe stop, and so this is definitely a step in the right direction. Oh, it indeed is, man. This is so great. This is awesome. To have it in my hand is miraculous. It's just a wish come true beyond belief, man. It truly, honestly is. And I have watched every single Marvel show that is out there. And yes, some are better than others, but Loki has got to be one of the best, man. It truly is. And to think, if you really want to talk about this character, the idea that Loki really came out of nowhere, right? I mean, Thor is the big attraction, but Loki really became a fan favorite, man. It truly did. And I think Tom Hiddleston has been killing it in that role. And after the character's demise, and I won't really spoil when or where that happens necessarily, but we thought, well, that's the end of Loki, done, over with. That kind of sucks, but that's been a fun ride. But Marvel said, hold up, wait a second. Yeah, he might have went the way of the dinosaur, but he certainly isn't forgotten. Not anytime soon, baby. Not anytime soon indeed. And thus we have the complete first season of Loki. And I love this season, man. I loved it with all the time-bending hijinks and the multiple versions of Loki and oh man, the time agency. It was so fucking cool, man. It was so great. Some of the really fantastic visuals and characters and personality and oh, the devious charm of Loki himself. So great, man. It was unpredictable, it was thrilling, it was fun, hilarious at moments. This is what I want out of any Marvel property, whether it's a movie or a show. They really delivered with Loki in a big bad way, man. I truly dug the hell out of this season. It easily is one of the best Marvel shows that is currently out there, that is streaming and now you can buy on physical media. This is awesome. This is absolutely fan-fucking-tastic to have this, man. This is simply amazing. There's just almost no other words for it. It's fantastic. Oh, it's outstanding to have this, man. Let me tell you something. Not every Marvel show is created equal, okay? Fair enough. I think we all know that at this point, but with Loki, it truly is one of the best. Taking a really great side character, really bringing that side character to prominence, and then to end up giving that character a really great show based around that personality and the hijinks and really bringing it into the bigger Marvel narrative and still making a very exciting show out of it is not always easy to do, and they pulled it off with this one, man. It is truly one of the best. If you want more Loki in your life, this show needs to be essential and just downright appointment viewing. It's just that damn good, man. Loki is fucking awesome, and when you have a show that really highlights a character in a great way, it just makes you love that character even more. And Loki, he's a fan favorite to many, and I'll tell you something, he's a fan favorite to me. Out of the sea, wish I could be part of that world. You know, Ariel might be able to sing good, but I'm a close second. Oh, you bet your ass I am, with The Little Mermaid, the Blu-ray DVD digital for $24.96, the only at Walmart exclusive 4K Blu-ray digital for $34.96, and of course they have a nice little 2-movie DVD only collection set for all you lovers out there, not only of the animated, but of the new live action remake. Not half bad. Hell, even on the Walmart exclusive love, they have a nice little enamel pin for all you Disney collectors out there. Pretty goddamn sweet. They got a little bit of variety for the Princess of the Sea. Yes, indeed, man. Another Disney live action attempt. You gotta love them, man, because some are good, some are not so hot, but they really don't care. They're just gonna continue to keep on doing these goddamn things. Because, well, they're IP, they're property, and they're just like, if we can cash in on the name, well, hopefully it turns out to be a good movie too, but hey, if we can make a few bucks on the back end, why the hell not, man? Of course, everybody does it. Remake Central, and I suppose Disney is no exception. Definitely not, man. Definitely not indeed. Look, I got a chance to watch this in the movie theater with Nick, and Nick and I were very interested to watch this. Lord knows we've watched a lot of the Disney remakes. On one hand, you think to yourself, look, you gotta keep an open mind, okay? They can always adapt things in newer and creative ways, right? But you also have to have respect for the old school as well and realize that there's a reason why it's as popular as it is, because it is a classic, and that old school Little Mermaid animated movie is an absolute classic. 1989, man, that movie came out, dude. I was a prime Disney lover at that moment, and I loved The Little Mermaid. Might not be my favorite among the Disney animated bunch, but it's easily probably in the top 10, I would say, man. If not a little bit higher, man. It really is a fantastic movie. So I think a lot of people were kind of like, oh, really? The Little Mermaid, man? I mean, at this point, you got to understand that some of the Disney live action ones have been pretty well received, but a decent amount of them have been kind of like, what's the point? So there's a lot of hesitancy among a lot of people, but at the same time, hey, the younger kids, Little Mermaid, it's Disney, you want to go, so kind of a little bit of a conundrum, isn't it? So we walked in thinking, hey, we love that old school animated movie, but at the same time, we got to give this thing a chance. And so we did. And when we walked out, I think for the most part, we thought it did the trick. Pretty much, generally speaking, overall, I actually thought it was way better than it had any right to be, man. I mean, the acting is really solid here, and the woman who's playing Ariel, her voice talent is fan-fucking-tastic, man. We were blown away by her singing and how well she did. She was phenomenal. Yes, maybe not the best overall as far as acting talent is at moments, but man, did she belt it out in a big bad way for those songs, and you really felt it. She did an amazing job in that department. I really like Melissa McCarthy here. I thought she's just deliciously evil, and I thought she's kind of just living it up and having fun, and she did a good role. I like Javier Bardem here as the king. I think a lot of people really stepped up as far as the acting department. Not the best you've ever seen from them, but at the same time, I think they were just really loving playing in that Disney live action range, right? Of kind of being campy, but yet deliciously dramatic. You know, something like that, dude. But I did really like the overall messaging, and I think it's very colorful and bright, and it's definitely very infectiously fun for the young kids out there, and even people who are nostalgic for the old school animated Little Mermaid. I think they will dig it as well, but there's also a lot to lobby against the movie as well, especially when it came to Nick, who, I mean, this is one of his favorite as far as animated Disney goes. He loves The Little Mermaid, and for him, there were some glaring omissions, glaring things that make the animated one better. Certain storylines that were left out, and characters that didn't get fleshed out enough, and certain moments that were left by the wayside, and even songs that weren't as good as they were before, or ones that again were put on the cutting room floor. And some of those are really glaring omissions that you just kind of miss too much, man. I know what they were trying to do. They were trying to be their own thing, but yet at the same time pay homage and respect to the old school as well, and still keep the same framework, but do it just slightly little bit differently. And I get it. I understand it. It makes sense. Did it entirely 100% work? No. Was it as bad of a dumpster fire as some people were claiming it to be? Absolutely fucking not, man. It's actually pretty solid, all things considered. It's not the best Disney live-action remake, but it's certainly not the worst. Is it above average? Yes, it actually is, man. It's pretty solid overall, and look, as somebody who appreciates the old school Little Mermaid and love those old school animated classics, sometimes I've seen some of these live action remakes and they really just do those animated movies dirty, man. Some of those just don't do it justice, like Dumbo and a few others, man. But The Little Mermaid, I think, pays enough respect and definitely has enough of the nostalgic vibe to it that you really still feel a lot of love for The Little Mermaid and that story and those characters and the messaging, and really feeling like you root for Ariel and you root for that love story. And I think pretty much it works. It's not 100%. It doesn't officially be the best Disney live-action remake of all time. I mean, I kind of still think that Aladdin holds that title. I do, just a little bit, man. But Little Mermaid is still pretty good, fun, entertaining, great singing talent in here. And as far as a fun Disney movie for the kids, you know what? I think it definitely has a hell of a lot of value. Welcome to Element City. Just make sure you don't burn the place down. Yeah, you might be made of fire, but everything else, yeah, kind of flammable. In Elemental, the Blu-ray DVD digital for $24.96, the DVD for $19.96. More Disney love. If it isn't the Little Mermaid, it's a little bit of Pixar goodness. Yes, indeed it is, man. Not half bad. And I didn't get a chance to watch this in the movie theater. I kind of wish I did, because I really liked the trailers. It looked fun and creative, and I really liked the concept of the story. And I'm thinking, okay, man, that was kind of something I'm into. But then again, this is type of the moment that we're living in now, where every single person now is hating on Disney. It's popular to hate on Disney at this point, man. So no matter what comes out, whether it's live action goodness or animated Pixar stuff, Marvel, you name it, everybody is literally like, oh, that's woke garbage trash. And I'm like, really? Everything? I mean, come on, man. It's all woke? Jeez. I guess it's just infected the whole goddamn company, isn't it? I guess it did, but then I'm kind of like, oh, come on. People are just haters for the sake of being haters, and it honestly is the truth, man. Some people just can't like anything Disney anymore. Even if it's really fucking good, they're like, oh, no. You're not gonna make me, I'm not doing it. That's exactly what people are like nowadays, man. They're literally like, no, you're not gonna make me, damn it. I'm gonna resist at all fucking stages. Ooh, no. It's like trying to get a kid to eat their goddamn vegetables. Like, it is good for you. Come on. Here's the plane. Ooh, open wide. And they're like, that's exactly how these fucking people are nowadays. They're absolutely like little fucking kids, man. Goddamn, dude. And look, sometimes does Disney go very far? Yes, they do. But I was like, God, this one, but people were really hating on it. And then I started to hear people be like, actually, you know what? As much as people are saying this is woke garbage and trash, it's actually really fucking good. And I was hearing sort of like mixed good, but the good was outweighing the bad, but the bad was much more louder in their voice of disapproval. And I'm like, okay, man, what the fuck is going on here? So I figured, look, once it hits on physical, once it hits on streaming, I've got to watch this. And so I did on Disney Plus, man, because I'm a subscriber. So I gotta justify my subscription somehow. So of course I've got to watch some shit on the actual apps. So why the hell not, man? So yes, I watched Elemental, and basically it's about Ember, the feisty and fiery chick right there, man, and she encounters Wade, and they're kind of at odds with each other at first over permits and tickets and shutting down the business, and like, no, is there anything that can be done? We can fix this. And slowly but surely they start to kind of like each other, and they start to actually have feelings for one another. And even though they're two very different people from very different families and very different lifestyles, literally fire and water, folks, they decide that just because they're different doesn't mean that that should tear them apart, that they should come together, that they actually care about one another, even love each other. Yeah, the good old Disney love story romance. You bet your ass it is, man. And all of the hilarity and hijinks and Pixar animated goodness that you can handle. Look, I really, really like Pixar. When you see that name in front of a Disney movie, that means quality, or at least for the most part it has, man. Their resume is pretty rock solid. On the other hand, I'd be remiss if I didn't at least say that Disney as of late has also not had the greatest track record either, so I was kind of torn, but I really still wanted to watch it. And so once I finished it, once the end of the movie happened, I stopped it, and I thought to myself, I don't care what none of y'all motherfuckers say, okay? If you're hating on this, then shame on you, because this movie is fantastic, man. It is emotional, and I love the messaging, the idea of the immigrant story and making a better life not only for yourself but future generations, and the idea that yes, you may be different, and yes, you may be shunned for being different, but that doesn't mean that you're any less valued. And the idea that love knows no bounds. Yes, you might come from a different style of family. Yes, you might look different. Yes, you might be not exactly the most outgoing person in the world, or maybe you don't come from a certain background or a certain type of living style. It doesn't matter. Love trumps all, man. And if you have a connection, you have a connection, and that's all that you really need, man. Love is eternal. Love is everlasting. And two people from different sides of the tracks, even though it might be wrong, it's oh so right. Oh, yes, indeed, man. I love that type of story, and this movie did it brilliantly. On top of that, oh, by the way, because it's Pixar, the animation is outstanding, beautiful. I was just in love with every single thing. I was looking in the background, I was like, oh, all the cool little animated little treats that are in the background and the designs of the characters and everything. I loved it. Man, I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was awesome. The voice acting is really solid here as well. And I really love the colors and the designs and the music, and everything is just really, really well done here. It has some really great, hilarious moments where you can really laugh, moments where you're damn near in tears because of how emotional it gets. It's a solid, and I mean rock solid Pixar effort, man. Way better than a lot of people gave it credit for, or a lot of people even wanted to admit, man. It's really that fucking good. Look, man, we live in a divided age where people love to hate shit for the fact of hating shit. And even me, I look back at the old school movies and old school cinema and old school animated movies and say, oh, that was the best time, man, of my life. That was when animated movies were really fucking good. But I've got to admit that over the years, I'm really embracing more animated stuff. And I'm really embracing the fact that, man, animated movies nowadays still can really put out some amazing material, some fantastic bangers, astonishing flicks that not only are great for the kids, but, man, adults can really enjoy too. It's not always that way, but ever so often there's a movie that tells a really amazing story with a great emotional core, has characters that you really root for and embrace, and a great family film all around. And Elemental proves that Pixar, man, they can do no wrong. Release the Kraken! Wait a second, hold on. Let's rethink this whole strategy, right? Especially when she's a teenager with a lot of hormones. I'm not so sure that's a good idea. I'm not so sure indeed with Ruby Gillman, Teenage Kraken. The Blu-ray DVD digital for $22.96. The DVD for $17.96. More animated goodness. My God, man. We go from Pixar down to DreamWorks. Ah, yes we do, man. And if it ain't all about the elements, it's about sea creatures. Yes, indeed it is, man. Discover the hero just beneath the surface. Ooh, apparently so, man. I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I'm gonna freely admit, I really didn't want to watch it. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. I wasn't really feeling the shit. Okay? And part of the reason why was that this movie bombed at the box office, and it bombed hard, man. I mean, damn, dude. Usually animated flicks do pretty well. Element, yeah. But this one captured, like, nobody's attention. Nobody's attention at all, man. And I heard a lot of not so great reviews, and I'm like, oh, really? It's not that good? No, okay. Well, I don't know if I can always believe people, because Elemental proved otherwise, and even Little Mermaid did at moments, but a lot of people were saying it ain't that great. So I'm like, okay, oh, they can't all be wrong? So I waited until it hit on streaming for me to give it a go, man. And basically, this is about Ruby and her family. And they look a little bit different than everybody else. But, well, that's not really a problem. Yeah, you look different, but they just say they're from Canada. I love it. Like, there's one moment in the movie where she passes by a bunch of people like, you look blue, you're weird, you look different. And she's like, hey, I'm from Canada. And they're like, oh, you know what? That makes sense. Apparently all the weirdos come from Canada. What the fuck? Oh, man, dude. So she just kind of gets away with it, and everyone just kind of accepts it for what it is. And her mother and her father are like, don't go near water. We're not good with water, right? And one day, this boy that she likes, that she's trying to ask to the prom, things go slightly astray, and she has to, well, save him because she kind of done screwed up. Okay? And she's got to save him in the water. And she goes in, and she's about to drown. She's about to lose air, die. And then something kicks in. Doesn't really know what. Her creature instincts? Sea creature instincts? The Kraken comes out of her. Yes, because all this time, nobody ever told her, yeah, you look different, but the reason why is because, well, you're a Kraken, baby. Yes. And now she's conflicted. She doesn't know what to think. Her family never really told her the truth, and now she's got to embrace her destiny of being royalty and the savior of the sea. Yes, and all of the complications on top of being a teenager and boys and friends and rumors and shit. Yeah, it's never that easy, folks. Never that easy indeed. And all the hilarious and crazy complications and hijinks that go along with it. Yes, man. Now, I'll freely admit that after watching the movie, I just kind of sat there thinking to myself, it's not really all that good. I mean, it's not terrible necessarily. I mean, it's not the worst animated movie I've ever seen, because trust me, there's a hell of a lot worse than Ruby Gillman, okay? But it really didn't leave much of an impression on me either. I mean, the animation is good. I kind of like the story, but the more I was getting into the story and the idea of this girl being different and her hormones coming out and secrets from the family revealing themselves, I'm like, wait a minute, that sounds familiar. Where have I seen that story done recently? And then it hit me. Turning Red, the Disney movie. And I'm thinking, oh my god, they did the same exact thing. I mean, not Krakens, more like big giant fucking pandas, but it was the same concept, the same idea. And I'm thinking, wow, that movie did it way better than this one ever really fucking did. And I'm like, okay, well, same messaging, but lesser results. Kind of is, man. I mean, it's kind of fun. I could see why little kids might like it, because it is colorful and splashy and, you know, quirky designs and everything. But at the same time, is it really for little kids? Because it's talking about a lot of tween teenager stuff about high school and the prom and, you know, boys and shit. I'm like, well, okay, so is it for little kids or is it for like tweens, teeny boppers? Because I don't think they'd really be into this shit either. So kind of mixed messaging. On top of that, it's not really the most dynamic movie of all time. I mean, with this, there's such an emotional core to the story and the unique designs of the characters and this whole city and the unique aspect of the immigrant's tale. And I mean, there's a lot to really dive in. This is a very simple movie with very simple characters and simple dynamics and a lot of goofy scenarios, like the ship captain of like, I hate the Kraken and I want to go up against the Kraken and I will have my just desserts and I will capture the Kraken. And it's like, okay, so it's just like this evil pirate that's going up against the Kraken, and then there's the evil mermaid. Not all mermaids are good, folks. Who has deceived Ruby, and then Ruby's gotta defeat the evil mermaid and rescue her friends and her family. And I'm like, it all just feels rather matter of fact and a little too simplistic for my taste, man. I mean, I don't want an animated movie to be crazy complicated either, but at the same time, I want some really great depth to it, man. Elemental had that, and Turning Red had that, and Coco, and so many other really great movies, and this just didn't really do it for me, man. I mean, it's fun. It has moments where it takes your mind off of things, but it doesn't wow you either. And nowadays, as I've always said to you guys, that animated movies, there is so much out there for entertainment as far as children's entertainment, animated movies, just properties out there alone, man. So much stuff coming out every single week, every single month. Shit that's coming out every single year that not everybody can keep up with. And if you're not doing something phenomenal, if you're not doing something that really stands out from the crowd, you're gonna get buried. And Teenage Kraken is one of those movies. Like I said, this is a harmless flick, and I think it'll breeze by for kids. It's an hour and a half, man, and it's definitely a time waster. But is it a memorable animated movie? Is it going to be remembered 10, 20 years from now? No. I think a movie like Elemental will definitely be remembered. Turning Red, and so many other really great movies out there that have really proven themselves. But this movie, after you watch it, after a day or two, you're gonna forget about this movie. You're like, yeah, that movie, what was that? Yeah, Ruby, Gillman, Crackhead, what? I mean, you're just kind of gonna be like, yeah, that movie about that sea creature thing, yeah, nah, it was okay for what it was. I mean, that's all you're gonna really be thinking about, man. I mean, look, it's from the same studio that did Shrek and How to Train Your Dragon. Those movies are way more memorable and way more classics than this will ever be. The voice acting was okay, the animation was okay, the story was okay, but nothing was really stand out. And this movie is just one of those movies where unimpressive, less than average, yeah, pretty much sums it up. If you couldn't get enough of the animated hijinks of Elements and Teenage Krakens, well, maybe Scooby-Doo is your jam. Oh, maybe it is in Scooby-Doo and Krypto too. The original movie. What? Okay, 1496. I did not know this was coming out. This blindsided me like a motherfucker. Okay, I'm kind of intrigued, fascinated. Super Dog to the rescue. What the fuck? What is this? When the Justice League goes missing and villains overrun Metropolis, there's only one team that can solve this mystery. Scooby-Doo and the gang. Wait a minute. How is Scooby-Doo going to solve the mystery of the Justice League going missing when there's all kinds of probably crazy and diabolical, superpowered villains that are all over the place, man? I mean, Scooby-Doo and gang are just average folk, alright? Unless weed gives them crazy superpowers that I know nothing about, then maybe they'd have a chance, but damn, they're way out of their fucking league on this. They're way out of their league indeed, man. But hey, maybe they could work. But wait, though. There's a new dog in town. Krypto. Superman Superdog with superpowers. Mr. Inc. will need all the help it can get when Phantoms menace the Justice League's headquarters. And has Lex Luthor finally gone straight? Was there any other way for him to be? Are they trying to reveal something I didn't think was supposed to be revealed? What the fuck? What? Okay. Or is he in cahoots with the Joker and Harley Quinn? The DC supervillains may have clashed with Superman before, but now they're facing something new. A gang of meddling kids. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. And all the crazy hijinks that go along with it. Okay. This kind of intrigues me. You know, the Scooby-Doo and gang have teamed up with a lot of different types of characters over the years, man. They've definitely had a lot of crossovers, and I guess now Justice League, DC, and everything in between. Sure, why not, dude? I mean, I kind of like the idea of Krypto the super dog and him helping Scooby-Doo and the gang save the day. There's something about that that's kind of fun, and I think would be interestingly entertaining. I think it would be, man. Seeing all of the DC supervillains in the Scooby-Doo world and the DC elements sort of coming together with this crazy mishmash mystery comedy, it could be cool. I would definitely be down for that, man. Potential in a weird kind of way. Scooby-Doo and gang has had a lot of crazy adventures, but something tells me this might be the craziest of them all. Or at least the most super fueled one of them all. I don't know. Is it worth it? You're gonna have to let me know, man. I like a good Scooby-Doo movie. I'm glad they're making more Scooby-Doo flicks because Scooby-Doo is iconic. It's classic. It's nostalgic. Everybody loves that shit. And a new adventure to satisfy all the Scoob heads. Oh, bring the Scooby snacks, especially the Scooby Doobies, even your favorite DC types, because Justice League is coming to town. Well, more like Scooby-Doo and the gang is they're gonna solve the mystery and even gas up the mystery machine at the same time, man. They're getting ready. They got all of the help they need, and the mystery will eventually be solved because, damn those kids and their dog too. Because nobody can stop the unique and heroic duo of Scooby-Doo and gang. Well, I don't know if they're exactly the most heroic group of the bunch, but, well, I guess in this case, well, they'll have to do. This is one ride they ain't never gonna forget. Oh, yes, in Sympathy for the Devil, the DVD for $12.96. Ah, yes. Joel Kinnaman, Nicolas Cage, revenge takes the wheel. Yeah, you bet your ass it does. Because when the devil's in the details, there's hell to pay. Yeah. Like Nicolas Cage, well, he's gonna make sure that Joel Kinnaman tries to go to hell. I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I'm gonna admit, man, anytime Nicolas Cage is in a movie now, I gotta at least watch it. I don't know whether it's gonna be good. I don't know whether it's gonna be a piece of hot trash. I have no idea, man. I just know that my love for Nicolas Cage literally knows no bounds at this point, man. And out of everybody that is doing straight-to-DVD movies nowadays, this includes Willis and Cusack and Van Damme and Seagal and Emile Hirsch, and I could go on and on and on. Out of all of them, Nicolas Cage, man, he gives it his all every single time. The movie might be garbage, but damn, 9 times out of 10, he's pretty fucking entertaining. I mean, he truly is, dude. So I'm like, you know what, dude, I gotta give this a watch. I gotta give it a chance for my man Nick Cage out there, the raging, crazy, and ridiculous, over-the-top acting motherfucker. I gotta do it, man. So indeed I did. And basically it's about this driver played by Joel Kinnaman who seems like the nicest of guys, right? Average, everyday old dude. His wife is in the hospital about to deliver their first kid. He's excited. He's like, oh my God, I gotta get to the hospital. And he ends up seeing somebody that looks very suspicious. A little creepy, man. Yeah, that dude right there. And he's really thinking nothing of it. Okay, this guy's kind of creeping me out, man. He's really sus. But, oh, okay, fine. I guess he has a right to stand where he's going to stand and give me the weird, crazy eye. Sure, why not? It's only until he gets into the backseat of his car when things change a bit. It's only like, look, you gotta just drive. I'm holding you at gunpoint. We gotta get to this location and get to this location now. Doesn't really say anything as to the reason why or what's going on. He just knows that this is one crazy motherfucker, and well, when you got a gun pointed at your head, you really don't got much say. You really don't indeed. And thus the road trip begins. It does indeed, man, and all the terrifying hijinks that go along with it, man. And I got to admit this, right? I'm walking into this movie not really knowing too much about it. I watched the trailer and it kind of looked interesting, like this badass motherfucker versus this very meek, unassuming guy, and the guy has to turn badass in order to finally defeat the crazy chaotic evil that is Nicolas Cage. I'm thinking, okay, that's kind of interesting. And then when I saw the title, Sympathy for the Devil, I'm also thinking, wait a minute, is this what I'm thinking it is? Like, does Nicolas Cage play Satan? Lucifer? Is he? Because he has this, like, crazy, wild, raging red hair, man. And all I'm thinking to myself is, all signs are pointing to him playing a man from down under. And I'm not talking Australia, okay? But I'm here to say to you guys, no, he's not playing any devil or Satan-worshipping motherfucker or a minion of Satan or the devil. No. It almost feels that way, but no, he's just this really crazy, whacked-out dude that literally wants to hold Joel Kinnaman at gunpoint for a very sinister reason. And I won't say what that reason is, because for a long while, you're just going along the road trip with these guys, and you're thinking to yourself, what the fuck is up with this dude? I mean, we know that Nicolas Cage is crazy, but this character is also pretty crazy too, man. I mean, he will do anything to keep this guy under gunpoint and under his very suspicious plan, his creepy intentions. He definitely will, dude. And Joel Kinnaman, at certain points, is trying to get away. He's trying to do his best to get back to his wife. He just wants to live a normal life, dude. And this guy at every fucking turn, like, no, fuck that, dude. You're gonna do what I say, what I want, right fucking now, and for a good fucking reason. And you better continue to drive, because if you don't, if you fuck with me, I am going to mess with your wife, with your kid. There's gonna be nobody left, man. So don't fuck with me. And that's exactly what happens, man. And just the tension and the fueled rage between both of these men is like white hot, okay? I gotta admit, this is a really, really solid movie. Way better than I thought it was going to be. I don't know what necessarily I was expecting, but it kind of had shades of Collateral, right? Tom Cruise, Jamie Foxx, the idea that he's in this car with this dude that's a dangerous guy. He doesn't know what this dude's gonna do next or what his intentions are. But I'm like, okay, Collateral's a really great fucking movie. You're really gonna try to ape off that? And they do to moments, but also they try to do their own thing at the same time, man. I mean, Nicolas Cage certainly isn't Tom Cruise and vice versa, but he's really playing this guy that's out for vengeance in his own way. And the reasonings behind it are actually really emotional and are really driving him to do some really crazy, insane stuff that he never thought he'd do, man. And you don't want to really reveal anything. I don't want to really hit the gut punch with you guys and give you all the details, because that would be wrong for me to do. But both of these men have reasons for why they're doing what they're doing, and their intentions for hiding some of their secrets. And again, when things are revealed, contexts change and personalities change and the motivations change. At the same time, the sympathies really turn on a dime. And these guys, where one is very chaotic and the other one is very meek and unassuming, turn completely on its head, and suddenly you're in a whole new territory that you never thought before, man. And I love that. It's unpredictable, and it's on the edge of your seat, and it's thrilling. And on top of that, you get really great wild Nicolas Cage, man, who's like, whoa, yeah, whoa. You get some really nutty Nick Cage here, man, but he's so entertaining and yet really dangerous and terrorizing Joel Kinnaman. And Joel Kinnaman is just waiting for the perfect moment to strike, right? When the moment's white hot, man. And he really does it great. And certain moments where you just want him to get away, and other moments where you're rooting for Nick Cage. I mean, it goes back and forth, man. And loyalties change on a dime, and it's so great. And I really loved it, man. I was kind of shocked by this because I wasn't expecting it to be this good. I love the charm of Nick Cage and the personality, and I love these two men clashing with one another, man. The great chemistry that they both have together is electric, and at moments just even in the quiet scenes, you can just feel the tension just brewing between them, man. And even when they're yelling at each other, you just don't know where it's gonna go next. I really dug this movie, man. It is really solid. I can't say that all straight to DVD Nick Cage movies are good, because that's a straight up lie. Alright, it really is, man. And maybe you've seen enough of them that weren't good that you kind of stayed away. But I'm telling you, give Sympathy for the Devil a chance. It's not the most groundbreaking movie. The story has been done a time or two before. Somebody at gunpoint that's got to drive this crazy individual around. Yeah, been there, done that. But you can still do it in creative and unique and interesting ways. And Sympathy for the Devil proves that, well, when you ride a really nutty Nick Cage around, yeah, it's unpredictable for sure. Crazy, yes. But entertaining? Hell yeah.
Beware the red door in Insidious. The red door.
A Blu-ray digital for $22.96, the DVD digital for $19.96, and we even got a 5-movie DVD collection set for $34.96, which actually is not a bad price, man. Insidious, Insidious Chapter 2, Insidious in Chapter 3, Insidious The Last Key, and Insidious The Red Door, man. 5 movies deep with the Insidious franchise. We are here. Damn, man. This franchise is going pretty goddamn deep. It really has, dude. Wow, man. In a big bad way, it truly has, man. And I got a chance to see this in the movie theater with Bob. And to be honest with you, I've seen every movie in the Insidious franchise with Bob, man. Truly. It's kind of weird how that works. Certain franchises, Bob and I just kind of started going, and we've continued the trend. And so it's kind of like one of those religious experiences of just going to the next Insidious horror movie whenever that drops, man. And so this was yet another one on a long list of them, man. Part 5 of going and grabbing the popcorn and enjoying a little bit of Insidious horror madness. Well, hopefully, because let's be honest for a second, man. The Insidious franchise has had its ups and it's had its downs. That first movie is still fucking great to this day, man. And the second movie is really solid. Now, some people, they have differing opinions on 3 and 4. Some people really like it, and other people are kind of like, I don't know, it ain't that good. I happen to be one of the people that actually does really like 3 and really like 4, but at the end of 4, I kind of felt like we didn't need any more, man. It was a nice, really great full circle kind of moment, and it was good to get to know the motivations of the characters and how they really came to be where they were with the first Insidious movie. And so, yeah, it was a nice little complete series, right? It sort of felt like the proper ending to it all. But then again, as we all know, horror movies make money, franchises are popular, and so is anything really over at the end of the day? No, unfortunately not. And Insidious is yet another example of it. Yes, truly, indeed it is, man. Because we're back with the Lambert family. Yes, from Insidious 1 and Insidious Chapter 2, they're back to be terrorized yet again. Because Dalton, the little boy, is now college age. He's getting to go to university. He's getting to become a young adult man. And I'm like thinking to myself, my God, dude, I'm old. Like, Dalton was just a little kid in the first movie, and now the same actor is coming back and going to college, and I'm like, man, I already feel old as it is, dude. I wake up with aches and pains, my back is fucking hurting me, boy, my knees are giving out. And now Dalton, the little kid from the first movie, is now fucking going to college. Man, fuck you. You know, Jesus. Man, way to go to make me feel even more older than I already fucking am. Absolutely, man. So it's like, goddamn, bro. So, okay, it is what it is, man. But you'd also think, wait a minute, he's going to college, but he had such a traumatizing experience when he was younger. Wouldn't that really mess him up? Well, yeah, it would, if he remembered, yes, because he got hypnotized along with his father into believing it was something else. It wasn't demonic entities or ghosts or the further or any of that shit. Yeah, it was all in your mind. Ah, yes, but eventually your haunted nightmares come back to get you one last time. And indeed it does, man, because even though it's in the back of his brain, even though he shouldn't remember it, eventually the memories get uncovered slowly but surely, and the red door reveals itself one last time. Yes, and all of the horrific hijinks that happen. Well, at least I was kind of hoping it was, man, because I'm also realizing, look, we're 5 films deep in this motherfucker at this point, and there is the concept of diminishing returns as well. So I was hoping that Insidious was going to buck the trend. And does it? Well, when Bob and I left the movie theater, we both looked at each other and we both agreed that whole diminishing returns thing, yeah, it's real. Oh, shit. Yeah, it is, man. Even though this movie made a lot of money at the box office, I gotta admit, I really don't know why, because it really isn't that fucking good, man. I mean, it was great to catch up with the Lambert family and where they all are now, and how the father is really depressed and his life is in shambles and his kids hate him and his wife despises him. And I'm like, oh my god, man, did we really have to get back to this shit? Because this is really just bumming me out. It really is. But I guess we had to put that into context because they share the same experiences, him and his son Dalton, and they share the same horrific complications when they went into the further, and the idea that door, the idea that it's not ready to let them go yet, and the idea that they are being sucked in whether they like it or not, man, and they have to come together despite their differences to defeat the further once and for all, man. And I do like that idea behind it. I just wish that it was actually more of a horror movie than anything else. I mean, there's moments where you do have a scare here and a scare there, and moments where they do kind of give you that old school Insidious feeling, but for the most part, this is really a lame, limp dick effort, man. The scares are barely there, and even when they are, you can see them coming a mile away, man. Yes, there is some fake out moments, and there is a couple of scenes that do flip it on its head and maybe do surprise you a time or two. But for the most part, it's all been there, done that, and it feels more like a drama than anything else, like a family losing touch with one another and then coming back because of a lot of unforeseen forces, man. It kind of feels like that, man. And yeah, that's fine if it wasn't called fucking Insidious, dude. I mean, seriously. And there's characters here that are barely developed, barely even dealt with. Some of the other kids in the Lambert family are cameos at best, and other characters that feel kind of forced in for the sake of just forcing them in. Some that are frankly annoying, and even Dalton, who I did like in the earlier movies, he's an alright character here, but even he's kind of a lame duck in this whole thing, man. It just kind of feels kind of lackluster and a little bit boring, and I just kept waiting for some more exciting shit to happen. Even when we were really dealing with the further and the ghosts and the demonic entities, they don't really ever really go for the gut punch that you really need for this franchise and for a really great horror movie, and they don't. I mean, even bringing back that evil Darth Maul looking motherfucker, man, from the earlier movies, I thought they were going to really explain the backstory and the origin of that character, and they kind of, sort of, not really, little drips and drabs, but even that, you're like, dude, they could have explored that so much better, and they barely even did that. That was trying to do fan service for a lot of us out there that really wanted that, and it kind of felt like they just put it in there for the sake of, hey, remember that character? Yeah, it was cool, right? Yeah, now, here it is. Hope you like it. That's all we got. And I'm like, ah, damn, dude. I mean, if this was an ABC TV movie of the week called Insidious: The College Years, I might have been okay with it. I mean, it's okay, fine, fuck it. It is what it is. But, dude, this is a big theatrical horror flick, man. You gotta keep up with the really great Insidious tradition, man, of really evil, despicable, demonic character is really trying to get inside of these unsuspecting victims, and how demented the further is, man, and how you can get really sucked in and lose your mind in the process. And the movie kind of has moments where it goes there, and a lot of other moments where they just don't really capitalize on it, and it really fucking sucks, man. It really does, dude. This had a lot of potential, especially bringing back the Lambert family from the earlier films, and it could have been a really great bookend to the series, and maybe even possibilities for future installments, but it's just a really lame ass attempt to keep a franchise alive, and at this point it's really running out of fumes, and this installment proves it, dude. It's not as good as the earlier films, and dare I say, I don't even think it's as good as 3 and 4. This franchise has been slowly dying, and we're kind of here where its carcass is rotting. You could argue that we were here with 3, and you could even argue that they did it with 4, but I think we're definitely here at this point, man. Horror should be really dynamic. We've gotten so much really great horror movies as of late, and Insidious just kind of feels like, well, we're just aping off of the same shit over and over again and not doing it half as well as we used to. Well, it ends where it all began. But was anybody really asking for it? No, not really. Not really at all. I was disappointed. And trust me, I wasn't the only one. But hey, I'm not disappointed with the physical media love. Look at this. Oh, this is really great. A lot of physical media goodness. I mean, hell, the Walmart exclusive. They still got the Spider-Man love as well. Some great stuff, man. And come on, Loki. That's the shit. So good, man. So great. Walmart definitely be killing it. You gotta love it. And you know what else I love? Physical media appreciation, more Walmart goodies. Come on, man. That's always best for the soul. Oh, it truly is. Oh, and we definitely got a lot of words exploring over this side. Let's dive in with Rising to the Corporate Ladder. One hilarious moment at a time. Well, I don't know about that, but hey, whatever works. In corner office for $12.96. What is this? Actually, John Hamm. Sometimes you just need a little room. Oh, indeed you do. Actually, I gotta admit, that's a really nice stash. That really is, dude. If nothing else, man, John Hamm knows how to rock a stash pretty well. I'm not saying he's as good as, the old school people. Certainly not nearly as good as, the man, the myth, the legend, Burt Reynolds, but hey, I guess you can always try. A for effort, I suppose. What is this? I gotta admit, I didn't watch this. I don't know what exactly this is. In this workplace comedy reminiscent of Office Space and Severance, both really good, by the way, misfit Orson finds himself trapped in the absurdities of corporate life. As the authority's newest employee, Orson struggles to establish a connection with his enigmatic desk mate, or any of his other colleagues. His alienation deepens when he discovers a room he's told doesn't exist, a place that unleashes his true potential, leading to an ascent up the corporate ladder. Wheeled by his newfound confidence, Orson invites a receptionist into his sanctuary, sparking, what the okay, this is a little bit odd and quirky. It might be good. I don't know, man. It has the potential to be. I love Office Space. I love Severance. Both really fantastic movies. Hilarious. I mean, Office Space more than Severance, but I love them both, man. So this could, if it's trying to ape off of those movies, potentially be one that's worth looking into. But I gotta admit, I do like John Hamm. It's not that I don't. He has been really good in a lot of really great movies like The Town, or of course Mad Men was phenomenal, but they're really pushing him into this comedy realm, dude, with like Fletch, and he was doing those progressive commercials and everything with Flo, and I'm like, he's not really a funny guy. I mean, he's trying, but not really succeeding all that much. I guess at least kind of like the mustache, A for effort, I suppose, but I'd like for you to succeed more than fall flat on your ass, and John Hamm is not really doing that so much. So it seems like he just keeps on doing these projects where there's a slight comedic bent to it, but he's not the one that's really providing the laughs necessarily. I know, man. Look, sometimes certain actors gotta realize that they're just not good at some things, and they gotta stay in a lane. Some are better at it than others, and some, they just don't really pull off the hat trick, and John Hamm is one of those people that just doesn't really do it. Well, maybe he'll find the right vehicle. Maybe this is it. I don't know. But as far as I'm concerned, John Hamm isn't really all that funny. A great actor, a great dramatic actor, has great acting prowess, but anywhere near the brilliance of Office Space or Severance, I'm not so sure about that.
Engineer plan in The Engineer.
The Blu-ray DVD digital for $14.96. More straight to Blu-ray and DVD. Well, I want to say goodness, but I know that's not the case with fucking Emile Hirsch, man. Fuck, Jesus. Every time I see Emile Hirsch do another one of these goddamn things, it hurts my soul just a wee bit more, man. It honestly does, dude. I have heard of this movie, but I never actually got a chance to see it. I know it's about a terrorist attack and a senator's family member being killed, and Emile Hirsch is hired to take down the madman who is doing all of these nefarious things. I've sort of heard about it here and there. Yeah, it might be good. This style espionage, overseas, tense thriller, and political deception and shit. Yeah, okay, fine, but I really have no high hopes for this motherfucker. I'm just being honest, man, and it's not because I don't like that type of story. I mean, I do. There's been really great movies recently that have been made about that, so it's not the story necessarily, it's Emile Hirsch, man. Seeing Emile Hirsch in one of these things, you instantly lose cred. Okay, you really do, man. If you have seen enough of these out and abouts, you know that, man, I have been railing against this guy in some of the movies he's been putting out in recent years, and he's given me no confidence. Even on the back of this, they're like, yes, Emile Hirsch from Into the Wild. Do you know how fucking long ago Into the Wild was, man? It was a while ago, a long while, man. What has he really brought us that's been rather excellent and amazing and acting worthy of the talents that he used to have? Yeah, it's been a long fucking time, man, since that's happened, okay? And most of the shit that he's done has been, quite frankly, embarrassing at best. He really hasn't made much impression on me or most other people. So, look, this movie might be good. I don't know. And quite frankly, I really don't want to find out because Emile Hirsch really doesn't do it for me anymore, man. I mean, look, I can't always say that I like Nicolas Cage in the latest straight-to-DVD movie, right? I can't say that I always love Bruce Willis in some of these ones, right? But they've at least proven enough to me that I'm willing to give those movies a chance, even though sometimes I know they're going to be hot garbage. But Emile Hirsch really doesn't have that kind of nostalgia for me. And he really doesn't have that kind of cachet with me that I feel like I'm willing to give everything that he does a chance. No, I'm sorry, it really doesn't. So, sorry, not sorry, but Emile Hirsch, until you get back on the horse, until you actually make some good shit again, I think we're calling it quits. Maybe every so occasionally I'll watch some of your shit, but for the time being, you're in the doghouse. And I think, well, in fact, I know you're gonna pretty much be staying there. Establish a residence, because you ain't going nowhere. Just saying, man, you really are not. Do you really disagree with me? Just saying, man. But from one horrific movie with a very terrible actor to an actual horror movie itself. Yes, and Sig, the DVD for $14.96. Look at that, man, from the creators of Scream and Megan. Oh, and I actually gotta admit, I really love that cover, man. That's actually really cool. I mean, Not necessarily the movie is as good as that cover, but goddamn, man, that cover is pretty fucking killer. No pun intended. Oh man, this is great that it's finally out, man. I got a chance to watch this on Peacock with Bob back in 2022, man. And you gotta really remember what was going on then, right? The pandemic was still happening, a lot more on the lower end, but still definitely a presence. And movies like this with streaming services like Peacock and a whole bunch of other ones out there, they're always wanting to put in new content, right? And so we heard about this upcoming horror movie, about the premise, and we saw the trailer and we're like, you know what, this is kind of cool. How about Bob come over, chill out, have some popcorn, relax, bullshit a little bit, and watch some new horror love. And indeed we did. And basically this movie is about these two college chicks who get away for the weekend, for a while at least, from the COVID pandemic. This movie takes place around 2020, 2021, give or take, and the coronavirus is raging. People are getting sick and dying, and it's a lot to handle, man. So they just want to get away. And when they do, well, you get away from one killer, but that doesn't mean that you get away from the other. Yes, because they're getting stalked by someone out there in the cabin, in the woods. Who is it? What is their intentions, their purposes? And will they ultimately survive? Yes. All that horrific slasher killer goodness back yet again in a new form. Pandemic style, baby. Yeah. So I got to admit, I didn't know what way to feel about it one way or the other, right? Streaming movies can be unpredictable. Some are really fan-fucking-tastic, and others, yeah, they don't really ultimately do the trick. So once this movie was over, after Bob and I chilled out and watched it and took it all in, we were like, it wasn't bad. It wasn't necessarily great. It wasn't a fucking revelation or anything, but is it a train wreck? No. All right. Average? Sure, why not? It's basically doing a lot of the same slasher stuff you've seen over the decades, right? The 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s, you name it. It's not really doing anything different that is going to change the game of horror, right? But that being said, there is things that I thought was kind of unique. The idea of the pandemic and how they spun it into this horror flick, and the revenge angle and the motivation of the killers. Like, I really liked that a lot, man. I actually thought that was kind of clever. Look, I've seen a lot of different explanations for why the killers do what they do, and some are frankly limp dick as hell. This is actually pretty solid. I was like, okay, man, I can kind of dig that reasoning. It actually kind of makes sense. Being that sick in the head to do that, man, that's some really twisted shit. It really is, dude. But then again, the acting was alright, nothing really great, but then again, this is your average slasher, so what are you really expecting? But the characters were just okay. You don't really get to know them enough to even really root for them, and some are frankly annoying and you really want them to fucking die as well. So it was kind of one of those moments where it's like I would have loved to have gotten to know them a little bit more, to sympathize with them and understand them and feel for them when they're getting attacked. I really don't. I like the cabin in the woods setting and being alone in this desolate area, but then again, that's been done to death as well. So outside of the whole COVID pandemic stuff, it's really kind of just spinning its wheels. Some of the kills are actually really brutal and a real great gut punch, especially the first one that really starts the movie off is really fantastic, but nothing ever reaches that same level again. I like the brutality of the killers. It's got moments where it's really good and really solid, and other moments where you're like, this is really just the same old stuff packaged in just slightly different way, man. And the fact that, look, this movie is less than an hour and a half. It's like an hour and 20, hour 18. dude, this is a short movie, man. I mean, that can be good at moments, but also it kind of feels like you're kind of shortchanging it a little bit too. It kind of half and half, man. Look, at the end of the day, it's not a bad little horror movie. I'm glad I got to watch it and experience it with Bob. I've seen a lot of horror films, man, and a hell of a lot of slashers, and some really do the trick, and others just feel like, yeah, you're just taking the same premise from all these 80s and 90s movies and just doing it the same way over and over again, and this is the same thing. The characters are the same style characters through a lot of other slasher movies you've seen over the decades. The killers are using the same tactics and methods that all the other killers have used over the years. The same style kills. It's kind of just been there, done that. I like the idea that they're trying to do something unique within the horror genre like pandemics, but, well, if you're not doing anything unique with it, it's just the same old shit you've seen over and over again, and this kind of feels that way, man. Is it worth an hour 20 of your time? Sure. Time waster? Yeah, why not? But anything memorable within the horror genre? I don't think so.
Oppa Gangnam Style. Oppa Gangnam Style.
Oh, it's not based on the song? Fucking zombies? Maybe they ended up becoming zombies because of the song. Well, I can kind of see why. In Gangnam Zombie, the DVD for $12.96. Trust me, folks, if you listen to that song enough, you might turn into one. Outrun the outbreak. Actually, that's a really great cover, man. I really like that, where they're running and the zombies are like trying to catch up to them. That's great. Doesn't mean the movie's gonna be good, but the cover is pretty killer. Indeed it is. What is this about? Soon after, previously normal people begin viciously attacking other citizens in Seoul's wealthy Gangnam district. The zombie population grows exponentially and spreads throughout the region now, long after injuries forced him to quit the national taekwondo team. God damn, don't you hate when that happens? But I'm sure he can use it to his benefit. Former athlete is given one more opportunity to use his talent, like I told you, man, on behalf of his country as he takes on one final match, this time against terrifying horde of the undead. Oh, man. Yet another in a long line of zombie movies, man. God damn, bro. Look, I love the zombie genre. Well, I should say I used to love it because, man, the genre has really been spinning its wheels over the years. Yes, there's one that comes along every so occasionally that really captures the zeitgeist and the attention of horror lovers. Like Train to Busan, for instance, which is amazing, man. But more often, it's the old shit that I like. You know, the George Romero stuff and Return of the Living Dead and all those really great movies way back in the day, dude. I mean, even some newer stuff that doesn't seem all that long ago, but kind of does, whether it's like Shaun of the Dead or Zombieland, you name it. But every so often, they're just like, hey, we haven't put out a straight-to-DVD zombie flick in a while, right? Let's go do one for old time's sake. That's kind of what this is, man. And look, maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, I don't know, dude. I like zombies, and I like the idea of hordes of the undead and having to fight them off and everything. There's something really tense and terror-fueled about that shit, man, if done right. And that's the tricky part, right? Because that's easier said than done, because I guess we're so used to the great ones that eventually we're like, hey, we'll give all of them a chance, because why not, man? There could be a gem here, and Lord knows I've been disappointed a time or two. I bet you have been disappointed a time or two, and it's kind of made us just a wee bit jaded. Yeah, I suppose, man. I mean, Gangnam Zombie is kind of cool. Don't know whether they realized they were kind of basing it a little bit on the song, the title there. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. Either way, it would have been better had the whole population turned to zombies because of the Gangnam song. That basically it had gotten into people's brains so much that it turned their minds to mush, and that they became ravenous, evil, brain-eating motherfuckers because of that song. That would have been great, dude. And then we would have had, like, the singer try to survive the zombie genre and shit. Like, that would have been great. I'm probably coming up with a better movie than this will ever possibly be. Hope it's good. Something tells me I'm kind of doubting it, but hey, I'm always rooting for the zombie genre. Not sure it always exceeds my expectations, but I'll always love you, so I'm a sucker, whether I like it or not.
Sometimes you knock on the wrong door in Natty Knocks. Yes, the DVD for
$9.96. Oh, this was when I was very highly anticipating, man. Bill Moseley, Danielle Harris, Robert Englund. Ooh, tell me more. Ooh, yes, tell me more indeed, baby, because I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I had been hearing decent things about this movie, man. I mean, with the cast and the premise, I was like, okay, this has potential. I'm not sure whether it will reach that potential because, let's be real, there's a lot of these straight-to-DVD movies that, quite frankly, don't always do the trick, okay? So, I had hopes, but they were kind of just reserved hopes at best, man. I mean, basically, this movie is about this legend of Natty Knocks, this woman who was a gentleman caller, per se. She liked guys quite a lot. Maybe even married men, yeah. Found out about a lot of secrets, manipulated things, perhaps was even a witch to a certain extent, too. Oh, she was a lot of things, and the women were like, stop sleeping with our men. You've got all of our secrets. You're a temptress, and you're an evil witch, and we're gonna kill your ass. And indeed they did, because, trust me, you don't want to really cross women, especially married women, and when you're sleeping with their men, you kind of got it coming. Just saying, you do, dude. And so she did. She got burned, and ever since then, it's become a legend with the kids of knocking on the doors, and a Halloween tradition, per se, man. But this time around, this year, oh, it's even more deadly than they ever thought, because there's a killer on the loose. There's a man who is killing all of these people and perhaps sacrificing them to the Natty Knocks lore. Oh, and they've got to stop him before he terrorizes the town and the evil witch comes back for good. Yes. Oh, yes, man. Let me tell you something, dude. I really, in all honesty, had no high hopes for this thing whatsoever. Not even close, man. And maybe it's because I've seen enough of these really dog turd, terrible horror flicks that I just thought to myself, this thing is gonna be a flat-out turkey. But then, after I ended up watching it, I realized this thing is really fucking good. Like, seriously, Natty Knocks is way better than it has any right to be, man. It was scary, atmospheric. I really enjoyed the characters, even the kids, man. Felt very Stranger Things like, the camaraderie between them and the hijinks that they got into, and it just felt like old school 80s style horror, man. That's what it felt like to me, and damn did it work really well. Bill Moseley is fucking awesome in this movie. He is terrifying as hell playing the killer. And usually with a lot of these straight-to-DVD movies, I've found with Bill Moseley that he usually gets the short change, right? He's there for maybe a 5 or 10 minute cameo at best. They don't really give him a meaty role. Oh no, in this one, he gets a great meaty killing style role in this, man. Really being this evil motherfucker who is very conflicted and complicated with his feelings about killing and why he's doing it and the Natty Knocks lore, and oh, it's so awesome, man. I loved him in this. Danielle Harris has a small but rather convincing role as the mother. Robert Englund doesn't have a really big role either. He plays this teacher who knows maybe more than he should, which I really like, but man, it's just the kids here that are really fun, and I love the nostalgic feeling of 80s style horror presented in a modern way, but still keeping that great nostalgia and homage for the really great movies that came before it. Natty Knocks is really great. The kills are really brutal and intense, And I love going after the kids, and you feel danger for the kids. You really root for the kids and really want them to succeed. And you're really just terrified of what Bill Moseley's gonna do next as the killer, because he's so unpredictable. One moment he's literally crying in a room watching a weird porno flick. And then another moment, he's literally like ready to strangle somebody and beat the shit out of a man and just stab him to death. Dude, it's so great, man. I loved this movie, and I had a really fun time with this flick, man. You know, there's a lot of movies out there that try to ape off of a lot of the old school horror elements with kids in danger and this killer on the loose, but man, this one does it really successfully. I don't know whether it was the actors that they got or whether it was just the fact that they got a really great director who knew how to make a really great old school nostalgic feeling 80s style film in 2023, but whether it was that or whether it was just the right recipe of the writing and the story, it doesn't matter, man. It all works rather effectively. Yeah, there's some not so great CGI moments, and yeah, there's moments where it kind of gets a little dull, and even some predictable situations where you're like, okay, yeah, the hot babysitter is gonna survive. All right, yeah, she just, especially if she's gone this far into the movie, one of the kids actually really likes her, so yeah, they're not gonna kill the chick off, okay? But then again, I would argue that even though she survives, there's always a little twisting of the knife. Yeah, that may happen, but it's not without its consequences. There is, man. And I gotta admit, I thought it worked actually rather well, dude. It's a nostalgic film that really feels like those 80s and 90s films that you grew up with, and it just works. And there's no really rhyme or reason to it at the end of the day, because there's a lot of movies that try to ape off the old school films, the classic ones back in the day, like a Sick, that they try to do that, but Natty Knocks, where Sick fails, this succeeds. And it's crazy to think that, but it's honestly the truth, man. I think it's just the vibe, and it's the story, and it's the actors really committing to try to make this really not only something that feels like an old school gem that you've seen before, but putting a new edge to it as well, with new filmmaking opportunities. It's good, and it's way better again than it has any right to be, man. And I just thought it was actually really clever and fun, entertaining, and man, it just kind of felt like I was back when I was a kid watching these old school films, man. It's actually really, really solid. They just don't make them like Natty Knocks. I've seen so many movies that pretend to be homages to stuff, and you sort of sit there being like, dude, you don't know why those movies were so good. You fail to recognize why they had that certain je ne sais quoi. You know what I mean? And Natty Knocks gets it. It understands it, and it does it pitch perfect. And look, dude, if you're looking for a really great Halloween horror flick for the season, and you've kind of ran through all the old school movies, and you just want a new school movie that gives you those old school vibes, Natty Knocks absolutely does it. Because let me tell you something, some legends never die, and Natty Knocks is one of those legends that will haunt kids for years to come. Because just when you think that house is empty, just when you think that the terror has subsided, think again.
Kill for the Righteous Good in The Collective. Yes, the DVD for $9.96. Oh, look at this. We've got Lucas Till, we've got Ruby Rose, we've got Don Johnson. Oh yeah, and we've also got Tyrese. Well, no movie's ever perfect, is it? You can bet your ass, because justice takes aim, whether you like it or not, baby. Yes, what a unique, eclectic collection of actors. Indeed, dude. I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I think I did because you do have a lot of talent here. And I'm like, well, did the talent go towards a good movie, or did it go toward the not so great movie? And I was very curious to find out. Basically, this movie is about these righteous assassins called The Collective. I'm sorry. When is ever Assassins righteous? Okay? When are they actually good people doing good things? They're always kind of tinged with a little bit of deviousness, right? Are they really doing things for the right reasons necessarily? Well, these people tend to think they are. I don't know if I entirely believe that, but sure, if you want to convince yourself, go right ahead there, baby. But they're trying to find these human trafficking ring, right? This group of billionaires that are trafficking human beings, men, women, you name it, and they're trying to stop these people from their nefarious dealings. And all of the action and complicated resting bitch face moments that Tyrese has, and quite honestly, he has a lot of them, baby. He really does, dude. Okay, look, I'm gonna be honest, this movie ain't all that fucking good. Alright? I'm just spitting facts with y'all, dude. I mean, you've got a lot of talent here, a lot of decent actors at best, and yeah, it's not exciting, and it's not thrilling, and I was never on the edge of my seat, and I was like, okay, I kind of know where this is all going, and it's predictable as hell, and I don't give a shit about nobody in this motherfucker, because they're all either people that are killing other people because somebody tells them to kill somebody, or they're evil billionaires who are trafficking human beings. Who the fuck do I root for in this bitch? I mean, seriously, who do I give a shit about, man? I don't give a shit about nobody, man. It's bad, dude. It's really fucking bad, man. And even some of the actors here. I mean, Ruby Rose is barely in this thing. She's alright, but she's a cameo at best. Don Johnson, I like Don. Don't get me wrong. I've always enjoyed him. Miami Vice? Come on. I mean, I've always dug the dude. But here, he is kind of on autopilot. Tyrese barely has a fucking pulse. And Lucas Till, man, Lucas Till is... At least I thought he was a good up-and-coming actor. I mean, he was doing some motion pictures, and he was the new MacGyver, and I'm like, dude, I thought he was on his way up. And you do this shit? Well, maybe on your way down. Maybe. This movie doesn't help you none. I'll just be honest with you. It really doesn't at all, dude. I mean, everybody has the personality of a dead fish outside of Lucas Till, but even he can't even save this motherfucker. And the action is piss poor, dude. The choreography and the fight sequences are just really not very exciting, and they don't really have a sense of urgency to it, like with the music and the intensity of the editing and everything. Like, it's just like, hey, ho, ho, ho. Bad guy's taken down. Come back to base. That's exactly what it fucking is, dude. And it's a goddamn embarrassment. I was looking at some of the action scenes, I'm like, oh, now we're getting to the good part. And then I was like, oh shit, the good part was when they were mean mugging. Fuck. I was like, oh no, this just got worse. How? Oh man, look, the acting is amateurish, the action scenes are god fucking awful, the editing is abysmal, the directing is piss poor. John Wick, this is not, folks, not even fucking close, man. And look, I feel like John Wick has sort of given all of these straight-to-DVD movies a little bit of hope, like, oh, maybe we could be the next John Wick, and we could light the world on fire and shit, and really become this really great popular movie that nobody saw coming. Just because they gave them hope doesn't mean they've actually, you know, delivered on it. Yeah, not necessarily, and this movie definitely doesn't do it, man. God damn, man. I was hoping for at least a serviceable action movie, and I didn't even get that. I probably should have saw this coming. Shame on me, dude. Fool me once, fool me twice, fool me many other times, and I guess you just keep getting me over and over again. One day I'll learn my lesson, but until then, Don, stay away. Ruby, do better. Lucas, man, get a clue. And Tyrese, you can stay, because Well, outside of family, you ain't got nothing else, bitch. Ah, Jesus Christ. A good action movie? No. A piss poor attempt? Absolutely. Worth your time? Are you kidding me? Stay the fuck away, will ya? Reality is about to be bent in Aporia, the DVD for $12.96. What is this? Because I know I definitely didn't watch this, man. I know that for sure. But it does have Judy Greer, though, so it's got to be kind of good, right? I do really like her as an actress. I mean, those Halloween movies aside, because a lot of people didn't come out of that smelling like roses. Okay, just be honest. But she is good regardless, though. I wonder what this is about. Since losing her husband, Mal, in a drunk driving accident, Sophie has struggled to manage crippling grief, a full-time job, and the demands of parenting her devastated teenage daughter. When her husband's best friend, a former physicist, reveals that he has been building a time-bending machine that could restore her former life, Sophie will be faced with an impossible choice and unforeseeable consequences. Oh, shit. Time travel? What? Oh, man. I was not actually kind of expecting that, man. That's crazy. So this sort of grief-stricken drama turns into a complication of time travel and the justifications of it and the ultimate consequences. Whoa, that might be really good, man. I have always, and I mean always, been into time travel. It's one of those really great complicated genres, right? Because everybody has their own way in how they tell a time travel story. Some slightly do it better than others. Others really complicate it like a motherfucker. And you sort of scratch your head like, really? Okay. I know we were supposed to go deeper, but damn, man, my brain is fried. Okay? And it happens, dude. I mean, even popular franchises like fucking Harry Potter have done it. So, dude, even the most indie films go for it, and even the most popular franchises do as well. It's just one of those great concepts that you just want to explore. And this is interesting. It's at least fascinating to me. The idea that this woman losing somebody that she loves and her life has become this just gigantic mess. And the idea that she could bring that person back, but what does that ultimately mean by doing that? What does it ultimately affect in the grand scheme of things by bringing that one person back? And that's always been such a really unique and bold concept that I've always loved how movies explore it. I don't know how Aporia is going to do it necessarily, but man, I would be really interested to find out, man. I really would. This intrigues me, dude, especially with an actress like Judy Greer. This might be well worth exploring. I don't know if it's good or not, but the time travel definitely got my ass, man. I love complications like this, and I love the idea of what you would ultimately do in that situation. We always put ourselves, when we watch a movie, into that person's shoes and the dilemmas that they're going through, and time travel is one of those tales that everyone can relate to. What if I went back and did this differently than doing that, or bring this person back that died that I could potentially save? Oh, dude, the possibilities are fucking endless, and if Aporia does it right, it could be quite good. Family is all kinds of complicated in Prisoner's Daughter. It is, man, whether we kind of like it or not, dude. The DVD for $12.96. Kate Beckinsale, Brian Cox, man. These are some heavy-hitting actors. But, well, it is straight to DVD, so even though they may have some decent actors, I'm looking at you, Collective, doesn't necessarily mean that it is good. That's why I'm here, folks. It is, yes, because I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I was actually kind of curious to check this thing out because just the actors alone kind of make it worth it. I've always loved Kate Beckinsale, and Brian Cox is always solid as well, so I'm like, putting the two together, that could potentially be a recipe for success. Basically, Kate Beckinsale plays this woman who's having a lot of difficulties in her life, raising her son, dealing with a very abusive ex-husband who is not exactly the most gentlest of human beings, and oh, by the way, her father, who has been in prison for a really, really, really long time because he's done some really not wonderful and dark things to people, man. He really has, but he has terminal cancer, and
the warden and basically the system has said, look, you're gonna die anyways. You've been on good behavior for such a long time. You've helped out a lot of the prisoners, so why don't we have your last remaining time on this earth spent with your family, with your daughter? And it's kind of complicated between him and her because she doesn't really like him because of a lot of shit that he did, and he's very regretful for the life that he had. And so they're trying to reconcile on top of perhaps finding some common ground and realizing that, yes, you may have issues with your family, but family is forever. And sometimes, even though they've done some terrible things, maybe forgiveness is still possible. Perhaps it is, man. Look, I gotta be honest with you. I actually really enjoyed this movie. I actually thought it was really great. It's dramatic. It's got really great, powerful messaging about family and the possibilities of forgiving the ones that you love, even though they've done you wrong over the years, and family is more powerful than you could ever possibly imagine. I like that, and the idea of fixing mistakes that you've had over the past and doing your best to correct those mistakes. I like that stuff, man, and I thought it was really well done. The acting is phenomenal here. Kate Beckinsale and Brian Cox are awesome. In fact, everybody does a really great job. I like the family dynamic. I really love the complications between father and daughter, and how she wants to protect her family, but she just doesn't know what to think of this situation with her father coming back into her life after all of these years. And I thought the chemistry was rock solid between these actors, and I believed the story. I was invested in the emotion and what was going to happen between them, and seeing how regretful Brian Cox is as a father and the wrongs that he did in his life and to his family, and trying to own up to that. And the idea that Kate Beckinsale being this woman who really just wants to protect her family at the end of the day, just wants to do the right thing, and at every turn she's always getting screwed over no matter what, and this one opportunity to set it right. I thought it was really, really actually damn well done, man. I really enjoyed this movie. Even at the end, I kind of got slightly teary-eyed, and I was like, man, it was good. It was actually really, really solid, from the directing to the acting to the writing to the characters to the story to the emotionality. It really all works, and all works rather well done, man. Look, straight to DVD movies are not exactly the easiest to pull off, having me invest in your story, but yeah, it's a tale that's been told a time or two. Sure, it has been. It's not nothing new necessarily, somebody getting out of prison and trying to reconnect with their life and their family, but how they did it here was actually kind of remarkable and well done, and I think they pulled it off, man. They really did. If you're looking for a really great, solid family drama, something that's new that you haven't already seen, give Prisoner's Daughter a chance, because I think, more than likely, I think you're going to like what you'll see. If I don't find you in this life, I'll find you in the next. In Past Lives, the DVD for $12.96. Who's up for a little bit of A24 love, Who is indeed? Because, okay, when you think of A24, you think of a lot of weird shit, but you don't really think of love stories, and so that's kind of what intrigued me to watch this on Amazon Prime, man, and indeed I did. I gotta admit, I didn't know what I was walking myself into, but when I finished it, yeah. So basically this story is about Nora and Hae Sung, who as kids were really connected to one another, and they really had this bond together in South Korea. And once she moved away, ended up immigrating to America, they kind of lost contact with each other. They had this really strong connection, even almost to the point where they really did care about each other, almost loved each other. And many years later passes. They find each other through Facebook and social media and reconnecting again, and perhaps reigniting that love, or finding out whether that past emotion still has a connection to this day, whether that fire still burns inside them, even though it's been so long, even though they've lived completely different lives and loved many different styles of people. Is love everlasting? Is it eternal? Will that deep desire and that connection really stay with you after all of these years, or do you learn to let go and put the past ultimately where it should be? And all of the complications that go along with that, man. Let me tell you something. After I watched this movie, after I wiped the tears from my fucking eyes, man, and I was bawling like a goddamn baby, I fell in love with this movie. And I extremely loved this flick, man. And it brought up emotions that was deep down buried inside me, man. This movie was like a fucking therapy session. I was like, holy shit, man. This movie was really phenomenal because it really just talks about the love that you have for someone and how that love never really goes away. Even though you've been away for so long, even though you've experienced things in life that are totally different from that person, that caring for that human being and seeing that person again brings up all of these emotions that you never thought was possible again. You never thought were there, but it just digs itself up, man. Like a fucking dog digging up the ground, dude. It's like, fuck, man. And how complicated love can really be, and what love truly means, man. God damn, dude. The emotion that is in this movie, because at first the movie is just sort of trotting along with this boy and girl and how they really like each other and care for each other, and then moving away and seeing how they live their lives and how different they are and the other people that they've really fallen in love with. And you're just kind of going along with it, and you're thinking to yourself, where is this going necessarily? And then when they finally decide to meet up with one another, that's when you're like, I get it. I understand it now. Long lost love. And how you're settled into your life now, but all of the what ifs. What if I stayed? What if I stayed with this person? What if I didn't marry this human being that I connected with? What if I just waited? Like, there's all of these what if scenarios, and seeing that one person again that you truly loved and cared about, how much that person really means to you, and can you change your whole life, your whole way of being, just for that person, for a maybe it might work out, maybe I made a mistake, or maybe I didn't. And all of those questions that are just sitting in the back of your head, man. It's really phenomenal. And I just love the really great challenges that these two people have in their lives. The fact that this woman is married to this great, wonderful guy, but he knows that she really cares and loves about this guy, and she really knows that, can she really walk away from her husband that she's really had this emotional connection with just for this guy? That, is it ultimately worth it for her? And the husband is wondering the same thing. Do I complicate the situation? Do I end up trying to force her hand? But if I do, then she's gonna maybe walk away from me. If I don't, then am I not fighting hard enough? Like, there's so many great angles to this movie. And even the guy who has been with other women, who has experienced other things in his life, but has never really forgotten about her. And he's thinking, she walked away, she got away, and I was foolish enough to let her go. And maybe if I get back into her life, maybe there's a possibility to it. And all of these people having these moments in their lives where they're converging all at once, and it was powerful, man. It really was. And as someone who has loved and lost and regretted and wished he could go back, man, it just really got to me, dude. It really did. And I saw myself in those situations. I saw myself in Nora and Husung and these people who want a better life and want to move on, but they just can't quite do it because in some ways it is that question of what if that just perpetuates in your mind over and over and over again. And man, did I just love everything that I saw with this movie. And yeah, a lot of it is just going through these people's lives and experiencing what they're dealing with and the complications of it and how eventually they come together. And some people might think that's boring, some people might think that's mundane, and it ultimately can be, unless it's done effectively, unless you really feel like you're invested in these characters' lives and understand their situations and their struggles and their dilemmas and their achievements and why they're feeling a certain way. If you get really invested in that story and really feel the emotional connection with these characters and all of what life is dealing them, then I think you can really feel for a story. And this is exactly that case, man. I was never bored. I may have been questioning where this movie was going, but I was always intrigued to keep on watching, to see where it was going next, man. And these characters kept me entertained. I laughed. I cried. I was incredibly entertained, and maybe even learning a lesson or two in my own life that I can move forward with. This movie hit me like a bag of bricks, man. It hit me hard, and I have no regrets. I truly loved this movie, and I can't say that A24 always does these type of stories. They more go in the weird horror realm, but ever so occasionally they throw you a curveball, and Past Lives is definitely one of them. You live, you love, you laugh, there's heartbreak, but maybe there's also reconciliation. And if you don't love somebody now, maybe in the next life you might. And this movie proves that love never really dies. It always stays with you one way or another. It's just how you deal with it that's the ultimate challenge. And damn, did it prove that, well, movies can still make me cry like a baby, and this one, damn, it succeeded in spades.
What's love got to do with it? What's love but a sweet old-fashioned notion? What's love got to do with it? Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken? Oh, wait a minute, it's not the biopic? Ah, shit. Don't forget this shit. Oh, Cave. I'm a little disappointed, but I'll get over it. Yeah, so what's love got to do with it? The DVD for $12.96. Lily James, Emma Thompson. Yet another movie where love gets all kinds of complicated. But can two movies end up actually making me cry in the same week? Oh, we're about to find out, folks. Because you wonder if love truly exists. And this movie does answer the question to a certain extent. Because this movie is about Zoe. And she is a documentary filmmaker. And she loves dating apps, don't we all? But she's kind of in a rough spot because she keeps on dating these guys that are complete dead ends. She doesn't really care for them or like them, and even when she does, something bad happens. So she's kind of a little bit jaded within the dating realm, right? But she does kind of like Kaz. But Kaz is on his own journey of marrying a Pakistani woman to satisfy his Pakistani parents and his religion. Of course he is.
So she decided, let me actually make a documentary on his journey of finding love. And maybe in the process, I might find some myself, perhaps. And all of the hijinks that go along with it, man. I'll be honest with you. After I ended up watching this movie, I thought, it's good. It's kind of cheeky and humorous and quirky and lovely at times, but it wasn't nearly as powerful or as strong as Past Lives will ever be, man. They were definitely going for the quirky, wacky humor more than Past Lives was ever going to do, and I appreciate this movie a hell of a lot more than this. That doesn't mean that I necessarily hated the movie. I thought it was fun for what it was. Look, it's got some humorous moments and some relatable situations where you're like, yeah, those dating apps and blind dates and awkward times where you're like, yeah, this isn't really working. Or being forced on somebody or somebody being forced on you, and all of the dating complications. Yeah, I've been there, I've done it, I've experienced it, and man, I can kind of relate. Yeah, I can, man. So there is moments where I'm like, okay, yeah, it's kind of quirky and humorous and very funny and odd situations where you're like, okay, yeah, been there, done that. Pretty much, dude. But outside of that, it is very predictable. You know that they're going to profess their love for one another. You know that eventually they're going to come together and find each other, that even though they're opposites, sometimes opposites attract in the best ways possible. So you know where it's all heading. You know that it's going to have this happy ending. It is predictable like that, dude. But was it fun along the way? Was the journey worth it? Yeah, sorta, kinda. I mean, the acting alone is pretty decent. Everyone does a good job. And Lily James, man, she's like a ray of sunshine. She's absolutely gorgeous, and she brings this certain sense of fun to the movie. The fact that it's kind of tongue-in-cheek and not taking itself too seriously, but you can see the issues that she's having. The idea that she does really like this guy, but she knows that the Pakistani family and the religion, that it's not as easy as you might think it is. And the idea that she has to not force herself on this situation, and she just has to be happy for her friend whether she likes him or not. At the same time, he can't even see it. He's absolutely oblivious to it. He doesn't know that she likes her. He's like, well, she's fun to be around, and yeah, she kind of gives me some flirty looks here and there, but don't all women? I mean, seriously, bro, read the room, will ya? Then again, I can't really fault him, because sometimes in the past, I never read the room, okay? Sometimes I'm fucking oblivious to him, like, oh, she liked me? Why didn't anybody ever tell me that shit? Yeah, exactly. It's like that, dude. So, I fault him, but then again, I kind of sympathize with him at the same time. And I like the journey that he goes on. The idea of dating when you're Pakistani, and how your religion shapes your dating and your love life, and how it's really tough within the age of social media and going on these dating apps and finding the right partner. Look, dating is not what it used to be. I'll freely admit it, man. And nowadays, you don't go up to random strangers anymore. You just literally click a link, and hopefully you like their picture and their smile and their profile enough that you want to connect with them, man. The age of dating has changed massively, and it's movies like this that sort of put it into a fun context, even though it's sometimes deadly serious, man. Sometimes it really is, dude, but they play around with it a little bit, and I kind of appreciate that, man. It's not perfect. It's got some really over-the-top moments where you're like, dude, just tone it the fuck down, will ya? And when it gets dramatic, has it really gotten to that point where it earns it? I don't know if it ultimately does it. Fun time waster, sure, but anything monumental and really life-changing like Past Lives,
Not even close, man. What's love got to do with it? Well, a lot of things. Because whether we admit it or not, love is part of our daily lives. It bleeds into our friendships and our relationships and our work and personal existence. It's all over the place. And sometimes it can be dramatic, sometimes it can be funny. But love is definitely worth it. Even though it takes you a long time to find it. But when you do, you treasure it. That's for damn sure. Even if sometimes some movies that are made about it aren't always the best they could possibly be. Just saying, man. Just saying indeed. What's love got to do with it? Well, I like the Tina Turner movie just a wee bit more. Just saying, man. I do, dude. But from love to horses. Because who doesn't love a good horse story? Right? Yeah, sure. In A Sunday Horse, a DVD for $9.96, man. Dude, look at this cast, man. Linda Hamilton, William motherfucking Shatner, Ving, Badass Rames. Something tells me that they're not going to battle. It's just a, child in their horse story. But, I mean, with a cast like that, I'm kind of waiting for like a fucking Terminator to come and Linda Hamilton having to gun him down and William Shatner realizing that we have to go on the ship and we have to protect life and we have to continue protecting the Federation. And Ving Rhames is like, just give me a gun, bitch. Oh, I wish indeed, man, because that sounds a hell of a lot entertaining than this could possibly most likely ever be. But hey, it is inspired by a true story. But here's the thing though, guys, I've always told you that inspired by a true story and based on a true story are two very different things, because based is more accurate. Inspired is like, yeah, you heard that rumor? Yeah, pretty much, man. Pretty much indeed, dude. We'll see what this is about, man. Inspired by the true story of the talented, driven horse rider Debbie Walden, Debbie defies the odds against her, first by becoming a top competitor in a field reserved for the wealthy, and then by surviving a near-fatal riding accident. In virtual isolation, supported only by the loyalty of her sponsor, she forces herself through painful rehab, fueled by sheer force of will and fierce courage. Debbie wins the U.S. National Jumping Championship on a horse once slated for slaughter. Okay. For some reason, I don't even know why I thought this. I was like, oh, it's kind of a faith-based movie, right? They're kind of sneaking in that inspiring true horse story to kind of give you that message on faith and religion, right? I was like, oh, yeah, you're sneaking that shit in, aren't you? But I don't really see it here, actually. It's just a really inspiring story about a woman really coming back from the brink of damn near depression and complete isolation in her life to really accomplishing a goal that she was really striving for. And that sounds actually really good to me. I don't know where William Shatner, Ving Rhames, and Linda Hamilton come into the equation, but that being said, I do actually really think it's a story worth telling about perseverance and finding your motivation again and achieving greatness despite everything that is a roadblock ahead of you. I actually think that's actually incredibly inspiring, incredibly motivational, and sure, why not tell that tale? As long as you're not cramming religion and faith down my throat, I'm willing to give it a little bit of a chance, dude. I really am, man. A tale about two beings that were meant to be failures that turned it around and became an inspiration for not only themselves, but for many around them. I can definitely dig it, baby. I can indeed. Huh. Sometimes a horse tale can actually inspire and make you believe in the power of positivity. Hey, anything is possible, and Sunday Horse looks like it's gonna prove it. Can you survive the dangers of the River Wild? Yeah, the DVD for $12.96. Finally seeing this motherfucker here, man. Seriously, every time I have come into this Walmart, or actually any Walmart, I'm gonna be honest with you, I have not seen a single fucking copy of this. I don't know if people are buying it like a mofo or they just haven't been stocking the goddamn thing, but I'm like, man, I've been waiting to talk about this movie and it's finally here, and I don't care what nobody comes around. If they want to buy this thing, I'm talking about it first, bitch. I am, dude. Wow, man. Finally great to see this here, because I watched it on Amazon Prime weeks ago, and I got to admit, I was kind of asking myself why. I really was, because if you guys didn't know, this is technically a remake, reboot, reimagining, re-fucking whatever they want to call it these days. Yeah, River Wild is, because there's actually a movie from, if I'm not mistaken, the 90s with Meryl Streep and Kevin Bacon. Yeah, there actually is, man. Look that shit up. I ain't lying, dude. All right, and it's the same thing of like the White River rafting and being held hostage and going through the dangers of nature and shit. Yep, it's pretty much the same thing. Yes, this is slightly different, obviously, but that's why it's a redo. Yes, indeed it is, man. So I'm like, really? Like, there's a lot of things I can say is worth remaking, but why River Wild? Was anybody really asking for it? No, but, well, shit, who gives a crap? Right? I mean, they're just gonna remake it regardless, man. Who gives a shit what the audience thinks, man? They may not think they want it, but we're gonna cram it down their fucking throats regardless, man. They truly are, because the past will pull you under. Oh, does it now? And pretty much, it is a lot similar, but there is a lot of differences. The idea that these are friends that are going on this white water rafting trip together, and one of their friends brings along a old childhood friend played by Adam Brody, who has a very sketchy past, has been in prison, and has done some not so wonderful things. And, well, they're like, hey, look, we're just going to give him a chance. Yeah, it's a little sketchy, a little sus, but who gives a shit, man? Until something happens on the trip. Some person ends up getting injured or hurt, either on purpose or on accident, and suddenly Adam Brody, those sus instincts, well, they come to the surface, baby, and he starts taking people hostage. He's like, look, I didn't do it, and even if I did, who gives a shit? Fuck you all, man. You're not taking me back to prison. I'm not going back. He gets all frantic and mad, and now they're in danger, man, because he wants to go to the border, man. He wants to go to Mexico. He wants to run, man, because they ain't catching his ass, and they have to survive the elements or survive him. Which is it? Which is it indeed, man? And all of the dramatic complications and chaos that happens from there, man. Indeed it does, dude. You know, all I wanted was somewhat of an exciting movie, right? I mean, I know this isn't going to be the most adventurous movie of all time, man. Oh my god. On the edge of my seat all the time. I feel tense just watching this motherfucker. Like, I knew that wasn't gonna happen, man. But at the end of the day, I wanted something to at least excite me, and I will admit this movie does. There is certain situations when they're on the river and how chaotic it is and wild, and how they have to navigate through that within this hostage situation, that can get pretty dramatic at times and tense, and you feel it, and they did a good job with that. I'll give them credit for that, man. But there is a lot of times certain characters that are really fucking stupid, man. Moments where you're like, oh, come on. I mean, really? You're really gonna act like that? I mean, there is those moments where you're just like, God, man, I understand you gotta be stupid for the plot to move forward, but this is ridiculous, alright? There is those moments. On top of that, look, I don't hate Adam Brody necessarily, but do I really feel like he's the most terrifying motherfucker of all time? The fact that he's holding me hostage, that, oh my god, the situation just got crazy and dangerous, and this guy can snap at any moment. I'm like, Adam Brody? You mean the OC Adam Brody? That guy? Really? Because, yeah, I don't really see it. I don't really see it at all, man. I didn't really buy him in the role, man. I mean, I understand that he's supposed to be this
cute, good-looking guy that some of the chicks are kind of into, and I guess Adam Brody kind of fills that routine, but hey, some of us YouTubers do as well. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, not like I'm getting cast in movies anytime soon, but just saying, man. But look, Adam Brody really doesn't do the trick. He's trying to come off as creepy and suspicious and one of those icky guys, and he just kind of comes off like a wet noodle. Like, I'm like, okay, dude, I'm really supposed to be terrified of your ass? I mean, there's people that I get terrified of in movies, Bill Moseley being one of them, man. Let me tell you something. If he was in front of me, I'd probably piss my pants knowing that if he had a knife, he'd probably carve me up like a fucking pumpkin. You, I just think you're gonna write a poem for some chick that never wants to date your ass. Pretty much, man. I mean, seriously, dude. And even Leighton Meester. And when I was looking at Leighton Meester, right, I kept on thinking to myself, where do I know this chick? God, I've seen her in something before, man. She looks so fucking familiar. And it wasn't until I looked up on IMDb and realized, holy shit, she was in The Roommate from 2011. Do you remember that fucking movie? I can't quite blame you if you don't, because it wasn't really all that impressive, but she played the evil roommate chick that was trying to copy everything that other roommate was doing and trying to infiltrate that chick's life. Yeah, that's her. And I'm like, oh my god, man, where the fuck has she been? Like, dude, that's a blast from the fucking past. Wow, man. Not a name that I've heard, well, for a long goddamn time, man. So I'm like, okay, she's in this thing. And she plays the heroine of the story, that she's trying to survive and help out her friends and trying to defeat Adam Brody. And you know that she's gonna survive this fucking movie, man. You know that everything's gonna turn out alright and she's gonna beat the crap out of him and kick his ass because, let's face it, it's Adam Brody, of course she is. I mean, come on, dude. But it's getting there that was kind of entertaining, kind of thrilling, had moments that I was on the edge, but there is a lot of moments of stupidity and downtime and boring situations where you're like, dude, can we just get to the good shit? I know, it's kind of half and half, man. Parts where I really liked it, parts where I was kind of lukewarm on, but if I can't really buy into Adam Brody being the nefarious bad guy, then it all kind of falls apart, and it kind of did, man. Look, it's not a terrible redo, reevaluation, reimagining, whatever the hell you want to say these days, but is it really that great? No. I'd actually just watched the Kevin Bacon Meryl Streep flick because that's actually pretty good, man. I actually really like it. It's been a long time since I've watched it, but I remember parts of it, and actually I remember liking it a hell of a lot more than this movie is. So look, you're telling me that if I were to mix high-stakes adventure with man-made danger, I get just an okay straight-to-DVD movie? Apparently so, because I don't care how much action is in your face, I don't care how much danger you gotta go through, or how much hostage situations you gotta deal with. If you've got a limp dick villain, I don't care how much your okay acting is, Leighton. Ain't nobody saving that shit. Ain't nobody indeed, man. You can try, but something tells me, yeah, you ain't saving shit. I take the acting prowess and the evilness of Kevin Bacon over Adam Brody any day of the week. I mean, that's a no fucking brainer. Come on, guys. Seriously, man. If you had to pick between the two, if you didn't pick Kevin and Meryl, we got something to talk about. We do, man. But hey, even though that was slightly on the disappointing side, what isn't disappointing is Walmart. Oh my god, man, the physical media prowess, the media love. Oh, it was so on display, and I was so appreciating it, man. God damn, they do it yet again. Let's head out. Cha-ching! Oh yeah, baby. I think we definitely hit the motherload this week over at good old Wally World, man. Not half bad, baby. We got all the new love media appreciation. We've got exclusives. We've got indie goodies as well. Oh, man.
Ooh, it was quite sweet indeed, man. Oh, it was, and I am here for all of it, man. No doubt about that, man. Walmart be killing it with the physical media love. They know how to be putting out all of the physical media that they can handle. Well, we can handle, and I can handle a lot. And man, this week proves that, well, if they want to show that physical media still has the power of persuasion, I think they're pulling it off in a big bad way. Oh, indeed I do, man. I am here for all of it, and I know you are as well, man. Not have bad. Definitely a worthwhile week for all of the physical media that you can possibly handle. Very nice, man. Big releases, little releases, and everything in between. Walmart definitely knows how to do it, and let's hope that trend keeps on continuing. But, well, that's here. We got a hell of a lot of media we're checking out, but I'd like to think that there's more at the other stores. It can't just be Walmart, even though this was pretty good. I'd like to see what the other stores have. Don't you? So how about we go and check it all out?
All right, everybody. We are at our second location, Target. But before I go in, I wanted to talk to you guys about something. Actually, just more give my opinion, because I saw this little blurb on Facebook, and it really kind of fascinated me, and I thought, why not share it with y'all? Interesting one at that. Hot take. Blockbuster as a company doesn't deserve the sweet, nostalgic memory of movie-loving 90s kids, because the experience of going to the video store and picking out a movie was an experience Blockbuster monopolized and systematically destroyed. Blockbuster always charged more for their rentals than the old mom-and-pop video stores. But Blockbuster also had exclusivity for new releases from movie studios for weeks, sometimes even months, before other video stores could even get them in. Blockbuster also deliberately opened locations in your smaller movie rental stores in an attempt to compete with them. Eventually, Blockbuster swallowed the entire movie rental industry. Blockbuster also killed the straight-to-video indie genre, but often refusing to carry titles released through independent distributors. Anyone who was a fan of 80s and 90s indie horror may be all too familiar with that. Then, in one of the greatest corporate blunders of all time, Blockbuster passed up the opportunity to buy out Netflix when they were still a young DVD rental company. Now they are no more. When I think about going to the video store and picking out a few movies for the weekend as a kid, I can't help but feel nostalgic myself. But when I think about Blockbuster, I'm ever mindful of the beast that killed the dream. This is an interesting thing, and I kind of bring it up because I often think to myself, what is the ultimate legacy of Blockbuster at the end of the day? Because when you really think about it, we all have rose-colored glasses on when it comes to Blockbuster. We see the last Blockbuster that's still alive to this day, and we're like, oh man, that's so cool that Blockbuster is still around, and video rentals and all that's cool. And then, man, yeah, solidarity, let us survive. And they're not wrong necessarily, but do we look back on Blockbuster without really remembering the past? Do we forget the fact that Blockbuster, yes, had its moments of being a cool rental service and, still really giving people what they wanted as far as movies to rent and all the cool artwork and the boxes and shit? Like, yeah, it's awesome. And yeah, I was down for it. But because they became such a big, huge corporate entity, they had taken out all of the old school indie mom and pop stores that really built what VHS renting and rental services was all about. And so it's really weird because as time goes on, our perceptions change, right? On one hand, when Blockbuster was around and was killing all these old school indie stores, everyone was up in arms and pissed. A lot of those same people now, including myself, look back on Blockbuster and say, man, those were the days, right? Oh, man, that was some good shit. And so I think sometimes what we do over time is that we look at what really went down and say, yeah, that was a bummer, that was terrible, yeah, I didn't like it, but I think we all really love the idea of renting movies, and we all love the idea of physical media. And yes, you could say Blockbuster was terrible and awful and was really bad for the industry. You're not wrong at the end of the day, but I think we also say, yeah, man, those were nostalgic times, and yeah, we could poo poo on all of the shit that went down, and we can really look back on it with a lot of hate and despise Blockbuster for what it's worth, or we can just say, hey, it was really great time having physical media around in our lives and going to a video store and renting things and seeing the box art and talking to the employees and other individuals who were renting stuff and having a great movie night, whether it was Blockbuster or the indie store that you hanged out at. I mean, it didn't matter. Physical media was king. And I think over time, people have different perceptions on different events in life. And I think this is kind of one of those. I don't blame the person for feeling the way that they're feeling. The fact that they will always look at Blockbuster as a rental store killer. And there's a lot of truth to that. But I think a lot of us also see that, look, the way that physical media has been heading, the way that a lot of these stores and entities and retail locations are just killing physical media completely, yeah, we can dwell on the past, and there's a reason to do that. Trust me, I get it. But at the end of the day, I'm also well aware that, you know, Blockbuster was cool for a lot of people, and that was their jam, and that's where they rented movies. And so, yeah, you can hate on everything that somebody did in the past. We can all continue to dwell and focus on the past, or we can remember the good times and celebrate them for what it's worth. It's one or the other, man. Look, Blockbuster was never perfect, and Blockbuster knew what they were doing, and it's the same thing with fucking Walmart or a lot of these other entities, man. The fact that there's a lot of mom and pop stores out there that do the same thing, and Walmart has been really kicking them to the curb. Do we really talk about that? No, we honestly don't. Should we? Abso-fucking-lutely. But again, we're just happy to have Walmart around. And it's the same thing with Target and all these other entities, man. We can bitch and complain all we want. But at the end of the day, you just gotta live your life, man. You just gotta realize that the world changes, and these companies are out for themselves, and enjoy it while you can. Enjoy this experience while you can for what you have, because at a certain point, it's going to be no more. We're no longer going to have physical media in these retail locations. It could one day be a reality, potentially. And the same thing with video rental services. The idea that we can hate on Blockbuster. Oh, look how many people they took out and they monopolized and they're terrible and it was all the greed. Sure, fine, whatever. You're not wrong. But we also have to say, hey, look, those were cool times. And just seeing that the industry realized how big physical media was, how big the rental service industry became, and that they wanted a piece of the pie. The fact that we proved how powerful physical media can be means that they wanted in on the action. And you can't deny that either. Hey, man, I had a lot of fun with Blockbuster. I had a lot of fun with those good old days, and as far as I'm concerned, I got no problems with Blockbuster. I mean, hey, I recognize the hate, but sometimes, just for nostalgic purposes, all I remember is the love. Let me know what you think. Do you think this person has an actual point to what they're trying to make? Because I think they do, because Blockbuster is not innocent necessarily, but I appreciate what Blockbuster did and that they were a part of my childhood and my nostalgia. And so even if they did all those bad things, and I know they did, I just remember the good old days of going to Blockbuster and renting stuff, and that overall, trumps all the bad shit. But let me know what you think, guys. Nostalgia sometimes is all about rose-colored glasses, and we forget about the bad shit and only the good stuff. But should we remember it all? Definitely let me know. But as far as physical media is concerned, dude, Walmart killed it. Walmart was pretty solid, but what about good old Target? I think they'll be pretty solid. Well, hopefully. How about we go in and check it out?
All right, everybody, we are in at Target under the new releases, and oh, I see some physical media love we're checking out. I do indeed. Let's dive in, but before we do that, let's talk about the elephant in the room here. The 3 empty areas that seem to be a very glaring issue among the rest of the bunch here. And at first, for the briefest of moments, I'm thinking to myself, oh, is it 4K editions of Elemental and Little Mermaid that is just missing? Exclusives that sold out? Possible, sure, but not in this case. It's actually for Transformers Rise of the Beasts, which would be cool if this release was this week. The problem is that this movie doesn't hit physical for another couple weeks. So why print the tags out for a movie that's not coming out immediately? Yeah, I'm kind of baffled by that too, guys. I mean, seriously, it's really weird. It really is, dude. I have no idea, man. So I guess these are just gonna remain empty until Transformers Rise of the Beasts ends up hitting the Target shelves. Alright, why didn't they just not print out the tags for Transformers? Okay. Yeah, I know. Makes sense, right? If all these companies ever made sense, I wouldn't be asking these fucking questions. I really wouldn't, dude, but it is what it is. I guess whenever it finally arrives is when it'll be on the shelves in the next couple of weeks. Until then, empty air. Yeah, good luck with that, Target. Good luck indeed, man. But I don't want to talk about empty areas. I want to talk about the shelves that are full of the physical media gold, like Elemental, the Blu-ray DVD digital for $26.99, the DVD for $21.99. Love knows no bounds. Air, earth, fire, water. Yeah, it may get a little messy. Maybe a little smoky, but hey, love is love. You'll get over the extra issues. You will indeed, man. And good old Pixar. Look, you can end up complaining about a lot of other areas of Disney. Yeah, you may have a point or two, but Pixar, man, that track record is fucking rock solid, man. Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, man. Pixar means quality. And if you really need to know that, well, geez, I guess you've been missing out for a long ass time, man. I mean, some amazing movies out there, animated movies that are some of the best entertainment, children's entertainment of all time. We're talking Toy Story, Cars, Monsters, Coco, Soul, Ratatouille, Finding Nemo, Luca, Turning Red. Jeez, man. I mean, all those alone are amazing, and there's so many more. Onward, which was really a great surprise. Okay, well, they also did Lightyear, which isn't half bad, but, well, no company's really perfect, is there? And some of the other sequels, like some of the Cars films ain't that hot, and there's a couple other things that they did where it's like, okay, we're kind of stretching it a bit. But that being said, look, they have made some of the most classic animated entertainment from the moment they started back with Toy Story up until now, and they've been doing it since around like 1995. To think that they have created some of the most iconic children's entertainment of all time within that time span, man, almost close to 30 fucking years. That's no small feat, okay? And they continue to prove that they're on top of the food chain for a very, very good reason, all right? Look, let's be honest, all right? And I say it all the time because I really want to hammer it home to you.
that entertainment of any form is at a premium, especially children's entertainment. There is so much that is out there in the ether that is vying for your children's eyeballs and your hard-earned money, right? And not every animated studio gets it right. You really need to work hard to put entertainment out there that is really going to catch people's attention and really capture the cultural zeitgeist. And some studios do it well at moments. DreamWorks at times does it well. Studios like Illumination. Hey, Super Mario Brothers definitely caught people's attention and a hell of a lot of their cash, okay? But none of them, and I mean none of them, have done it half as well as Pixar has. They just know the market, and they're able to tell really emotional tales with really great characters and stories that you can connect and relate to. It's not easy. Times change, and you have to adapt with the times, and you have to continue to put out banger entertainment that is going to continue to speak to the company that you are and have been over the years, right? I mean, the fact that you put out Toy Story at the very beginning of the Pixar legacy, that's not easy to live up to, man. And the fact that Pixar has continued to raise the bar is not easy to pull off, man. Look, we may live in a time where Disney isn't perfect. Lord knows, I understand, okay, I get it, and there's a lot of criticism to be had. But that being said, look, if you were wavering back and forth on Elemental, well, we're living in a world where Disney's not as good anymore and they've went down the shitter, and companies like Pixar, those subdivisions are kind of suffering because of it. Elemental proves that that is so not the case, guys. You could put Elemental up against any of the earlier Pixar movies and it is rock fucking solid, man. Movies like Luca and Coco and Turning Red and Soul, these are movies that will be absolute instant classics because of their storytelling, because of the animation, because of the characters, because of that emotional core grip that really gets you at the end of the day, man. Not only can kids enjoy it, but adults, parents can really embrace it as well. Look, I will freely admit there's a lot of children's entertainment out there that go for the goofy, kiddie, and simple avenue just for the sake of children's entertainment. It happens. I'm looking at you, Ruby. I am, man. And then there's ones that really go for the all quadrants, man, that really end up showcasing that animation, yes, even though it's always been for kids, can easily be embraced by the entire family. Kids, adults, boomers, even the tweens. Hey, well, yeah, maybe they don't always embrace it, but, well, they get on the same page eventually. They do, man. Look, Pixar has been doing it for a long time. They have a recipe of success, and even though generations change, even though times change, the recipe always stays the same. And Elemental proves that if the recipe is good, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Elemental has the right recipe worth successful gold that I hope continues for many years to come.
Sometimes sickness can be your worst enemy. Yeah. Oh, in Sig, the DVD for $17.99. I swear I didn't cough out my hand or anything, guys. Okay, I'm not actually sick, all right? Calm down now. All right. Oh, baby, because yet another unique take on the slasher genre from the man who brought us some really interesting and unique horror, revitalized the industry, revitalized an entire genre unto itself. Kevin Williamson, baby. Oh, yes, indeed. Because let's talk about the man, the myth, the legend himself, Kevin motherfucking Williamson. Now look, let me take you back to a magical time, the 90s. Well, specifically the mid-90s, right? I mean, I love the 90s. I grew up in that era, man. That shit was my jam. It seriously was, dude. But here's the main problem with the 90s. That horror was feeling a little bit tired. And been there, done that. Nothing new or really exciting was really capturing the attention of audiences and moviegoers and really bringing back that feeling of the 80s. Everything just felt like it was treading water. Until a little movie came along called Scream. Yes. We think of Wes Craven. We think of all the great actors, the characters, you name it. We think of all that, but the person who put it all together, who wrote it, that made it all possible, was Mr. Kevin Williamson himself, man. He was a huge fan of the genre, and it showed. The way he wrote the characters, the way he wrote the dialogue, the homages, and the respect to franchises, but also poking fun at itself at the same time. It was a really great slice of horror cinema that not only revitalized a tired and dying entity that really needed a boost, but man, did it just wake up the imagination of so many moviegoers and people that hadn't seen anything like that. It was fresh. And Kevin Williamson was the new soup de jour, so to speak, right? He was the in thing. He was part of the it crowd. Everybody wanted to work with him. Everybody wanted him to write scripts. Oh my God, Kevin, what's the next horror thing you're gonna write? Well, another idea with a killer with a hook. Because just when you think you're safe, the fisherman will stalk your ass, and I know what you did last summer. Yeah. Oh, you've got to remember that one. Okay, maybe not as classic as Scream, all things considered, but it is still one that's highly recognizable, man. And came, I believe, a mere year later after Scream, and that's how popular Scream was. Studios saw the box office. They saw the popular zeitgeist that it was getting. They're like, oh my God, the genre has been reawakened. We've got to get as much shit out there as humanly possible. And Kevin Williamson is like, well, I mean, since I brought it back, I might as well continue the trend, And he did, dude. That movie is really good, man. Yeah, a little cheeseball and a little over the top at times. What are you waiting for? Come on, what are you waiting for? Yeah, we were wondering the same thing, Jennifer Love. We were indeed, man. It was good. I still really, really enjoy that, man. And of course, that movie was mega popular as well. And so they're like, dude, Scream and I Know What You Did Last Summer? Ooh, what else you got up that sleeve? What other bag of tricks you got up there, Kevin? Well, since you're asking, Ghostface was very popular. But you know what's even more terrifying? If he comes back to stalk Sydney yet again in Scream 2. Oh, yes. He came back with Wes Craven and all of the classic iconic characters for yet another terrifying tale of Ghostface hijinks. And again, people ate that shit up. It was popular as hell. And then he says, well, wait a minute. Yeah, I've been doing all of the stalkers and killers and slashers, but what if I do something a little more different? Maybe high school drama with aliens? Yes, in The Faculty. Oh my God, dude, I fucking love The Faculty. That movie is freaking awesome. It's so great, dude. And it really doesn't get the love that it properly deserves, man. I think at the time, people really didn't know what to make of the movie. They were like, wait a minute. So it's not really a slasher. It's more about these aliens taking over people and trying to take over the world, and these teens have to stop them? What?
And I think that was really the first time where it wasn't necessarily a box office success. It wasn't a crazy failure, but it didn't really blow up like everybody wanted it to. And they're like, okay, huh. You're not as bulletproof as we think, Kevin. Okay, well, that didn't quite work out the way we hope. What else you got? And he's like, well, let's get back to trying to do the more killer, naughty, teenage angst. And let's go with a little bit of teaching a teacher a lesson or two, like teaching Mrs. Tingle. Katie Holmes, man. That's actually another really solid movie that I really, really love. That again is highly underrated. And oh, by the way, Kevin Williamson ended up directing it as well. I think he did a good job. Mind you, I think they wanted to make it more bloodier and more brutal, and unfortunately they had to make it more for the teeny bopper crowd, and they kind of watered it down a wee bit, but I still think it's a really, really solid entry into that late 90s, early 2000s era. It ain't half bad, man. Definitely worth a revisit for sure. And mind you, this guy, while he's doing all of these other projects, decides to create one of the most popular teen dramas on television in Dawson's Creek. Oh, by the way, while he was doing everything else, man. I mean, that's one of those shows that blew up big time, popular as hell. I mean, wasn't really my thing, but credit where credit's due. Man, people really loved that shit. In fact, I'd argue people still love that shit. I mean, they really do, man. But at a certain point, things start to die down, wane. You had your 15 minutes, and at a certain point, those 15 minutes go very swift, fast, and before you know it, well, you're kind of old news, and everybody's looking for the new kid in town, and you're no longer that. And that kind of bums you out at a certain point, right? You think that the fame is going to last forever. The 15 minutes are going to last for a hell of a long time, man. The good times are going to keep on rolling, baby. And not so much. I mean, especially when some of those projects weren't as received as good as some of the earlier ones. Yeah, people start to doubt you a bit, especially once we get to, I think, around 2005, somewhere around there, with the movie Cursed. Yeah, you remember Cursed? I do. I mean, look, Cursed is not terrible. It's going for the teenage drama, angsty shit with, instead of a stalker slasher, instead of aliens, we have werewolves. Interesting. Trying to switch it up just a wee bit, man. And it's a hot mess of a movie, man. That really is, dude. I mean, I think it's not a dumpster fire like people think it is, but man, you're thinking Wes Craven, you're thinking Kevin Williamson, the team up between these really great icons of 90s, early 2000s cinema, and dude, they're gonna hit out of the park again. And then when you saw it, you're like, ooh, yeah. Check, please. I mean, that's pretty much what it was, dude. And I felt bad because after that, dude, Kevin Williamson went into, I mean, a hideout pretty much, a recluse. I mean, he did, because you really didn't hear much from him, man. I mean, yeah, he kept on showing his love for horror in some okay and interesting ways through TV, like The Following with Kevin Bacon and a few other things he did here and there, but for the most part, he kind of just went into obscurity for the most part. But then again, he didn't leave us completely, because we've got Sick to enjoy as well. And I give Kevin Williamson at least some credit for trying to reinvent the whole genre that he reinvigorated, right? I mean, this movie is nothing amazing. It doesn't technically stand out from the crowd, but I do like the fact that he's trying to do something unique and different within that style of the horror genre, right? At the very least, he's always tried to accomplish that in one way or another. I mean, the idea of trying to breathe new life into a genre by going more meta and poking fun at itself, but still bringing you that hard-hitting, unpredictable horror. And then taking that and being like, okay, well, let's do teenage drama angst with a little bit of alien horror. Okay, mixing it up a bit. Then we're going werewolves. And he's always trying to at least change the game, or at least try to make it a challenge for himself, with varying degrees of success, mind you, but he's tried at least. And yeah, it just at some point kind of caught up with him. And with Sick, I like the idea of taking the coronavirus and the COVID idea and spinning it on its head of like, we're now coming after you because you gave us COVID. We are now targeting the people that caused the destruction because of their carelessness. I like that idea, man. And I actually think it's smart and clever. I just wish the movie was a little bit better, man. Better dialogue, more relatable and interesting and unique characters, and a movie that's a little bit more entertaining. I mean, some of the kills are okay, some of the characters are alright, and some you just frankly just want to die. Either from COVID or the killer, or whichever one, it doesn't matter, man. As long as they're just flat out not breathing, yeah, it's cool with me. Alright, man. I think Kevin Williamson was really trying. He's always trying to, in some ways, recapture the magic of Scream and I Know What You Did Last Summer. He's always trying to really bring back the good old days, right? And it's tough to do. That was such a magical era, the late 90s, early 2000s. That style of horror, man, that people were making. And you know, horror ebbs and flows like a motherfucker, man. We know that. We know that it does. And there's moments where certain subgenres of horror are more prominent than others. Sometimes it's ghost stories. Other times it's slashers. We remember the torture porn days. Okay? So I think trying to recapture the magic is not necessarily a bad thing, but at the same time, yes, it can be done, but you gotta be clever about it. You can't just regurgitate the same thing with just a slightly different story and a slightly different scenario and expect people to just buy into it over and over again. Eventually, us horror fans, well, we see the same trick so many times, we kind of eventually know how the magic's done. You know what I mean? And that's the ultimate problem with Sick. Is an interesting idea of taking the pandemic and really turning it into a really great slasher and whodunit. And that's an interesting idea. But I just don't think that it was done in quite the way that Kevin Williamson was really hoping for, man. You can write a really solid movie, but it takes a certain type of actor, it takes a certain type of director. It's like a stew, right? You need all the ingredients to make a really tasty treat. And if you don't have all the elements perfectly aligned together, then it just doesn't quite work the way you were hoping for. And this movie is proof positive of it. I mean, look, I will always be appreciative of Kevin Williamson. I mean, my God, man, he literally brought the horror genre back to life from the dead practically, man. He will always have my appreciation and support. And some of those movies that he wrote, man, really do deserve a lot of reevaluation and a lot more love than it really has gotten over the years, man. And I think some of it has, but it definitely needs more. He will always be a savior of cinema to a certain degree. He always will be, but his 15 minutes of fame are gone. And Sick proves that, well,
it's nice to see you come back from time to time, but, well, you're kind of a one-trick pony at this point, Kevin. That one-trick pony served you really well for a short time, and now, well, kind of like David Copperfield, we know how it's done. And it was fun while it lasted, but on to bigger and better and more extraordinary things. Horror will last. Horror will survive. It always does. And the big names come, the big names go. Kevin Williamson will always be a name that will be remembered in the annals of horror history. But his time, I think, at least for now, is at its end.
The ultimate battle between Kraken and Mermaid. This time around, I'm gonna give it to the Kraken, but only because she's really hormonal. In Ruby Gillman, Teenage Kraken, the Blu-ray DVD digital for $25. Not so bad. And the DVD is $19.99. And let's talk about a little bit of Kraken goodness, right? A little bit of Kraken love. Because I did a little research on this, guys, because I was kind of curious. How many movies out there really feature one of the deadliest creatures of the sea? And you'd be surprised, not many. Truth be told, man, really isn't as much. I mean, yes, there's the occasional straight-to-DVD flick that comes out, which is, as you know, not exactly high art. But then there is the occasional classic, like Clash of the Titans. Yes, not only the old school movie, but the new school movie as well. Both feature the Kraken. Of course, lest we forget Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest. It was coming for Jack Sparrow, and it was going to make a meal out of him, whether he liked it or not. Ah, yes, indeed. But one of my favorite has to be Deep Rising. Oh, my God. Do you remember that movie? 1998. Oh, that was some pretty good, horrific sea monster goodness. Put it that way, man. It really was. It wasn't half bad, man. I really still love that movie. Cheesy, yes. Some of the CGI effects, oof, yeah, not so hot. But, hey, come on. A little bit of ridiculous, over-the-top monster goodness trumps everything. It truly does, man. And now we've got Ruby Gillman. Not exactly terrifying, but I suppose in her own way. And so I'm now realizing that Krakens don't really get their just due. They don't really get their appreciation, their love. Which is why, ladies and gentlemen, I'm starting CAS. Kraken Appreciation Society. Look, folks, let's be real. A lot of other sea creatures, sea monsters, pufferfish get their moment in the ocean. Let's not have the Kraken be left behind. Play second fiddle, second banana to lesser creatures of the sea. With your small donation of hopefully $20 or more, you can be comforted knowing that your hard-earned money is going to a cause that will benefit a proud species of creature that has gone back many, many generations and deserves your support, appreciation, and I mentioned the money part, right? Yeah, I did. Look, folks, I can't guarantee that you're going to get anything out of the deal. No pictures of Krakens, no blanket, no actual real evidence that your money's going to the cause, but just know that when you give me your cash, I promise to make sure that all Krakens are fully, honestly, and deeply represented. Give generously, because the cause is very much worth it. There's a lot of other worthy causes out there, but the Kraken Society promises that this cause is a worthy one, worth exploring, because sea creatures shall never be forgotten. And sea creatures like Ruby need your help. more than ever. So donate whenever, however, and how much you possibly can. Because this society needs all the help that it can possibly get. And if you believe that bullshit, I can sell you anything.
Stick to the sea, kid, because curiosity kills the cat. Or in this case, the mermaid. Indeed, and Little Mermaid. The Blu-ray DVD digital for $24.99. The DVD for $19.99. Yes. Live action Disney appreciation. Well, appreciation from some, and others, quite frankly, could give a shit. And I get it, right? Because, look, you love something, and to see it get remade, you kind of ask yourself why, right? And in some ways, because you do that, because you want to be a hater, everything gets lumped in, right? And that's where we come to Halle Bailey. Let's talk about this whole controversy, or I'd like to consider it a non-controversy, guys, because when she got cast as Ariel, the Little Mermaid herself, holy shit. Okay, the internet went fucking nuts. It went crazy. And a lot of hate was spewed this chick's way, alright? And they're like, oh my god, she's black. And I'm like, oh gee, you noticed? I mean, okay. And they're like, wait a minute, she's gonna be Ariel? But she's not white. I hate to break it to y'all, but we're talking about a mermaid. A fictional sea creature that does not fucking exist. Okay? I think a mermaid can be any shape, color, ethnicity, you name it. Why does it have to be white necessarily? Well, Ariel was white in the animated version. Okay, yeah, your point. So there can't be a different version of Ariel out there that isn't white? And just because she's darker skinned, what does that mean? Like, it takes away from the character because she's dark skinned? I mean, come on, man. This is all semantics at the end of the day. And does it really ultimately fucking matter? Is this really the hill you guys want to die on? Some of you motherfuckers out there, I mean, it's the same fucking thing that got argued in other fantastical series like that Lord of the Rings show, right? When we started seeing the trailers and some of the episodes came out, people got up in arms like, wait a minute, so there's Hobbit versions out there and they're black? And they went fucking wild. It went fucking crazy, dude. And people were like, Hobbits can't be black. Again, these are fantastical creatures and beings that don't fucking exist. Middle Earth doesn't fucking exist, motherfucker. I hate to really burst your fucking bubble, man. I hate to do it, but dude, who gives a shit? I mean, come on, man. And this is the type of asinine shit that is going on fucking Twitter and Facebook, and fucking YouTubers out there make huge amounts of views and money just based off of the hatred of whether somebody is male or female or black or white. I mean, my God, man. Just fucking deal with it. It's not like they're erasing the original Little Mermaid. That is an animated classic. That will always exist. It ain't going anywhere, man. And if you don't like the movie, guess what? You'll always have the animated version. It's pretty fucking simple, man. And it just feels like people just want to make a mountain out of a molehill sometimes, dude. I mean, it was the same thing with Ghostbusters, right? The whole female Ghostbusters thing. And look, I don't like that movie, but it's not because of the Ghostbusters being female. It's because, quite frankly, a lot of those characters were not written very well. The jokes were lame as shit, and the CGI was god-awful. There was a lot of bad things about that movie. So to say it was because of the females, I'd argue is not really the ultimate cause of that, man. Or think about the whole Star Wars sequel stuff with Rey. Oh my god, man, that damn near blew up the fucking internet, okay? Look, I got issues with Rey as a character, but, man, I think a lot of what the arguments were and how she was a Mary Sue and how it was so easy for her because of being a female, and I'm like, okay, my god, man. There's a lot of things that you can poke holes in for those Star Wars sequels, but hating on her because she's a female and because she's better than some of the male characters out there, or that's how they portrayed her, really? That's what you're ultimately going to complain about, not the writing or the watered down of characters or a hell of a lot of other issues, the mess of a plot, you name it. Yeah, Rey's the one thing you really want to bitch and complain about, sure. Why not, man? Fucking asinine. It's the same thing with Prey. I love Prey, but there was a lot of people that was bitching and complaining about, oh, of course it's a female that takes down the Predator, right? She's got to be better than all the guys. This is what we've come to, man. And everybody complains, woke this and woke that and yada fucking yada, man. And they did the same fucking thing with Halle Bailey here with The Little Mermaid. And at a certain point, I just fucking tune out. They're like, oh, why does she have to be dark skinned? Why can't she be white? Oh, we're trying to please all the ethnicities and all of the woke crowd out there. And I'm like, okay, guys. If you don't have a strong fucking argument, just admit it. I don't give a shit who fucking portrays Ariel. It could even be the green skin chick in Star Trek that Kirk fucks. I don't give a shit, okay? I don't give a damn, man. As long as they're good in the role and they convince me and they actually pull off the singing and the emotion and the believability, I don't care, man. Whether they're Indian or dark skin or white or Asian. I mean, come on. Is this really what we're trying to do now, man? And Halle Bailey got a lot of fucking hate from a hell of a lot of fucking people out there. And you want to know what? When Nick and I left the movie theater, that was one of the things that we were praising was Halle Bailey. We were like, dude, there's a lot of things to complain about with this movie. And yeah, her acting is not always the hottest. But damn, she sung those songs amazing. She was stellar. The voice was phenomenal, man. Those songs, she hit it out of the park. And to hate on her just because of her skin color, just because she's replacing a white chick, makes no fucking sense to me whatsoever, man. When that is your only argument, if that is the only thing that you have in your arsenal to bitch and complain about is woke this and skin color that and female this, you have no fucking argument. Your argument is moot, okay? Bring facts, bring actual arguments that we can have a discussion on. You know, look, guys, when I do these videos, I'm always very honest with you guys. I'm telling you like it is, whether I like a movie or I hate a movie, but I always end up explaining myself to you guys. We may disagree, and oftentimes we probably do, but at least you know that I'm not sitting here and just complaining for complaining's sake. I'm actually bringing receipts. I'm actually telling you like it is. And I'm explaining myself enough so you understand the reasons why I didn't like something. And not just saying, well, I didn't like it because it was woke. That's it. Most of y'all motherfuckers can't even fucking define the word woke. Okay? I'd be surprised if you can spell it too. Jesus Christ. Look, man, all I'm saying is that I don't buy into that argument anymore. I don't buy into that bullshit discussion anymore because I don't think it really holds any water at the end of the day, man. I mean, look, we have to service a lot of people in this world, okay?
And if they decided that Halle Bailey was the best actress that they could find, that had the voice talent, that really pulled off what they were looking for, that's fine. As long as it worked out, I don't have a problem with it. And it worked out fine in this case, man. Look, at the end of the day, you have the live action remake and you have the animated movie. Both are here to stay, and both can cater to the same crowd or different crowds. To just deny a movie because of somebody's color or gender, or even if they don't portray it the same way that somebody did years ago, man, we gotta really get back to actually having discussions with film instead of just being like, hey, y'all don't like woke, right? Well, this shit's woke as fuck. Oh, damn, man. Oh, I won't say it because they said it's woke. I'm like, look, I've always told you guys to give a movie a chance regardless. And I've always said this because you never know whether you're gonna like or dislike a movie. And if you don't like it, at least you gave it a chance. But the fact that people deny watching a movie because of a simple thing of a person's skin color, or the fact that they look different, is just fucking stupid. And I deny that argument. And to me, you either come correct with the facts, you either come correct with an actual fucking discussion or an argument, or you can piss off. Okay? I'm done with it. I'm fucking over it, man. And as far as I'm concerned, look, this movie is not perfect. It has a lot of faults, and there's a lot of storylines and certain songs that are missed from the original movie. And I do think the original movie is better. I do think it's a better adaptation, but I can't deny the fact that this is still a solid movie with solid characters, and the songs are still infectiously great and performed incredibly well. So just don't deny a movie or a series just because of one aspect that everybody is bitching and complaining about. Make up your own mind and think for yourself. Don't be a fucking sheep, okay? And a lot of these people who do this whole woke thing or this fucking ideology that, wow, if they're not the same skin color as me, I don't give a fuck. Look, take a chance on a movie. You may like it. And even if you don't, at least you tried. But don't be like these fucking cowards out there. Don't be like these fucking idiots and assholes who think they know it all. Because at the end of the day, reality is going to hit them in the fucking ass. And when it does, I'm going to laugh my fucking ass off. Look, I'm glad I experienced movies. I'm glad I experienced a whole range of fucking movies that are out there. Because I give movies a chance. Regardless of gender, skin color, ethnicity, whatever it may be. A movie is a movie. And it's not based on anybody's identities or personalities or the fact that they look different than us. It's based on a hell of a lot more. And if you can't see that, then you know what? Get the fuck out of my face, because I don't even want to deal with your fucking ass.
We must go deeper. Says who? Shit, that doesn't look very inviting to me. And if you want to go first, go right ahead. Look, man, I'm not exactly the smartest tool in the shed, but I ain't that dumb either. In Insidious, The Red Door, the Blu-ray digital for $24.99. Very nice to see the Lambert family again. Well, kinda, sorta. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't really think that we needed more of their story. I thought it was finished, but I guess coming full circle, yeah, it makes sense. And who doesn't love a little bit more Patrick Wilson love? Who doesn't indeed, man? Because he's become a horror icon Yeah, it's kind of weird to say that, man, but truth be told, if you really think about it, between the Insidious franchise and the Conjuring stuff, and some of the other things he's popped into now and again, actually, yeah, he's been representing horror in a big bad way. Just weird to say that, man, but if you think about it, yeah, it really is, dude. But look, when I think of Patrick Wilson, I ultimately think that he's a very above average actor who's been lucky enough to get in some really great movies and series and work with some amazing people that has really propped him up in a big bad way, man. I mean, I've always loved a lot of his work, going back all the way to, I think, 2005, somewhere around there, with Hard Candy. Dude, have you seen Hard Candy? That is a great movie, man. I'm not gonna lie. There was a part of me for a long time in that movie that thought that she literally cut his dick off. I was like, oh my god. Dude, his dong is gone. I really did. That's a great fucking movie, and Patrick Wilson is fantastic in that. Of course, he's really great in Watchmen. Love that movie, and his role is fantastic. Really brings a lot of great gravitas and emotion and drama to it. So well done, man. Lest we forget, Aquaman? Ah, yes. The aquatic sea prince. Well, he was, until Jason Momoa had to steal his thunder. Damn bastard. Look, I gotta admit, I was never really a fan of that Aquaman movie. It has a lot of problems. I don't think technically Patrick Wilson is one of them, even though I really hated his character. He was a fucking prick. But then again, I guess he was meant to be ultimately to prop up Jason Momoa, so, well, he played it well. Yeah, he did, man, ultimately. So he did a good job. And working with James Wan wasn't half bad because he continued a relationship with The Conjuring. I was playing Ed Warren, man. That was really one of the first times, actually. I mean, I had always really liked Patrick Wilson and a lot of other things, whether it was Moonfall or Midway, The Commuter. He did well for what it was worth. Not a crazy big standout, but nothing terrible either. But playing Ed Warren, man, in those Conjuring movies, he is really good. He's sympathetic and caring and likable, but yet really hardened with his beliefs and wanting to rid these demons of the earth and their evil influence on the kids. And protecting them from horror, man. I mean, he's so good and so believable, man, and you buy into it with him in those Conjuring movies. And he's actually rode off of the success of the whole Conjuring universe, man. He shows up for cameos every now and again, whether it's like in Annabelle or The Nun or some shit. He always comes in every now and again like, yeah, I just have to come in for a scene or two towards the end and I get a paycheck. Shit, why the hell not, dude? I mean, he looked into that big time, and the same with the Insidious franchise, man. I mean, he really was great in Insidious 1 and 2, and like I said, I thought the story was kind of over. I thought it was done, and bringing him back, even though at first I was kind of like, really? I gotta admit, it was kind of clever, man. I mean, truth be told, it had its moments, but even though Patrick Wilson is a fine enough actor, decent at times, solid at best, he's not a director, and that's the ultimate problem with this movie, because he is the one that is not only starring in this, but also directing it at the same time, and he has no experience as a director. Zippity-doo-dah, zero. Look it up on IMDb. It's the truth, guys. I ain't lying. This is his very first directorial effort. And I don't know whether he made a deal because he'd only come back if he directed. I have no idea, man. But if that's the case, why? I mean, if you want directorial experience, direct TV, direct straight to streaming stuff, whatever, man. But a big theatrical horror flick, you might be fine in them, but dude, you don't know how to wring out the horror and the scary and the terrifying and the atmosphere. He's not a James Wan. He's not a Lee Winnell. He's not a Mike Flanagan.
or a lot of the other great horror artists that are directing and really giving you some great entertainment these days. He's not that guy, man. And a lot of the great scares and really great atmospheric moments that were in those earlier Insidious movies is just not here. I mean, the family drama is good for what it is, but as far as it being a very terrifying, scary, and creepy journey into the further, dude, it fails, and not very well at best, man. I mean, you can complain about those later Insidious movies, 3 and 4. I still think they have a lot of really great moments in them and really solid atmospheric scares, you name it, but this doesn't have that. Maybe a little bit here and there, but not to the extent of the other movies. And I think that has to do a lot with Patrick Wilson. I mean, he was doing double duty as an actor and director, and I don't think he really pulled it off, man. Some are really good at doing that. Some are phenomenal at it. Like a Quentin Tarantino, for instance. But Patrick Wilson is not one of those, man. He really isn't. I appreciate the effort, but this is not the way. It really isn't, dude. And look, scary movies, just like comedy, it's all about timing, right? You really need to get the joke precise because you want to be able to really set it up and pay it off in the pitch perfect way possible. And it's the same with horror flicks, about really getting that scare just absolutely right, man. And the quietness, and then BAM! Get you right at the precise moment, man. Absolutely, man. That's what it's all about. Effective horror. And whether you think some of the movies are lesser than or greater than, Insidious franchise has done it better than most, in my honest opinion. And James Wan set it up, and I think a lot of the other directors have really taken that ball and ran with it. But Patrick Wilson just doesn't have the same type of chops, just doesn't really have the horror knowledge or the cred to really feel like he's really doing this franchise a service, more of a disservice than anything else. It just feels like he's not really a fan of horror. He knows that this is a popular series. He knows that he's a popular enough actor. He knows that they need him. So he's like, well, how about I direct? And they're like, oh, he is cheap. So why the hell not, I guess? I mean, look, dude, horror movies sometimes live or die on the fact of whether the director knows what the hell they're doing. In lesser hands, a movie like the original Saw would fail. A movie like the original Conjuring would fail. Insidious would fail. And many other horror movies. And it takes the right director who really knows the material and is really engaged with it, who has really studied the horror genre, that really knows what they're doing to really milk the horror and the scary for what it's worth. And Patrick Wilson doesn't do that, man. And so I just kind of feel like this movie is watered down because of it. Look, the Insidious franchise has never been the best in the horror realm, but it's been really solid, serviceable, and at times pretty goddamn terrifying. And this one just really ultimately let me down, man. The fifth and final in the series goes out with a whimper more than a bang. And, well, if you're going to end your franchise on a high note, well, this ain't it. These are the days of our past lives. Oh, indeed it is. Past Lives, the DVD for $14.99. Man, this was one hell of a tearjerker. God, it really was, man. I don't think I've cried that much in a really, really long time, man. That's how powerful this movie is. And I have to give it up to A24, right? Because I was really looking into this movie. It's got a first-time directorial filmmaker. The main actors in this piece, yeah, she's done a little bit more high-profile stuff than he has, but relatively, they're not really known. They haven't really headlined this type of high-profile movie before. And for a studio to just give them a chance like this and to trust in them, man, that takes a lot of balls. Man, that thing's major huevos. But then again, I'd argue that A24 is so much more than we would have ever imagined it to be, right? Because here I am always thinking, well, A24 is just this weird, quirky studio that does these very oddball horror flicks. I mean, that's what I thought about them for the longest time until I started to see all the stuff that they've done that I didn't realize they ever did. I mean, movies like Room, Moonlight, Swiss Army Man, Lady Bird, 8th Grade, Minari, a lot of these really great dramas and love stories that it kind of opened up my eyes a little bit. I'm like, okay, man, A24 is so much more than just these horror flicks. I mean, yeah, they are the ones that are more high profile than anything else, but they really do give a chance to a lot of these movies that no other studio would do. I mean, let's be real for a second. Do you think Disney would ever finance a movie like this? Universal? I mean, they're busy giving Vin Diesel all the cash to mean mug for the next Fast and Furious movie, the next 10 Fast and Furious fucking movies, dude. I mean, come on, man. I mean, seriously, a lot of these studios just aren't really making a lot of these hard-hitting, exploratory dramas and love stories anymore. They're just not doing it because the big blockbusters are selling. It's all about intellectual property, IP, big franchise names, and that's what they're selling a lot of it to the audience these days. No one's taking a lot of risks or chances. I mean, when A24 put out Everything Everywhere All at Once, everyone was like, dude, what the fuck is this? Until they saw it and they're like, man, this thing is really unique, really fascinating, weird and odd, yeah, but damn is it creative as hell. And no other studio will probably ever give it a chance other than A24, man. So, you know what, look, for me, do I have a lot of problems with A24? Yeah, I do. Trust me, there's moments where A24 fails, and yeah, they fail hard, man. But you want to know what? It's kind of like throwing spaghetti at the wall. Eventually, something's bound to stick, and more often than not, a lot of it really does stick, man. It truly does. I mean, look at their filmography, and it is proof positive that they really are a studio that trusts in filmmakers, trusts in the creative process, and really wants to explore themes and ideas that other studios are just shying away from nowadays, man. I mean, the old school studio systems of the 70s and 80s just aren't here anymore, man. They're getting monopolized, and companies are swallowing each other, and it's getting competitive and brutal, man. And most companies, studios these days just aren't really interested in doing anything new or interesting. But I got to admit, A24 is, and for me, if it says A24, I'm giving it a chance, because if it's movies like Past Lives that is really just an emotional roller coaster and just had me bawling my eyes out, not many movies are able to do that. Movies back in the day in the 80s were able to do that, maybe even some in the 90s, but few and far between nowadays. And Past Lives prove that with the right story and the right connection to the characters, anything is possible. Love stories can still be proven to be a really great tearjerker. You just gotta know how to do it the right way. And whether you love them or hate them, you gotta realize that A24, well, as far as indie studios are concerned, they are the best of the bunch.
The Super Speedster saves the day. No, I'm not talking about the Flash. I'm talking Sonic, the true speedster savior. Yes, indeed, and Sonic, the complete series. The DVD for $14.99. Okay. Nice. A little bit more Sonic love in our lives is never, and I mean never, a bad thing. All 26 episodes. Ooh, yes. I got Dr. Robotnik, Sonic the Hedgehog, Princess Sally Acorn, Rotar, and Bunny, Dulcie, Tails. Oh, man. Dude, I used to love Sonic back in the day, man. I never owned a Sega, but I had friends that did, and man, I would go over and play Sonic like crazy. It was such a awesome experience, man, to play Sonic. And then because those games were so popular, they ended up doing animated series, and
comic books and all that stuff. That was so cool, man. That was so great back in the day. And Sonic is actually even more popular now than it was a long time ago, with the movies and even more series and I think like toys and comic books. I mean, it's become a whole franchise unto itself. And who would have thought when that first Sonic game came out that it would be as popular as it is? But I'm kind of glad it survived, man. The character is so great and the world of Sonic is so wonderful, man, and imaginative. So cool. So great, man. I don't know if this series is necessarily for me. It's more kids, which is cool. But hey, if more kids embrace Sonic, that can never be a bad thing, right? Not at all, man. Hopefully Sonic will catch the rings for many years to come, because Sonic's a pretty cool-ass character that every kid, whatever generation you may come from, past and future, absolutely. It's just too cool not to, right?
I command you, demon, be gone!
Well, that would work if I was actually Christian. Yeah, trying to get rid of a demon like this would probably be good if I wasn't a Jew. In The Exorcist, the 4K digital for $26.99. A little bit of Exorcism Love 4K style, anybody? Oh, you bet your ass it is. Nice. The classic. The best exorcism movie ever, that will ever exist. Yeah, there's some that kind of get close, but they can't beat the master. Oh, they can't indeed, man. The supernatural masterpiece, more powerful than ever in 4K. You bet your ass, baby. But is there something wrong here? Because, look, The Exorcist is a classic. It's a monumental, iconic film. And damn, did they do it dirty. I mean, look at this cover, man. This cover is shit. I mean, I like the fact that Reagan is writhing around in pain and her white eyes and help me, Father. I mean, I like that shit. The problem is that, dude, that's the best artwork we could come up with for the fucking Exorcist? Seriously? I mean, damn, dude. Whoever came up with this artwork, I'm just saying, pink slip? I mean, shit, dude. I could have done a hell of a lot better, man, and I'm not much of a graphic artist or an artiste in any way, shape, or form. And damn it, I could have done a hell of a lot better, man. You're celebrating The Exorcist, and you do this? Well, at least the 4K's out. Can't say the artwork's good, but, well, you're just gonna have to deal with it. Sorry, folks. You really will, man. Shame, shame indeed. But hey, The Exorcist love in 4K can never be a bad thing. Shitty artwork and all, to be honest. But hey, it is what it is, man. Look, this movie is amazing. It is absolutely astonishing. And it is one of the most horrific and downright creepy and demented films of all time. And you gotta really understand why. Because when this movie came out, nobody had seen anything like this. And it just shocked audiences to the core, man. People were puking, passing out, praying to the Lord Savior himself. Oh my God, I need to cleanse myself. I mean, literally, look it up, dude. There is news footage on YouTube that is fascinating as shit, man. It was wild back in the day, man. And people just had never really had an experience like this. The idea of this sweet girl who is getting corrupted by this satanic, demonic entity that wants to take her innocence and her soul, man. And it was so believable and intense and dark, and man, it was just this crazy wild ride that you wanted to get off of, but you couldn't because you were just so entranced by it, man. I mean, that's what this movie was. And still to this day, it's hella entertaining, and it's one of those really fascinating explorations of good versus evil, man. It's just so fucking awesome. And it goes to all of the actors and the director and the writers, you name it, man. Everybody really just gave it their all to make this absolutely twisted experience. And damn, did they pull it off, man. William Peter Blatty, William Friedkin, everybody involved, the actors, you name it, man. It's still, to this very day, is a really powerful and monumental experiences to watch, man. You know where you were the first time you fucking experienced The Exorcist, man. You know, because it's one of those cinematic journeys that you take where you're just like, dude, man, I knew this was going to be messed up, but fuck. Exactly, man. And I've always had a lot of love for The Exorcist, and one of the reasons why I have, true story, guys, my mother and father, their very first date that they ever went on, I'm not even kidding you, at the drive-in, was watching The Exorcist. All right? Dead true. I'm not even fucking with y'all, okay? It is exactly like that. And I was like, oh my God, dude, really? Seriously? The Exorcist? Just like, yeah. And I'm like, whoa. Yeah. I came from pretty cool parents. I ain't gonna lie, man. I ain't gonna lie indeed, dude. That's so great, man. It kind of explains why I'm such a big horror lover as it is, man. Because they were back in the day, and they just sort of transferred it on to the next in the generational line. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they absolutely did, and damn glad for it, man. Look, we've gotten so many huge spectacle blockbuster CGI exorcism films in the years since The Exorcist, right? I mean, with the twisting of the bodies and the transformations and all the giant, as demon, we will take you down, repent, and all the shit flying all over the place and the madness, and oh my God, man, oh, it's bigger and badder and better. But is it though? Because there's something about the more simplistic approach to The Exorcist that feels more genuine. It didn't feel like you were watching a movie necessarily. It felt like you were watching real life, and you were praying and watching helplessly as this little girl is just taken over by this evil entity, and you're just rooting for the priest to just do whatever they can to help this girl and her family. And that's what makes it such a powerhouse film to this day, man. So many decades later, the fact that it still has that effect on people and that power speaks volumes of this movie, man. And no exorcism film, in my honest opinion, even though there's a lot of really good ones out there, has ever really come close to it. They haven't, man. And so, to me, there's certain movies in certain genres or subgenres of horror that is pretty much the mic drop, right? You look at a shark movie like Jaws. That's a mic drop movie where there will never be a movie like that again. It's that good. It is the best within that genre, and everybody else is just aping off of it. And it's the same way with The Exorcist. Yes, there may be a lot of exorcism films that have come since The Exorcist and will continue to. Some may do the trick better than others, some might fall flat on their ass, but none are ever going to have the same type of impact and the cultural zeitgeist that this movie had, man. This is a mic drop movie because it's just that goddamn good, man. It truly honestly is, and there's no denying it. There really isn't. And whether you have the Blu-ray or now the 4K or a DVD, VHS, who gives a shit? As long as you have this in the collection, you definitely got a lot of horror cred. Oh, you do indeed, man. Not bad. And a few special features to boot, the extended director's cut, the original theatrical version. I gotta admit, man, I like the theatrical better. It's not that I don't like the director's cut necessarily. I don't know. The spider walk and a few other things just didn't really do it for me. But that being said, though, hey, whichever version of Exorcist you want to watch, it still is fucking killer because, man, I'm kind of glad I'm Jewish because if I had to have a demonic entity inside of me, having a rabbi try to help me out, yeah, I don't know if that's gonna do the trick. Hey, who realized that prison is the best rehabilitation for you? Well, that's if you're a murderous, rampaging weirdo. Maybe then you might actually be normal. But if you're normal and you go into prison, yeah, something tells me that you'll come out even more fucked up. But thankfully for Brian Cox, he's well on his way to recovery. Well, that's if he survives cancer. Okay, it's not really looking good. I was trying to look on the bright side, but yeah, there really is no bright side. Sorry, man. In Prisoner's Daughter, the Blu-ray for $14.99. And speaking of the thespian himself, Brian Cox, let's talk about this guy because yes, he is amazing in this movie. Phenomenal. He brings it. But then again, I'd argue that he brings it every freaking time he steps onto the screen. He's just that good, man. I think the first time I ever really noticed him was in Manhunter. Dude, do you remember that movie? Okay, look. When it comes to Hannibal Lecter, Anthony Hopkins will always be my Lecter, okay? That's just the truth. Laying it down right there, man. But Brian Cox was mesmerizing as Hannibal, man. He was awesome. I mean, just for a one go of it, dude, hands down, he killed it. He's fantastic. In fact, for some people, he is their favorite Lecter. And I can't quite say I blame him, man, because he is really good. Of course, there's also Braveheart and the Bourne movies he was really good in. Super Troopers. Oh, man. I love him in Super Troopers 1 and 2. He's so great. Oh, man. He's really funny, and he keeps up with the other people, and he has some good, solid laughs in that, man. Not only can he really play drama and thrillers, but he's actually pretty damn good at comedy, too. Not bad. I mean, also with movies like Troy and Trick or Treat. Oh, he's so great in that movie, man. Playing the crotchety old man that hates Halloween and is confronted by Sam. You don't want to cross Sam. You don't. And he tried, and well, he fucked around and he found out, didn't he? Oh, he really did, man. He's so good in that. I love him in X-Men 2, X-Men United. So great as Stryker, man. God damn, he's phenomenal. I love him in that movie. Of course, he's done a lot of other really great flicks. Even a little bit of TV love with Succession. Look, I have not seen a single bit of Succession, but I have seen clips online here and there, and yeah, the guy brings it. He really is phenomenal, at least from the clips that I've seen, and pretty much everybody is saying the same thing. He's really, really fucking solid, man. So it doesn't matter whether he's playing in horror or thrillers or dramas or even the TV. He stands alone in being a really phenomenal actor, because when you are on the screen with him, you know that you are getting excellence. You know that the actor that's next to him has to bring it just as good as he does, because he's just that damn good, man. I mean, I love him in even old school movies like Chain Reaction with Keanu Reeves, or even Glimmer Man from 1996. Remember that movie with Steven Seagal? Yeah, that piece of shit. Yeah, he was even in that, man. Maybe you didn't remember it, but regretfully I do.
Oh, goddamn, man. Look, this guy could literally read me the phone book, and I'd be like, damn, that's some fascinating shit. He really does. And even in straight to Blu-ray DVD movies here, where maybe you don't need to bring it as much as the high prestige stuff, he still electrifies, man. He's just that fucking great. And he elevates everything that he does. Truthfully, that is what a real artiste is all about, man. Whether it's the biggest roles or the littlest roles, big high profile blockbuster movies or straight to DVD and Blu-ray fare, you got to give it your all every single time. Can you say the same for John Travolta? Can you say the same for John Cusack? Can you say the same for Steven Seagal or Jean-Claude Van Damme or Emile Hirsch or all those straight to DVD punks? No, not really. But you can for Brian Cox. Ah, hell yeah, you can, baby. Not bad at all, and not bad for the physical media love. Damn, dude. Target don't be killing it this week, man. Pretty solid. You know what, man? I love it when they be bringing it, and they be doing their due diligence like a motherfucker. Ah, yes. Target be doing their due diligence yet again with the physical media love. Of course they are, man. And this week, yeah, they are definitely showing it and proving it in a big, big bad way. Not half bad, but yeah, you may show off the physical media appreciation and the goodies, and yeah, I can't complain about that, but there is something that I can complain about, and it's right here, guys. Now, do you see something that's a little bit amiss, a little bit wrong? What do you see in this section? You see books, right? Books, and books, and books, and more books. Now, what was previously in this aisle right here? It was movies. And now the movies are all gone, guys. That's serious. So, all they have now is that little island right there full of movies. And they have these little sections right over here, guys. This little end cap right there, and of course this little end cap right here, and okay, that end cap doesn't have, that's all books, but oh, there's more movies over here. So it's kind of like a little bit over here, a little bit over there, but generally speaking, they ended up reducing it in a big bad way, dude. So Target has lessened the physical media even more. Yeah, you know, guys, look, I've been hearing rumors about Target lessening the physical media. Some Targets downright aren't even carrying physical media anymore. And, well, my Target proves that the rumors are kinda true, man. God damn, man. Yeah, it really honestly sucks very badly, dude. I don't know what to say, man. I mean, I was hoping that the physical media would stay just a little bit longer and that we wouldn't have to deal with a lot of the uncertainty, but we're back to the uncertainty again, man. Look, I know that physical media is dying in retail stores. I kind of get it. But every so often there's a little bit of hope that I've seen that kind of gives me at least a little bit of a boost to realize that, okay, it's not quite dead yet. And then this happens with Target, where I'm literally thinking to myself, okay, we're back to square one again. So I don't know what to think. I don't know where physical media is going here at Target. Maybe this is really the last year. Maybe sometime in the next year that maybe this will be the last gasp of physical media. Who knows, man? I don't know what the future holds for retail physical media. I don't know what it holds for Target. They don't tell me shit, dude. I talk to the electronics manager and he just gets whatever orders that come down from the home office. You know what I mean? Headquarters tells him what to do. So honestly, they're pretty much doing more books and books and books and books. And physical media in retail stores is slowly but surely kind of dying and not really selling as much as they want. Maybe they'll always have the new releases, but something tells me that they're going to cut down the physical media even more. If they've already done it now, they've taken out whole aisles, and this was the last aisle that had it. Something tells me that they're going to dwindle it down even more, man. You know, nothing surprises me anymore.
I've been through the ringer with physical media over the years and seeing stores completely get wiped off the face of the planet, and others that used to have rows and rows and rows of movies and now are just down to small little aisles. It's that simple, dude. It really honestly is. So, yes, you may have shown off the physical media love, and thank you for that, Target, but you kind of bummed me out because, yeah. You know, last week it wasn't like this. And now this week, total shocker. So you never know what's going to happen. Cherish physical media while it's here, guys. In your stores, that you can have it in your physical hands and actually go into a retail location and buy it, because those days, I hate to admit it, are slowly but surely dying, and Target is proof positive of it. It really is, dude. So yet another store that's lowering the physical media. Let's hope this is the last, but something tells me it's not. But hey, gotta stay power of positivity, like I gotta end up keeping the faith, even though it's tough at times. Hey, Target still did their due diligence, even though they kind of wiped some of the physical media away. They still had the love, and that's all that matters, at least for the time being. Let's hope they kind of keep it going. Let's hope they do, man, because all signs are pointing in the negative direction. But hey, we'll take it week to week, put it that way, guys. But hey, at least they had the love, and well, at least there was that, and that kind of makes me a very happy physical media boy. Kinda not. But hey, I'll take what I can get, guys. But hey, they definitely had the goodies, and they had the appreciation, and they definitely were keeping their pace with Walmart just a wee bit. I'll take what I can get, man. I truly will. But not half bad for the Target love. But let's go to another place that hopefully will have more physical media worth checking out. All right, everybody. We are at our third location, the second Walmart. I'm going to go and check out if there's any interesting indie titles worth checking out, which most likely there isn't. But hey, I'm going to give it a go anyways. But if there is, I will bring it back to Film Fan 108 HQ and show it out to each and every one of you. But before I do that, I've got to talk about a trailer with you guys. And some houses are just born evil. And if you buy it, well, I hate to say it, it's on your ass. In Night Swim, yes. Another horror movie coming very soon to movie theaters for you to enjoy. Let's hope it's a good one, ladies and gentlemen. But to be fair, I didn't really know anything about this movie. I was in the movie theater with John. The trailer comes up, and it's basically a very basic trailer. Family moves into this home. There's this pool. This chick and some other dude gets in the pool, and they're playing Marco Polo, and he's like, hey, I'm gonna kind of, get out of here and sort of play a prank on her. Well, yeah, that's all well and good, but I think one demonic or ghostly entity has other ideas, and so she's getting stalked by somebody in the pool, man, and that's pretty much what the trailer is. And I'll be honest with you that the trailer looks okay for what it is, man. I mean, when I see something like that, and okay, it's a malevolent force, and the house has a dark past, like, all I'm thinking about is Poltergeist, right? Or at least movies like Poltergeist. And this movie doesn't seem like it's breaking a trend or that it's reinventing the wheel. It's doing none of that, guys. And that's okay. That's fine to do. You can do the tried and true method, and you can still get good results out of it. We'll see where this goes, man. Look, I love horror movies, but I will freely admit that a lot of these new horror movies that are coming out nowadays, the characters are getting shortchanged, the story is getting shortchanged, the horror is getting shortchanged, and I understand that we're just putting cookie cutter product out there to put cookie cutter product out, right? Just the quick turnaround of it all. And there have been exceptions of really great horror movies in recent memory that have bucked the trend. But I kind of feel like more often than not, we're just getting tired old concepts and they're not doing anything new with them. Will Night Swim be different? I'd like to think it will be, guys. Potentially. Hopefully, we'll see, man. I like the fact of a very ominous being in the pool and this thing is slowly but surely stalking you and playing games with you. I like that. And it may be a little bit more effective with the horror. I don't know. For me, as I get older, I'm not as much into the wham bam thank you ma'am as I'm into more calculated and taking its time style horror. I like that stuff, man. And I know sometimes people think it's slow and it's boring, but you know, when you're younger, you're somebody that likes the real gut punch horror. And I still do to this day, but I like something that's a little more taking its time and reveling in the evil and the sinisterness of it, man. There's something about that that's really creepy and atmospheric if well done. That's if. And we'll see whether Night Swim does the trick or not. The trailer was effective. I'll give them that. But look, a trailer is a trailer. The real movie is the test. And we'll see if that happens or not. Look, I'm all for good horror. I want good horror. But I'm slowly also realizing that the old shit is really fucking solid. And the new shit, at times, can at least challenge the old stuff. But most of the time, the new stuff doesn't hold a candle to the old shit. So can Night Swim prove that an old concept can be reinvented in new ways? Well, I guess only time will tell. I guess we'll have to see, guys. Definitely let me know what you think about the trailer. I thought it was pretty effective, but I'm also a guy that knows better and knows to wait and see until the results fully come in. Let me know what you guys think. But in the meantime, well, does the second Walmart have physical media oddity gold? Not so sure about that, but, well, how about we go in and check it out?
All right, everybody, in at the good old second Walmart. I say good old, but do I really actually mean it? Seriously, because this year has not been good for the good old second Walmart. That is for damn sure, man. They have really fallen short of expectations in a big bad way, and here I am yet again back because I'm thinking to myself, oh, this is going to be the week where we're going to have the physical media love, because it has been banging at the stores. Walmart, Target, they've been carrying the physical media appreciation. So I'm thinking, well, if it's this big of a physical media week, if there's so much stuff out there, it's got to be the same for the second Walmart, right? This is the week. You want to know what? The truth is, you're dead ass wrong. God damn, again. Nothing, nada, no how. Hell, they don't even have some of the same shit that they had at the first Walmart. Yeah, it's that bad. Oh God, it really is. So no physical media bizarro, weirdos, oddities, you name it. Big old fat goose egg, man. Maybe next time. I am the ever hopeful optimist, and I'd like to think that they will turn it around at some point. When is anybody's guess? And I'm not even gonna predict that shit. Not at all, dude. So, thus, here I am, yet again, and my hopes and dreams are just crashed like a motherfucker. I want that weirdo oddity shit that I can just roast on, because I'm running low, man. I'm on fumes at this point, so let's hope that they change it around. Good God, please. I'll take anything at this point. Well, hope and pray for next time, but this time ain't got shit, and so why stick around when they got nothing to show off? How about we hopefully go to a place that will have the physical media love? I'm really hoping. All right, everybody, we are at our fourth and final location, and physical media has been pretty darn sweet this week, but you know what's even sweeter? If we find it at your local bookstore. Yeah, I know I'm old, but hell, even bookstores that have physical media get me all kind of excited. They really do, dude. And you know where we are at, and that is number 10. Yes. Barnes and Nobles, baby. B&N for hopefully more physical media love. Lord knows we've seen enough of it already, and I'd like to think that Barnes & Noble is going to supply it all the same. Let's hope and pray, but I think we're going to have some good stuff ahead. Power of positivity. How about we go in and check it all out? All right, everybody, we are in at Barnes & Nobles, and look, we've got physical media appreciation.
Something that the second Walmart clearly cannot say for the time being. Let's wash our bad taste out of that and head into some physical media love. Why not, baby, with Insidious, The Red Door. Is the DVD digital for $35. Well, if you're going to the further, do you really need your money? That's one thing you definitely don't need. That's for damn sure, baby. Yeah. It ends where it all began. The fifth and final Insidious movie. Well, is it really the final one? Because we know that franchises are never really dead, right? They just kind of lay dormant until we decide to resurrect them. They're cold, dead husk of a corpse, and see if we can get a little bit more mileage out of it. Yes, that's been many, many franchises, and something tells me 5-10 years down the line, we'll probably get the same with Insidious, right? At least I can kind of see it happening, man. But for the time being, Jason Blum and all of them have said, look, this is the end. This is the last one, and it's been fun. It's been a good ride, but nice to end on a higher note instead of a lower note. But then again, I'd argue that even though this movie made a lot of money at the box office, it's not exactly the high point of the franchise at this point either, because I can almost argue to you, is any fifth film in a franchise, especially for horror, really the high point of the series? I mean, some maybe, but a lot of times no. Look at Friday the 13th. When Part 5 happened, wait a minute, wasn't Part 4 supposed to be the final chapter? Yeah, it was supposed to be, but fuck, we like money. And so they made Part 5 A New Beginning, and a lot of people got really pissed by that film because, oh, Jason Voorhees is back. Well, spoiler alert, he wasn't really back. It was Roy, the ambulance driver. What? Yeah. Shame, guys. I know Jason Voorhees wouldn't come back until Part 6, but fooled you. They faked you out. I don't know in the best way possible, but yeah, they did. And a lot of people were really, really, really upset by that shit, man. And for a long time, that movie was very maligned within the fan community, right? And I think only years later, after a lot of therapy and a lot of other movies, I think we've come to kind of appreciate it for what it is. It's definitely a redheaded stepchild within the series, but there's a lot to actually really like about that movie. The idea of Tommy and him getting older and his obsession with Jason, but more the psychology of it, which I thought was really fascinating and interesting, and how he thinks he's seeing Jason, but maybe he's not, and is it really him, or is it just the figment of his imagination? Like, I like that, and the characters are really odd and weird and quirky as shit, man. And it's kind of a sleazy movie, too, within the franchise. It's got some interesting elements to it. Is it a complete dumpster fire? No. Is it the best of the franchise? Not really, but I guess, they just wanted to make it for the sake of making money. But they also realized that they were hindered by the fact that Jason got killed in Part 4, so they're like, what do we do necessarily? Yeah, well, they tried. And I kind of think, looking back on it, it's an interesting entry. Can't say it's the best, but actually over the years I've kind of appreciated it a lot. I really have, man. Or look at Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5. Alright, I will freely admit that the franchise was getting a little bit more goofy, a little bit more full of itself. We were relying on more of the Freddy jokes than we were actually the horror. Even though I was really liking the personality of Freddy, I'll freely admit it. And look, Part 5 is not a bad movie. I like the idea of the chick being pregnant and Freddy wanting his essence inside the child. I mean, it's actually not bad. The problem is, by this point, they were kind of running out of ideas, and Part 5 definitely felt that way. It kind of felt like, okay, we're starting to really spin our wheels here, and yeah, trying to find new and clever ways, it was getting not so easy. On top of that, the franchise, yes, was still horror, and Freddy was still killing people, but it was getting way more comedic, and you weren't really scared of Freddy as much as you used to be back in the day. So yeah, part 5, even though I do enjoy it, even though I like some of the kills and the personalities and the final girl, and I like, well, come on, I mean, I always like Robert Englund as Freddy, but it did feel like, yeah, this does need to end, man. And once you got to part 6, Freddy's Dead, dude, that movie is hot garbage. I know there's people that like that, but dude, I'm not really ultimately a fan. I hate to say it. Yeah, it's got its moments, but not really all that good. Part 5 to me kind of feels like the end. Let's finish it up. Let's wrap it up. Let's end it here. You know what I mean, man? Or let's talk about Mikey Myers. Part 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers. Yes, look. Again, diminishing returns. Same thing with a lot of these franchises, right? We're introducing some wild elements to try to keep the momentum going, but we're really just running out of gas. The idea of the telepathic link between Jamie and Michael, or the story beat of the Thorn called the Man in Black. Yeah, so we're starting to get into that shit, man. Oh, man. Jesus Christ, dude. Anything to keep Michael going, man. We're just sort of pumping him with as much drugs as we possibly can. Come on, we gotta keep this franchise going. Like, just trying our best, man. Oh, jeez, dude. You know, it's not a bad movie necessarily. I mean, there is some characters that are real pieces of shit, man, that I just fucking hate in that movie. But some of the kills are actually pretty decent. But I gotta admit, man, even Loomis is like a mean old son of a bitch at this point, dude. God damn, dude, he was just like really angry all the fucking time. He's just yelling at little kids and shit. Oh, Lord, dude. Look, it's not really the most terrible in the franchise, but you were kind of feeling a little bit like been there, done that, and what are we doing next with this goddamn thing, dude? And there's so many franchises that are like that, dude. And we're here with Insidious at this point. I mean, did we really need the Lambert family again? No. Did we really need to try to explain certain reasonings from the earlier films? No, not necessarily, but hey, we gotta keep it going. So what else do we got? Oh, we already explained the whole Lynn Shay and how she got into the whole further thing and the psychic stuff. Okay, we did that. What else we got? I mean, that's a lot of times with these franchises, dude. And it's weird to say that the 5th film starts to feel like it really is running out of gas, but if you really look at it, if you really study a lot of these horror franchises, once you get to part 5, it really is one of those ones of like, either shit or get off the crapper, man. I mean, it really is one of those instances. Even look at Scream. Look, man, I know a lot of people like Scream 5, but I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. Scream 5 feels, again, been there, done that, and not done nearly as good as the earlier shit. And yeah, it's trying to keep the franchise going, and it did. We got part 6 here, and unfortunately a part 7, but is it really as memorable or even as good as the earlier shit? And if you really think about it, no. And it's the same thing with Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, Halloween, Hellraiser. I can go on and on and on and freaking on, man. These franchises just don't know when to say quit, don't know when to wave the white flag. At least, well, at the very least, Jason Blum says, look, man, we're done. I mean, hey, we could come back later on, and something tells me they definitely will, but they're like, yeah, we're running out of story ideas, and we know it. And if we keep this thing going, it's just gonna turn into a joke. Maybe it already has, but I'd argue that at least there's a little bit of integrity in it. I don't think this movie is very good, and I kind of feel like we should have probably ended with part 4. Some people argue we should have ended with part 2. Hey, regardless, I think Insidious does have some really good moments within the franchise, and I think that over time, a horror franchise, one of the things that horror franchises lose over time is their ability to be scary and creepy and actually effective in being a really great horror entity. At some point, you lose that momentum. You have it very early on, and then as each installment passes, it becomes less and less and less. And at a certain point, you have to learn, look, we're done. Yeah, would we like to make more money? Yeah, would we like to capitalize more on this? Sure, but we've got to know when to just say, hey, it's been a great run, we're out. Not many franchises are able to do that. At least give Insidious the Red Door some credit, even if it's only a little bit. Just saying, man. You do get past, present, further, and a possessed director. Well, Patrick Wilson, I think, needed to be possessed because he might have made a better movie. Oh, just saying, man. Look, it ain't terrible, but at this point, I'm just kind of over it. I like the Insidious franchise, but just let sleeping dogs lie. You've had your time in the sun, you've had your 15 minutes, move on and learn from your lessons. But as we know with horror franchises, that will never, ever happen.
Animation reigns supreme with Elemental and Ruby Gillman Teenage Kraken. Well, one of them does. The Blu-ray DVD digital of Elemental for $36.99. For a little Pixar goodness, that ain't half bad. But then again, the same price for Ruby Gillman, and yeah, I don't think that one deserves it so much, man. I mean, look, let me be honest with you guys, is that not every animated movie is created equal, and that's just the honest truth. And Pixar does do it better than DreamWorks. They just honestly do. And it's not to essentially hate on them as a studio or anything, because they're not a bad. I mean, look, How to Train Your Dragon, Shrek, amazing movies, and they've done some great animation over the years. But I think ultimately it depends on the characters, it depends on the story, it depends on the humor and how you're able to convey it. Look, as I've told you guys so many times and continue to tell you, that children's entertainment is so vast and there's so much to watch and to just swallow up as your kids are developing and learning and taking in new content every single day, every single week, every single month, every single year. And nowadays you really have to make yourself stand out amongst the crowd, and where one succeeds, another doesn't. Let me put it to you this way, guys. I have heard more people talk about Elemental than Ruby Gillman Teenage Kraken. Why is that? Well, you could argue that this is Disney, and Disney is more high profile, and it's Pixar. Fair enough. However, I'd also argue that it's the better movie, and the idea that it's got humor in there that everyone can relate to, and characters that you really feel a connection and emotion towards, and the designs are really clever and unique, and it's got a really great backdrop and messaging to it with the idea of the immigration story and a great love connection. There's so many great things here. With this, it's just your typical superficial teenage tale that tries to go for the heart and fails, man. I mean, look, the animation is good in both movies, but where one connects with audiences, another one doesn't. And look, you either impress audiences or you fail miserably and you're forgotten and no one remembers your ass. Look, in about a year's time, what movie is going to be remembered? It's going to be Elemental. It's not going to be Ruby Gillman. And also, it's a little long of a title, you know what I mean? I mean, when you're talking about a movie, you want to be able to actually be like, okay, Elemental, cool. Ruby Gillman, Teenage, Kraken, Ruby Gillman. You know what I mean, man? It's just a little bit of a mouthful. You need to have a strategy when you're going into an animated movie. You need a strategy knowing that, okay, if we're going to be developing this thing, because look, animated movies don't just come out of nowhere. They have to be developed over years with the story and the designs and casting and the voice performance, you name it. It takes at least maybe
2, dare I say 3, 4 plus years to invest in an animated movie from the moment of conception to the moment when it actually hits theaters and people get to see the damn thing. And so that's a lot of hard work to go into it. And some really know how to understand the animation realm and to try to be ahead of the trends, and other people just simply don't. One can be for the family, and another can be for tweens that aren't really going to be watching this shit. Look, I want DreamWorks to succeed. I want them to be absolute success stories, and they've had a few of them. But if you're really comparing the two, it's apples to oranges at best. Hey, they can both be tasty, but one might taste a little bit better than the other, and this one tends to do the trick, man. Look, Disney is not all that great. They have their problems. I, chief among them, know a lot, okay? But that being said, when they put out a good movie, it has to be recognized, and Elemental is absolutely one of those movies. And when a studio ends up falling flat on their face with an animated movie that doesn't work, you gotta call that out too, man. You gotta take the good with the bad. Animated movies are not always perfect. They're not always my jam, but where one really makes me believe in the power of animated movies, another one makes me believe that they're just not for me. Two totally different entities, two totally different results, man. It is what it is, dude. You got deleted scenes, super Seagirl besties, okay? Make your own aquarium, interesting. That. Elementals got Ember and Wade, next up Element City, filmmaker commentary, deleted scenes, okay. Actually, they both have some decent special features among them. Of course, Elemental has a little bit better, just because they are just a little bit better overall. Anyways, just saying, man, look, animated movies are always going to be somewhat complicated when it comes to the overall entertainment factor, right? Because are you making animated movies just for the kids, for tweens, for the whole family? Because I think the best animated movies out there are the ones that really cater to all quadrants. Kids, adults, families, you name it. And when you limit your viability, your visibility, you get Ruby Gillman. I'll take Element City every day over Teenage Krakens. What do you think?
Fantasy and live action collide in The Little Mermaid, yes.
The DVD for $30, the Blu-ray for $37. Either way you look at it, that's too fucking high. Jesus Christ, it is. Holy shit, man. But then again, this is Disney, and, well, let's be real. If we've learned one thing over the years, that Disney certainly isn't cheap. That's for damn sure, man. But then again, when it comes to live-action remakes, I think they've proven that they're willing to spend the money, and if you like it, well, you're gonna have to shell out the cash too. Oh, yes, indeed, man. You know, the live-action remakes, they are kind of a conundrum overall, man, because what do you really do with them? And I don't know if Disney has necessarily 100% truly figured it out, man, because there's live-action remakes that will kind of stray from what the animated movie did, stray away from the formula a little bit, try to do their own thing. And when they stray too far, audiences complain. When you end up doing a shot-for-shot remake, people complain. So, what is necessarily the best of both worlds? I mean, when you have something like a Dumbo, I think people kind of complain that it strayed a little bit too far. It didn't reel it in, or it didn't have that magical sense of wonder like the original Dumbo had. Then again, you get Tim Burton, who's not exactly about magical wonders. You know, he's a great filmmaker, but
I think him and Dumbo just did not really mix, all things considered, dude. But then again, you look at a live-action remake like Lion King, and that was literally shot for shot. It's the same movie, just in live-action form, and the animated movie did it so much better. You connected with that movie so much more. And you're like, why am I watching this goddamn thing if it's the same thing that I can just watch the animated movie and they do it a hell of a lot more effectively? Why the fuck am I here, man? Yeah, two ends of the spectrum. But then again, I'd argue that a movie like Aladdin did it perfectly, man. They ended up adhering to the source material. They ended up respecting it, but at the same time doing enough different that it felt like you weren't watching a carbon copy, but at the same time they weren't disrespecting the material that came before it either. And I thought Guy Ritchie did an amazing job with that. Will Smith as the genie, phenomenal. I think everybody, amazing job with that movie, dude. But then again, most of the live action remakes are good but not great. Cinderella is decent for what it is. Actually better than I was hoping it was going to be, because I was really expecting that to be a real big piece of shit, but it actually wasn't bad. Beauty and the Beast, it has moments that I like. The movie's not bad, it's decent overall, but God, the animated movie is so much better. Of course, even a live action one like Lady and the Tramp, the animated one is so much better, dude. So it is kind of like a pick your poison scenario. What type of live action remake do you really want? I'd rather have something like Aladdin that I think opens itself up for creativity and doing new and interesting things and bringing in new songs and ideas and characters and scenarios, but also keeping the classics, keeping what people loved about the material intact, man. But Disney doesn't always do that either, man. But then again, some people are like, why are we even doing these live action remakes, right? Because the animated movies are so good that to just do another live action scenario, okay, great, you get new fans of the material, new kids on board with this story that maybe they haven't watched before, because like I said earlier, there is so much children's entertainment out there that is splashed on the screen in so many different forms and entities that sometimes you can't get to the old school shit. I mean, you'd like to, but there's so much new stuff that is just invading your eyeballs that it's not easy. So why not reintroduce this story to a new generation of kids out there that might not know it? Fair enough. It's tough, man. You know, me as an old school lover of Disney, growing up with things like The Little Mermaid and Aladdin and Cinderella and Beauty and the Beast and all those great old school classics that I cherish and love, seeing some of these live action remakes butcher it has been kind of painful to watch. But then again, every now and again there is one that comes along that is a real great pleasant surprise. Look, let's put it this way. Disney is not ending the live action train anytime soon. This movie made an okay amount of money at the box office. It wasn't great, nor was it incredibly terrible either, but it could have been better. But they're not going to learn their lessons. They're going to continue. God knows we're probably going to get a hell of a lot more. I don't know what's next. I kind of don't want to know. Alright? But I will say this. The Little Mermaid was way better than it had any right to be, man. I mean, the songs are still infectiously fun and well performed. I thought the performances were really solid. The directing was pretty decent as well. It's just certain story elements and characters and moments that were really great from the original animated movie that were kind of left behind. But then again, I don't want a shot-for-shot remake either, so it is tough at the end of the day, man. Look, this could have been a dumpster fire, and it wasn't. It could have been better, but it wasn't. Middle of the road, but then again, I'd argue middle of the road for the live-action Disney movies is actually pretty good. I mean, they ain't half bad, man. As far as special features go, we've got Hotter Under the Water, song breakdowns, the scuttlebutt on sidekicks, passing the dingle hopper? What the? Hey, it's got some special features, alright, and that's the most important part about it. But look, at the end of the day, man, I don't know if I was ever fully on board the live action remake train. I wasn't, and even I was like, why are we doing this? But there's been examples that have proven that it is possible to make a great live action counterpart to the original animated movie. And then there's other ones that really prove the point that, why the fuck are we even doing this, man? I don't think The Little Mermaid is a dumpster fire in either the fact of, hey, why are we doing this? Or, hey, we've got to praise this thing because it's really unique and way better than the animated movie. It's not one way or another. It's a nice little movie that doesn't take away from the animated movie, but you kind of walk away thinking that was a pretty good experience and I'm glad I watched it, right? It's not all either a complete trash fire or complete praising. Sometimes you can have a little nice movie that goes right the middle of the road. I know that as movie lovers, we don't always want to have that. We either want to have greatness or complete shit-tastic. And sometimes right in the middle is a perfect sweet spot. Little Mermaid proved that, yeah, that sweet spot, it is possible. Not always achievable, but for this mermaid, I think her talents prove that she still got what it takes to entertain and excite an audience, even in live action form.
Let's dance and do 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 do. Let's dance and do 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 with Moon Age Day and Dream. Criterion Love.
Who doesn't love David Bowie, man? Seriously. And if you don't, you really need your head checked, dude. You seriously do, man. You got the Blu-ray and the 4K love as well on Criterion. Nice. God, I love that cover, man. That is so good. Nice. More new Criterion to appreciate. You gotta love it. Oh, you do indeed. Nice. I believe this is the documentary tribute to David Bowie. I think it is. Yeah, it is, man. God, I don't think I ever got a chance to watch this, man. I mean, I think I watched clips online, and I know I saw the trailer in movie theaters, and it really captivated me, but I never got a chance to actually sit down and watch the whole thing. And I know, me as a David Bowie lover, I should be goddamn ashamed of myself, but I heard this was really good, man. It's really just a great amalgamation of what made Bowie so great. And I can't wait to dive into this thing, man. And Criterion love is well worth it, man. As a Bowie lover, I definitely do have to pick this up, but lest we forget that there is a half-off Criterion sale coming up relatively soon, so it's on the list. Put it that way, it definitely is, man. But that is the one I definitely want to watch, and as a Bowie lover, absolute must have. I'll just wait for 50% off, just saying, man. But from Bowie to a little bit of stash love, yes, with Tom Selleck and Blue Bloods, the 13th season. Oh my god, man, seriously? Wow, 13 fucking seasons of this show. Hey, somebody must be watching the shit. Somebody must, dude. Oh, man, I don't watch this, to be fair. I really don't. This isn't my jam, dude, but this is CBS. CBS loves these procedural shows, man. Whether it's CSI or Blue Bloods or NCIS, my God, man, they just love these long-running shows. And I got to admit, if you are a lucky enough actor to get on these shows, whether it's like Scott Bakula or William Peterson or Tom Selleck here, you are actually pretty goddamn solid to have a job for the next like 10 to 15 years. I mean, really, because these shows just print money, man. People just love coming back week after week after week as they solve new crimes and new mysteries, and you know, you're with your favorite characters week in and week out. I mean, who doesn't love that shit? That's appointment television for a lot of people, and you can't quite say you blame them, man. And Tom Selleck, I think he deserves it, man. He was a solid actor back in the day, still is. He deserves a steady paycheck, right? Why not, man? But let's be real. One of the reasons why he's even on this show, that he continues to work to this day, is that goddamn stash. Come on, you have to realize that some actors, their bread and butter is their facial hair. I mean, really, think about it, man. Burt motherfucking Reynolds back in the day, it was the stash. No wonder he never shaved the fucking thing. And if he did, it was a fucking rarity, man. Early on in his career, he wasn't shaving that to save anybody's fucking life. Later on, man, that's what got him work, man. You even think of an actor like Sam Elliott, or even here with good old Tom Selleck. I mean, these guys have built their careers on their certain style of look, and the facial hair is part of that look, and it also gets the older ladies going. Not that they have much else to look forward to, but hey, if they get to see week in and week out Tom Selleck's mustache, they're probably thinking about a good old mustache, right? Aren't they? Oh, God. And the sad part is it's actually really true. Yeah, it is indeed, man. I don't think anybody is clamoring to start a petition for him to get rid of his facial hair anytime soon. And neither am I. Hey, if it works for you, brother, keep on going. And if it gets you a really great series where you have a cushy job, keep it. Because Lord knows older actors don't get the opportunities that they used to when you're younger. So when you can get a solid opportunity like this, you keep it. And you keep it for as long as it's going, baby. And Tom Selleck is definitely doing that, man. He's riding this train for all it's worth. And I can't quite blame him, man. Nice. Keep doing you, Tom Selleck. You've been good in the past, and I'm sure you're really great on Blue Bloods. And that stash ain't going nowhere. Ain't going nowhere as well, man. And damn glad for it, baby. Not bad, and not bad for, look at this, Star Trek Picard Steely Love for the final season. I don't remember seeing this the last time, man. Look at that. That's actually really nice, man. I mean, the original cover is pretty cool too, but I'm liking this also, man. Nice. Ooh, really shiny and pretty sweet for, I don't know about the price, $57 fucking dollars. Holy shit. My God, man. But then again, look, this is the best of the Picard series, okay? Season 3 is the one to watch. I mean, yeah, if you want to watch as a completionist, season 1 and 2, I guess, it's got moments that are worth it, all things considered, but dude, season 3 is the shit, man. It is that fucking good, dude. And as an old school Next Generation lover, this series was the best possible send-off that I could have ever possibly imagined, man. It's just a great little add-on as a fan to the whole series, man. And damn, did it do it so well. Don't know if I'd pay $57 for a steelbook, but anything's possible when you got Picard on board. Oh, yeah, it is indeed. Nice. Pretty damn solid for a good old Picard, man. I can't say the earlier seasons are good, but, well, you ended up pulling it off at the end, and I'll always love you, Picard. Oh, I will indeed, man. Not bad. But we've also got a little bit more of Criterion goodness when we've got la 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 bum ba dum bum. I don't know the fucking lyrics. I'm sorry, man. Hey, I speak English, and even that I have trouble with at times, folks. Shit, man. But hey, La Bamba Love, Criterion. Oh, nice. God damn. This is a really great musical biopic. Oh, I remember watching this back in the day. I think my mother and father taped this on VHS, man. Yeah, I mean, I watched it a long time back, and I fell in love with Richie Valens and the music and the story, and man, how tragic it was. Not only for him, but so many other people as well that died in that plane crash. Man, dude, you just think about the musical talent that perished way too early, and Richie Valens is absolutely one of them, man. Absolute tragedy what happened. But the music hopefully will always last forever because it's just that damn good. And he was really ahead of his time with the music and the personality and really just how infectiously wonderful of a human being he really was to everybody, despite a lot of the family issues that he ended up having. And this movie definitely highlights it. You see the good, you see the bad, you see the ugly, you see the triumphs and the failures. And this is a great biopic, man. I love everybody in here. I mean, of course, the standout being Lou Diamond Phillips. He's so good as Richie Valens, absolutely electrifying. But I also love Ethan Morales here, and Rosanna DeSoto is fantastic. Elizabeth Pena is amazing. Everybody does a fantastic job here. I thought it was a really solid biopic, and it's one of the biopics that still to this day, when I talk about good biopics, this is always in the conversation because it's just that damn good, man. A little bit of Criterion love ain't half bad, but I think I'll wait for 50% off. But then again, I heard that there's going to be a 4K. I heard an announcement that they're putting out a 4K sometime next year, and I'm like, motherfucker, man. So I'm assuming that Criterion only had the rights to the Blu-ray, or maybe Criterion is putting out the 4K. I don't really know. I just know that it got announced, so somebody's putting it out. Maybe Sony? I don't know, man. Man, isn't it the tough conundrum as a collector? Like, the Blu-ray gets announced, and you want to buy the Blu-ray, but then shortly after the 4K gets announced, and you're like, God damn, dude. Like, can we just make up our minds and put out all the editions all at once? That would be nice, but you know, as collectors, we buy the VHS, we buy the DVD, we buy the Blu-ray, we buy the Blu-ray 2 or 3 times over, and then we buy the 4K 2 or 3 times over, and it's like, hey, God, man, our wallets are always hurting regardless, man. So I don't know whether I'm going to pick up the Criterion goodness for 50% off in November or wait for the 4K. That's a tough decision, man. But regardless, whether it's Criterion or later on with the 4K, I'm getting La Bamba in my collection because, look, I can't say that every musical biopic is really good because it's not, okay? Trust me, I know that to be very, very true. But hey, one comes along that proves that biopics can be really good, infectiously fun, entertaining, and you actually learn a thing or two at the same time. And La Bamba proves that, yeah, some do quite well. And this movie, it definitely did.
Your mother sucks cocks in hell.
Is that supposed to be an insult? I mean, of course I know that. Tell me something I don't know, bitch. Oh, a 4K of The Exorcist for $33.99. Actually, that's kind of reasonable for Barnes & Noble. I mean, think about it. 4K, old school movie. Well, could have been worse. Just saying, man. Ah, baby, The Exorcist. Dude, okay, look. The Exorcist will never be equaled ever again, man. And even within its own franchise, its own series, it's never really going to be, because this movie was so popular, was such a zeitgeist movie, was the gold standard that they're like, well, sequel? And I'm thinking to myself, really? You wanted to make a sequel to The Exorcist? I mean, I get it, it made a lot of money, but how could you ever even hope to have the same level of expertise from one movie to the next? And, well, it was true, because William Peter Blatty and William Friedkin, they didn't come back for the sequel, dude. The Exorcist 2, they wanted nothing to do with that shit, and that movie is hot garbage, man. That is one of the worst movies of all time. It's that fucking bad. And it's so unfortunate because Linda Blair came back and a whole bunch of other people, and it was this mega movie that people were anticipating. And then once people saw it, they were like, shit. Oh, goddamn, dude. Failure isn't even matching what I think about that fucking movie. God damn, it really isn't, dude. That's a fucking train wreck. But then again, it lay dormant for a really long time, and then we got the third film
which is actually really fucking good, man. The third film is amazing. Has no right to be as good as it actually fucking is. I mean, does it equal The Exorcist? No, not necessarily, but it definitely is a really solid exorcism movie with a great turn by Brad Dourif and some really solid scares, especially one that, man, made me jump like a motherfucker, okay? It was really fucking good. But then again, that didn't really do very well at the box office. It's gained a lot of notoriety and a lot of praise since, but yeah, the franchise lay dormant for a long time. And then they decided, well, we're going to do prequels, right? Because why not tell the story of Father Garrus? Okay. Why not, dude? So they made 2 prequel movies. Well, technically they made one, and they realized that it was so fucking boring that they decided to refilm an entirely different movie with the same actors. And actually, I would argue that both movies are not terrible. I mean, they're not great, they're not on the level of The Exorcist or even Exorcist 3, but they're not bad, all things considered. They're pretty decent for what it's worth. I mean, if you lower the expectations at the bar a little bit, sure, why not, man? But again, they were not successful. They were failures, and so it lay dormant for a really long time. And then, just now, we're getting Exorcist Believer. Yes, we're resurrecting the Exorcism franchise yet again because, as I told you with Insidious, just because franchises end, they're not truly dead, okay? Just being honest, and The Exorcist is yet another one of them, and I don't know how that movie's gonna be. Good, bad, indifferent. I definitely am gonna watch it, and I'll let you know what my thoughts are, but look, at least with a new movie that comes out, there's a reevaluation, a reappreciation of not only the series, but of the original movie, and The Exorcist absolutely deserves that, man, because there's a whole generation of horror lovers out there and movie fans that don't like the old school shit. I don't know, maybe it's too old for them, it doesn't have enough CGI and shit flying in your face. I don't know, dude, but a lot of the new school movie fans just won't watch the old school shit, and sometimes you have to literally shove it down their fucking throat in order for them to actually watch the damn thing. But at least now with the new movie, hopefully they'll go back and watch The Exorcist, because it really is that fucking good, man. And who cares whether it's old? I've always said, and I still maintain it to this day, that you really have to go back and reevaluate the past in order for you to understand the present and the future. And the idea that a lot of these movies, they paved the way for a lot of the stuff that you're watching to this day, man. And The Exorcist is absolutely one of those. Without The Exorcist, I don't know where the exorcism genre would even be at this point. This is the ultimate exorcism movie, and it really does need to be watched by all the new generation of horror lovers out there. A new reevaluation, a new re-understanding of what The Exorcist truly was, because I think a lot of exorcism movies, even if they're good, they really miss the understanding of The Exorcist and the story. And yes, it is about a girl getting possessed and good versus evil, but there's so much more to it than that. It's a really great family drama, and what a traumatic event like this really does to the human psyche. There's so much to this movie, and The Exorcism is kind of like the cherry on top, man. It truly is. Dude, there could be another 50 years of exorcism movies, and it doesn't matter, because nothing will ever reach the heights of The Exorcist, because it will always be the absolute A+ gold standard mic drop of a movie. It is one of the best horror movies of all time. It's always in the top 10, if not the top 5, if not number 1. Yeah, Exorcist and Jaws sort of trade places every now and again, but still, regardless, whether it's 1, 2, top 5, top 10, doesn't matter. It's that fucking good, man. And even from old school fans to new school lovers, The Exorcist always deserves a place on the shelf. No matter whether you get the DVD, the Blu-ray, or the 4K style, sometimes green pea soup getting spit up is just what the doctor ordered.
Sometimes the bad guys deserve a little sympathy too. You know what I'm saying? Yes, indeed, because You never know what they're dealing with as well, folks. Look, bad guys, they got a lot of fucking baggage, bro. Indeed they do. So, before you go condemning them, walk a mile in their shoes, will ya? Yeah, well, something like that, I suppose. And Sympathy for the Devil, the Blu-ray for $22, which actually, again, seems kind of reasonable for Barnes & Noble's. And it kind of makes me think they maybe misprinted that. Maybe, possibly, sorta. I don't know, dude. But look, usually I talk about Nicolas Cage because he's just so wild and all over the place and woo! So fucking crazy and batshit nuts that you gotta want to talk about it. But I want to talk about Joel Kinnaman for a second, guys, because yes, as crazy and wild as Nick Cage can be, he needs an anchor at the end of the day to sort of bounce off of his craziness, and Joel Kinnaman is the perfect person to do that. And Joel Kinnaman, I think, is a pretty solid actor who unfortunately has not had the best of luck, right? Because his big breakout, RoboCop, right? The remake. Ooh. Ugh. Yeah, exactly, man. I don't blame him for why the movie is terrible, because it felt like he was really giving it his all. It's everything around him, and the story, and the effects, and the suit, and trying to ape off of the original and outdo it is not a good look, man. You're never gonna do that, and he did his best, but he's not Peter Weller, man, and so that movie just failed, and failed hard. And then you think, well, Suicide Squad, right? DC. Oh, shit, man, high profile as they come, man. Oh, it's gonna be good. I hate to break it to you. Yeah, that movie was also a dumpster fire, which sucks, because again, I think he did pretty well in the role. He gave it his all, but again, that movie had way more problems than him. I mean, whether it's the editing and the story and some of the characters, and yeah, it was a hot mess, dude. So, another one where Joel Kinnaman tried, but failed. Yeah, but then again, I kind of feel like try again, right? Because The Suicide Squad is really good, and he was fantastic in that movie. Sympathy for the Devil is really solid, and I think he plays off of Nicolas Cage really well. And I'm looking forward to where he goes next. I saw a trailer for Silent Night, this action Christmas movie that he's gonna be in, and it looks really fucking good, man. Like a great John Woo movie, because it is a John Woo movie. And dude, I'm like, wow, it's been so long since I've seen a John Woo flick, a new one at that. I'm like, dude, that's kind of Jones in me. And on top of that, Joel Kinnaman looks fucking badass as well. So I think Joel Kinnaman just has to pick the right projects at the end of the day. And I think if he does that, then everything else will fall into place, because I think he is a solid actor. He knows how to do the action well, the drama, the confrontation. He has good chemistry with pretty much most actors that he works with. And when you're trying to bounce off of Nicolas Cage, who is unpredictable and can go in one direction one way or the other in about 2.5 seconds, you really got to keep up with it. And Joel Kinnaman does, and even brings a little bit of his madness to the role as well, which is really solid, dude. Is this movie the best as far as, well, I'm in a car with a stranger and I'm driving him to mysterious places and all of the drama and the anxiety that goes along with it? No, not necessarily. Again, Collateral is really fantastic, and there's other movies like that. So I don't think this movie necessarily breaks the trend or reinvents it in any way. It just kind of sits comfortably in it, and it pretty much does, man. But that being said, I really enjoyed the chaos of this movie. I really enjoyed the back and forth between Kinnaman and Cage, and how it just flips the script. And just when you feel comfortable knowing what's exactly going on, something changes and you have to reevaluate the whole thing. I think it was actually way clever than it had any right to be. Fun, entertaining, and at times a little bit of good bloody action to boot. Yeah, not bad, man. Actually, way better than it probably should have been for a straight to DVD Blu-ray movie. Look, I'll be honest with you, a lot of them are not that good, but at least when you go into a Nicolas Cage one, yeah, it might not be always the greatest, but I think you're getting better quality than you would if you're doing a straight to Bruce Willis or straight to Van Damme or Travolta, you name it. There's something about Cage that means, okay, it's not high quality as far as theatrical big blockbuster movie, but it's high quality and straight to DVD Blu-ray. And that's saying something, folks. Indeed it is, man. I mean, you got interviews with the stars and the director as well. Not bad. It could have been a little bit better, but hey, nowadays sometimes special features aren't as abundant as I'd like them to be, so I'll take whatever I can get. Hey, man, it's not a bad movie. Time waster, sure, but an entertaining one? Absolutely, man. Not half bad. And speaking of time wasters, hey, they're sick. Oh, yes, the DVD for $24, which kind of reasonable-ish, sort of, well, for pandemic horror, hey, it is what it is, dude. In fact, I'm kind of wondering where pandemic horror goes from here, because there's a part of me that feels like we need to get more pandemic horror. There's so much great stories to still tell, and it really is an up-and-coming subgenre of horror that has a lot of potential. But then I'm also thinking to myself, well, wait a second, we had an opportunity within the last couple of years to really have some amazing stories be told within this style of storytelling, and I kind of feel like we've missed the boat a little bit, which really kind of sucks, man. I mean, there's a whole lot of different styles of pandemic horror movies, especially with the coronavirus ones, and some are frankly terrible and other ones are just average at best. I mean, Corona Zombies, have you seen that motherfucker? Dude, that is the cheap ass zombie flick, man, from Full Moon. They just really cut and pasted a lot of like little moments from the COVID pandemic and made a really cheapo ass zombie flick that is pretty fucking embarrassing, man. That is dog shit, okay? That is shit on top of more shit, man. That's really fucking bad, dude. But then again, I look at a movie like Host, which was okay. It wasn't really all that great. I thought the characters were kind of boring and dull, and it wasn't as effective of a horror movie as I was hoping it was going to be, man. But they tried, and it ultimately didn't exactly succeed the way I wanted it to. But then again, I think one of the better pandemic horror movies in recent memory is Songbird. Songbird is really, really solid, man. I actually was a little skeptical going into it, but I like the drama and the edge of your seat anxiety of somebody coming into your home without a mask, and how safety protocols, even though they're able to make you safe, they can also turn ugly against you at the same time. There's so much great angles to Songbird that I really love, and I think it's absolutely fucking brilliant. Way better than it has any right to be, man. And that still to this day, even a few years later, is still really, really fucking effective, man. But to me, movies like Contagion or Outbreak, they really showcase a great pandemic-style thriller horror flick in the best way possible. It can be done. I don't know if we've 100% entirely perfected the new COVID-19 pandemic-style horror flick. I feel like we're trying, and it's sort of like a trial and error experiment at this point. We're throwing a lot of spaghetti at the wall, and some is kind of sticking and falling down, and others are frankly just, they're just really just going down to the floor, and they ain't never coming back up. Okay, and that's just the truth, man. And Sick is one of those ones where it has an interesting idea, an interesting premise. I like the motivations of the killers, and I like what they're saying about pandemic horror. I just don't think it really does it as well as it could. They're taking the Scream, I Know What You Did Last Summer mentality, old school 80s horror, and trying to mix in the pandemic stuff. And
you just don't care enough about the characters, and I don't think the horror and the kills are as good as it could be, and it's not that gut punch that you really want, man. And that's the unfortunate part. I think Sick has moments of brilliance, but few and far between, man. I think overall what I'm trying to say is that pandemic horror is still not perfect, and we've got a long way to go, and experiments like Sick are interesting ones, but, well, we're sort of evolving, and Sick is part of an evolution. Whenever we get to the perfect pandemic movie, we'll know. Until then, it's sort of try again with mixed results. That's for damn sure, man. Maybe one day it'll be perfected. Only time will tell. Only time will tell indeed. But you know what? Time did tell that Barnes & Noble's fucking kicked ass this week. They truly did, man. Some really great physical media in the horror realm, and all the new release love, especially Criterion goodness. Oh, man, it can't be beat, man. Pretty goddamn sweet, dare I say. And Barnes & Noble's absolutely delivered. Oh, yeah. Let's head out. Ooh, you good looking, Barnes & Noble. Ooh, you hot. With all those physical media goody that you present us, baby. Oh, indeed you are, man. Oh, I knew. Somehow I just knew that Barnes & Noble just wasn't gonna let us down this week. They weren't, and thus I was proven right. Duh. Never doubt me. Never doubt the physical media fanboy. Look, I might not have an 8-ball, but just like an 8-ball, I'm usually about 50% right. And this time around, I guess I was just kind of lucky. Indeed I was, man. Nice. Even a few things that we haven't even seen yet at any other stores. Barnes & Noble definitely knows what they're doing when it comes to physical media love. I think they've proven that a time or two, and they do yet again this week. Pretty goddamn sweet. I loved it. I'm hoping you did as well. But we've seen a lot of great media at a lot of the stores, and this was definitely a little bit of icing on the cake for sure. Not half bad, but I guess it's time to head home and finish the video.
Hold up! Hold it right there. I know. I keep on occasionally saying that we are heading back home to finish the video, but I don't always follow through on that. No, I don't. Sorry, guys. But look, this week had some amazing physical media wonders. Trust me, I saw the same shit you did. I did indeed. But I thought, look, can there be just a wee bit more? Perhaps, maybe, because if I'm gonna go finding more physical media wonders, I might as well drive a little bit out of my way to do so. Oh, you know where we are at, and that is none other than, yes, good old Best Buy, baby, the beast. Best Buy, back yet again for hopefully some very unique releases, exclusives, steelbooks, and oh, by the way, I gotta pick up something here as well, so a lot of stuff to do. How about we go in and see what they got? All right, everybody, we are in at Best Buy under the new releases. Oh, yes, we are, man, and I'm already seeing things worth jonesing about. Oh, you bet your ass. Like Natural Born Killers, baby, yeah. Oh, they're a spectacle, a sensation. You can't take your eyes off of them, even when they're killing your ass. 4K Blu-ray for $29.99 and the limited edition Steely only at Best Buy Love for $32.99. Nice. Now, you already know that I picked up a little bit of Natural Born Killers 4K goodness through Shout Factory itself, so I already got this goodie of a release, and damn, is it good. I was considering the Steelbook. There was a part of me that kind of wanted it, but I like this artwork much more than this. Look, I dig steelbooks, I really do, man, but sometimes not every steelbook is created equal. Let's be fair, man, and this is yet another one of those. Look, I still really think this steelbook is kind of cool. And if you're a steelbook collector, it might be worth it, especially if you've been collecting all of the Shadow Scream Factory ones, then maybe this is the one you want to get. But sometimes, for me, just the regular release is good enough. And this is pretty damn cool. Still pretty solid, and Shout Factory loves teaming up with Best Buy, and something tells me that this is not the last I will ever see of that. Just saying, but it is pretty cool. Woody Harrelson and Juliette Lewis being really trashy and despicable human beings. Yeah, I'm here for that. Absolutely, such a fucking awesome movie. Love this movie so much, man. Of course, from one steelbook to another with School of Rock, baby. 20 fucking years old this movie is. Damn, man. I saw this in the movie theater. Dude, I was there. I loved this movie, man. And this was really one of the first times that Jack Black really shined. I mean, he was in movies before and has always done a pretty cool job and was always kind of quirky in his own way, but this one really showcased him in the best way possible, man, and he truly shined. The kids shine. I love the music and the comedy. It's so absolutely well done, dude. This is a fantastic movie. Shame it's not 4K, but I don't own this in the collection, so this may be a pickup. Maybe indeed for $20. That's a solid steal for a pretty damn good tasty steely. Oh, yes indeed. But from one tasty steelbook to yet another with Halloween H2O. 20 years later, baby, because, you know, Laurie, no matter how hard she tries, she just can't get rid of this motherfucker. Man, she just can't fucking do it, dude. Oh, man, the 25th anniversary limited edition 4K Steely, man, for $30. Not half bad. Dude, this looks like an amazing release. Look at this thing, man. This thing is gorgeous. God damn, man. This thing, whoo, is beautiful as hell. Yo, this is fantastic, man. I can see why people are picking this up, man. I really can. It looks phenomenal. But I gotta admit, I already do have the Scream Factory edition with the hard box. I don't really know if I need this. On top of that, this has no special features whatsoever. I mean, none of the Scream Factory stuff or any previous other iterations, commentaries, features, you name it, nothing. It's just the steelbook. That's it. Which is kind of a bummer, but Halloween is one of those series that gets re-released over and over and over again in so many different iterations. Oh, well, there's a Blu-ray steelbook, and then there's a 4K steelbook, and then there's a limited edition packaging hardbox edition, and then there's a digipack, and like there's so many fucking editions out there of all the Halloween movies in one way or another, whether it's here in the States or overseas, man. There's always something, dude. And yet another one for H2O. But if you are a hardcore fan, and I mean hard fucking core, then you want all of these releases, man. Trust me, I know people out there who are big Friday the 13th fans. They buy every fucking release. Halloween fans, Nightmare on Elm Street, you name it. Dude, if you're a lover, if you're somebody who has invested a lot of time and money and energy into this series, you want every piece of media you can get. So I can't blame people, but as good as it is, $30 ain't half bad for a gorgeous steelbook. I'm gonna have to pass, man. I really am. But look, I can't blame y'all for picking it up. I can't, because it looks fucking gorgeous. It really does, dude. And I will say this, man. For me, this is the end of the Halloween franchise. Seriously, I don't consider Busta Rhymes, Karate Chopping Michael Myers, or any of the Halloween 2018 and Halloween Kills and Halloween Ends and oh god, what a piece of shit. I don't know. I mean, it just wasn't that good, dude. It was kind of a mess, and I think it did a disservice to the franchise overall. This is a really solid movie. The final, in my opinion, confrontation between Laurie and Michael, and I love the ending. spoiler alert, when she chops his fucking head off, man. To me, that was the perfect ending for that character, the perfect ending for Laurie to finally finish it off and call it quits. And I don't want to hear about, well, he tied up the ambulance driver and he put on the ambulance driver's clothes and he switched clothes and she ended up like chopping the head off the wrong person. I'm like, dude, I give Michael a lot of credit, but he ain't that fucking clever. Okay, come on, man. Alright, this really is the end for me, and anything after this is just sort of what ifs, and not really good what ifs at that, man. H2O is really fucking solid. Really love the story and the confrontation and the ending, and to me, series have to end at some point. And H2O is a pretty solid one. Just saying, man. Not bad on that. Got the Little Mermaid and yes, the Best Buy exclusive Little Mermaid Steelbook. Nice, for $40. Oof, that's pretty pricey, ain't gonna lie, man. But is it worth it? Actually, that art's not bad, man. Kind of looks like what it's on the inside. I don't know, it's pretty decent, actually. Not bad. I mean, trust me, I've seen some pretty rough looking steelbooks, ones that honestly don't really shine all that much. I'm looking at you, Fast X, and trust me, you're not too far behind, Avatar. You're really not, dude. So this actually isn't a nightmarish looking steelbook necessarily, but I actually kind of like the standard art just a little bit more, man. I like the idea of her in the sun on the rock and with sort of the gorgeous pose there. I like it. It just does it really stand out amongst the crowd that I'm like, oh my god, I've got to purchase this? Not necessarily, but if you're a fan, I can see why. But again, for $40, man. I mean, this is a much more gorgeous looking steelbook, and that's $30. This is a great looking steelbook. That's $20, and that's $33. So, I mean, maybe just because it's Disney and it's a Little Mermaid. But I've always said this to you guys, that sometimes Disney overprices things way too fucking much. Like, come on, read The Room. Alright, just saying, it's a good movie. I really dig it, and yeah, it's got its faults and everything, but for the most part, I actually thought it kind of did the trick. Not the best live action, not the worst, above average, sure. And for Disney live actions, actually, that's kind of high praise. It really is, man. But $40 though. Yeah, that's quite a hike. Just saying, man. But then again, you've got a little bit of Kick-Ass 2 love. The 4K for $22. I didn't really like Kick-Ass 2. I know, guys. I just didn't really care for it. It's not as good as the original Kick-Ass. Let's be fair, man. It really isn't, dude. I mean, it tried. I like some moments, but it's kind of like trying to recapture the magic, but not quite doing it the same as they did before. I don't know. The idea that Hit Girl is older and the concept of her being younger and doing these violent things has kind of worn off from one film to the next, and the idea of Kick-Ass and the bad guys and him trying to figure out how to be a hero, like, all that was really cool and violent and gory as shit, and I kind of feel like they blew their load on the first film, and then in the second film they were like, oh, what do we got left? Well, not much, but why not try? Yeah, well, yeah, the trying part, I guess you did, but succeeding, not so much, man. And I think a lot of people feel that same way. I mean, there's some people that really go to bat for Kick-Ass 2, but I think the overall consensus is pretty much that Kick-Ass was so much better, and Kick-Ass 2 just felt like, well, we just made it because the first one was really successful, right? It was kind of like capitalizing on the success and not really needing to do the movie. Yeah, it kind of is, man. Moments that I like in the movie, but few and far between. Jim Carrey's cool. I like Carrey in it, but I mean, him alone can't really save it. And of course, they were trying to go for, you know, the whole Nick Cage thing from the first movie and trying to do sort of a novel thing with another older comedic style actor that's trying to do something very violent and in your face. Again, they were just trying to recapture some of the old tricks from the first film, but not doing it half as well, man. Okay, but could have been better. Just saying, man. It could have been better, dude. I mean, they still got some of the Flash Steelbook. They got, Smile, baby. 4K Steely Love for $28. I knew this was coming out, man. I knew it was, and it does look pretty sweet, man. It does look cool. I don't know. I'm kind of debating, dude. I already own Smile. I do. And do I really need the Steelbook? Sometimes I upgrade, dude. I will be fair, man. Sometimes it is just too hard to resist, and I gotta get the Steelbook just for the upgrading because it just is so fucking cool, dude. Sometimes that collector mentality just fucking grabs me, man. It really does. And this does look like a cool addition with the slipcover, and then I know that it's the woman's like really creepy smiley face on the Steely itself, which is really cool. I don't know, man. I mean, $28 is not bad. Hell of a lot better than $40, to be honest with you. Just saying, man. But do I really need it? Maybe not. Choices, man. It's never easy for a collector, man. The collector life, it's always a struggle. It really is, dude. But if you don't have this movie, and as a horror lover, this is a great fucking film, man. Smile is really twisted and dark and unpredictable, and man, it's got some really great horrific moments and jump scares, and it's got some really fantastic stuff in there, man. And I loved it. I was in the movie theater and it creeped me the fuck out, dude. It really did. So whether you get the standard edition or the Steely Love, then you're getting a really great movie regardless, man. You really honestly are. No matter what edition you get, you're getting a really fantastic horror flick. And let's be real, there's a lot of crappy horror flicks out there, a lot of new stuff that comes out which is absolutely garbage. So enjoy the good stuff that we do get, because sometimes that is few and far between. Just saying, man. And they are making a Smile too. Kind of curious how they're gonna do that, man. But honestly, this movie really surprised me, so I'll be in the movie theater for Smile too. Regardless, it definitely has my money. Don't know if it'll be as good as Smile, but it's worth checking it out. Not bad, man. Of course, they've got Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, but they do not have the Steelbook Love. That is all sold out, man. I knew that was going to sell, man. This movie is uber popular, and that Steely was going to fly off the fucking shelves, man. And indeed it has. So hopefully maybe you can pick it up, but pick it up fast because it ain't going to be around for much longer. Just saying, dude. The Fast X Steely. Lot of Avatar The Way of Water, man. They're still carrying a lot of that. And, of course, a decent amount of the Steelbook. Well, the design ain't that hot, so I can't quite blame people for not paying $39 fucking dollars, man. Almost as bad. Just saying, dude. Guardians of the Galaxy, but again, that Steelbook is long gone. Got Ferris Bueller and the Steely there. Battlestar Galactica, the old school Battlestar Galactica. God damn, man. That's awesome that they have that. That's cool. $22. That's a great deal. I also have Matilda Steely for $31, which is good. Hackers. The Hackers Steelbook goodness as well. Nice. Oh, that's fantastic, dude. Again, I love Hackers, man. It's cheesy. It's ridiculous. It didn't quite get the future right, but then again, what movie from the 80s and 90s really did? So I can't quite blame them, but they tried. This is what I thought Hackers was way back in the day. Oh, wow, these are really computer hackers, and they're dialing into the system and shit. And man, if I only knew. Hell, they still have the Shazam Steelbook as well. That's a great Steelbook, man. That's one of the best Steelbooks in recent memory. I love the design of that. It's so cool. And the movie is pretty solid. I know a lot of people are hating on DC, and I get it, but Shazam was pretty good, man. Of course, they got Mortal Kombat. They've got, Wow, yeah, they still got a hell of a lot of steelbooks of Wakanda Forever that is not moving. And again, for $37, dude, you gotta drop down that price, man. Maybe 21 or 19, something like that, but nobody's gonna buy this shit at that price. Ain't no one gonna do it, just saying, man. And they got Mario, and of course, The Man Who Fell to Earth, David Bowie, fucking classic, man. God, they got a lot of really great stuff, dude. Some unique steelbooks. Oh, God damn, is it tempting. It really is. Some that I may pick up, some that I'm gonna probably regret not picking up, but hell of a lot of unique and interesting media so far. I'm definitely digging it. And let's hope that there's more. Indeed there is. Yes, the other side of the new releases ends up giving us more steely goodness. Like Elemental, the Best Buy exclusive steely. Oh yeah. You know they couldn't resist putting out one for $40 again. So if it ain't Little Mermaid, it's Elemental. Okay, but I gotta admit though, I like the design of this a hell of a lot more, man. In fact, I gotta admit, all of the Elemental stuff that I've seen, the artworks and everything, whether it's online or in the stores, I've really liked. I don't know, the designs have been kind of unique, very colorful and a lot going on, but it doesn't feel too busy or in your face either. It's kind of unique. I really appreciate that, man. I don't know about $40 good though. I'm not sure about that, but if you really like this movie, and by the way, again, this is a phenomenal movie, one of the best Pixar movies in recent memory, but then again, I feel like I say that with most Pixar movies anyways, man. It's really solid, and it's great for adults and kids, the whole family. It's really solid, and a little bit of Best Buy Steelbook love never hurt nobody, just saying, man, never did indeed, not bad, but if Disney ain't putting out Little Mermaid, they ain't putting out Elemental, they sure as shit be putting out some Marvel love. Yes, Loki Season 1 Steely for $50. Woo! Man, Loki be pulling a trick on your ass with that price. Oh, it really is, man. But this is the 4K. This isn't the Blu-ray that we saw over at Walmart. Oh, no. This is the 4K love, man. Damn, dude, do I love this. This is so fantastic, man. Just seeing this out here and seeing them doing these is just a real treat, especially for me as a Marvel fan. And I gotta give Tom Hiddleston so much credit because he really came out of nowhere with this character. No one had ever really heard of him as an actor, and he was technically playing second fiddle, second banana to Hemsworth. And I think in some ways he stole the fucking show, man. In all of the movies, he stole the show. There was something about him and the way he had that charm and cheekiness and deliciously evil and just reveling in it, that there was something about that fans really gravitated to and liked. There's something about a really meaty villain that fans love, man. And yeah, you like the hero's journey about, you know, overcoming odds and defeating the bad guy. There's something about that, but you only love that because of how good the bad guy is. Because if the bad guy isn't as good, then you don't really give a damn. And Loki is one of the best, man. And the fact that he's kind of turned into a good guy is actually kind of really clever as well, man. He's not always good. He's always up to his old tricks, but he's not exactly playing for the evil team either. He's kind of one of those anti-heroes. You never know where he's going to side, but isn't that the fun of it? It really is. And the fact that Season 2 is right around the corner, you can catch up with a little bit of Season 1 steely love. I know $50 is a hike. I get it, man. But I kind of feel like Loki's worth it. I do, dude. I really do, man. Nice. But from one steely over to a next, because this is fucking classic, dude. The Last Dragon. Who's the master? For $32. This is awesome. I knew this was coming out, and I was hoping it was going to be here, and I'm so fucking happy. Dude, The Last Dragon is ridiculous B-movie martial arts cheese that I watched way back in the fucking day, and I loved it, man. This was before I even found Bruce Lee and everything. Because sometimes, yeah, you might find Bruce Lee first, but I found Bruce Leroy. I just love the idea of him in this inner city and how this rival gang is taking over the Shogun of Harlem. And how he's got to defeat the bad guys and shit. I just love that it's basically this mob guy who wants his girlfriend to be on this MTV style show, and because she's so fucking terrible, she's basically like nails on a fucking chalkboard. The chick's like, no, I'm not gonna have her on the show. Are you fucking kidding me? We actually want talent. And he gets so pissed and angry that basically he does this whole revenge plot against her. I mean, it's so fucking ridiculous and over the top, man, but it's so fucking good, man. The music and the martial arts and the campiness. Ah, dude, I love that, man. And I just love the glow. Oh, man. Dude, they just don't make them like The Last Dragon anymore, man. I mean, yeah, you still get B-movie cheese, but nothing like Last Dragon. So fucking good, man. Fuck. I love this, man. And that steelbook is much, much deserved. Oh, if you have never seen The Last Dragon, you gotta... I'm guaranteeing you won't regret it, man. You will not. It's so good, man. Oh, damn, dude. I mean, they've still got Expendables 2 and 3, but they don't have 1, which is the better out of all the 3. I haven't watched 4 yet, but something tells me it's going to be on the downslide, too. For some reason, the first one was good for what it was, and diminishing returns constantly. Not really all that surprised. Really not. I mean, they have the Mission Impossible steelbooks, they have Insidious, The Red Door, they even have the steelbook for fall, the Best Buy exclusive steelbook for $22. And I gotta admit, my opinion on this movie hasn't really changed, man. I remember talking to you guys about it in one of the Out and Abouts long ago, and it's got an interesting idea behind it, and the fear of heights, and some of the stuff that they do in the movie is actually kind of clever, and you definitely get that sense of vertigo in a big bad way, man. But some of the characters come off as kind of bitchy and whiny and a little fucking stupid. Some of the decisions, man, really make no sense, and I wanted to like the movie, but man, I'm like, what's the point of going up on this goddamn thing? Like, why? Other than, ooh, I am doing a YouTube show and I get to have a few extra views with doing this dangerous, crazy stunt. And I'm like, yeah, but you might die. Who gives a fuck? YouTubers and their stupidity. It'll never end. And Fall is just yet another example of it. Yeah. Nice little looking steelbook, don't get me wrong, but not for me, man. I mean, they've got a Batman Mask of the Phantasm with an only at Best Buy exclusive, which has the exclusive comic book, really? Huh. Really interesting. What is it here? Oh, look at that. Yeah, it is, man. It's got the comic book right inside it. Oh, that's cool, dude. Oh, that's not bad, man. That's interesting. Okay. Huh. Not sure I exactly need the comic book, but I will say this, man. This is one of the best Batman animated movies ever. It's just that fucking good, dude. I mean, it's kind of cool to have the comic book with it, but the movie is pretty fucking solid as is, man. That's pretty awesome, man. That's cool. Of course, the Disney 100 love, whether it's Iron Man or Jack Skellington or the Star Wars stuff. Very simple, and they could have done so much better, man. I know I've said it over and over again, but really, this is what you come up with. Man, I mean, they got the Two Guns steely still. They got the blackening. They even have a hell of a lot of the Big Lebowski, man. That stuff hasn't even sold yet either. Shit, dude. I mean, I love the Big Lebowski. The design doesn't exactly scream by me, though, either. I mean, for $24, it's not a bad steelbook, but I got that really great digibook. I don't need the steelbook love, but the movie is fucking awesome, though. I mean, you got Ender's Game, which, again, I think the movie's okay, but did it really deserve a Best Buy exclusive steelbook? No, not really, man. Not bad stuff, actually. Some really cool steelbook love. Oh, much deserved goodness as well. Some a little bit overpriced. You know how Best Buy does it, man. hey, at least they have the physical media love, and I can't quite argue with that. Not bad so far, pretty solid actually. But do they have anything else? Of course they do. Come on, this is Best Buy. Of course they have the good shit. Of course they do, man. Not bad. The physical media love. Even over here, there's some pretty good stuff like Scream Factory Collector's Edition. Goodness. For a slasher that deserves all the love. In My Bloody Valentine. Yes, the 4K for $33. Oh, man, do I love this movie. Oh, I do. Because, let's be fair, man. The 80s... there was a lot of slasher copycats that were coming out, man. I mean, the popular ones were big, making big business, and everyone's like, oh, well, let's get in on the craze, and everybody was doing it. But some ended up falling flat on their faces, and others ended up creating a legacy all their own, and My Bloody Valentine does it. I mean, taking the idea of Valentine's Day and spinning it into this bloody terror tale. So good, man. And I love the idea of the miner and the pickaxe and some of the deaths and the kills and the legend of Harry Warden. Oh, so great, man. I fucking love that shit, dude. And the cover is so iconic, man. This movie was not very popular when it came out, which is fucking crazy to me because it's so fucking good, man. But it found its audience slowly but surely over the years and has now become one of those really great classic horror flicks that people just gravitate to every single fucking year, whether it's Halloween or Valentine's Day, you name it, man. But taking one of these holidays and turning it into bloody horror is nothing new, but they took advantage of it in a big bad way, man. So great. Oh, damn, man, this is awesome. I've got the old school Scream Factory Blu-ray. Maybe one of these days I might want to upgrade. Maybe, kinda, sorta, possibly. I don't know, man. But hey, whether you have the Blu-ray or the 4K, having this in your collection is pretty good for any horror lover out there, man. The original is so great. And I gotta show a lot of love to the remake because the remake is actually really good too. Way better than it has any right to be. And there's a lot of horror remakes that are, quite frankly, shit. But My Bloody Valentine is actually really good, man. Not bad at all, man. They got That Love. They got Lost City of Z. They've got, Still Bride of Chucky. Goodness, man. You know I love my Chucky, man. I already have this, but if you don't, one of the best in the series, man. Great. You got My Best Friend is a Vampire. People Under the Stairs. Upgrade. Mallrats. So I Married an Axe Murderer. One of my favorite Mike Myers movies of all time. I mean, he's done some great stuff, but dude, I just love the comedy in here and the horror style stuff. So underappreciated, man. So underappreciated. Come on. Give it a chance, will ya? Hell, they even got more of the Night of the Comet goodness as well. The 4K for that for $30, which is a great deal. Of course, I already have my copy, but it's well deserved to have it in 4K. Love 80s cheese. Come on, man. They got Babylon 5, they got Hugo, Asteroid City, Paint, The Last of Us, Evil Dead Rise, Halloween Ends, which, man, who's buying that shit? World War Z, Warworld, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, Joyride. Oh my god. Yeah, speaking of horror movies that I don't know whether they've aged so well. Oh, I still Know What You Did Last Summer. The 4K for $28. 25 years? Holy shit. Man, I saw this in the movie theater. Shit, I'm old, man. Well, I've also got the gray hairs to prove it. Fucking hell, dude. Jennifer Lawrence, Freddie Prinze Jr., Brandy. Remember when she was trying to get into movies? That was a long-ass time ago. And Mekhi Phifer, man. Oh, dude. You know, look, I'll be honest, this franchise has not exactly fared as well as Scream, okay? Scream came out and was hugely popular, and then everyone's like, oh, what else does Kevin Williamson have? And he did I Know What You Did Last Summer, which really was a pretty damn good slasher, all things considered. Yeah, copycat, sure, but I thought he was doing some genuine stuff in there. And then they were like, well, that was popular. Why not do a sequel? Well, geez, what are we going to call it? I mean, we called it I Know What You Did Last Summer. I I get it. I still know. Oh, I haven't forgotten anytime soon. And trust me, when I find you, oh, I'll teach you a lesson. Because I didn't do it the first time, so second time's the charm? Something like that, man. Dude, this movie is a pale comparison to the first movie, man. It really is. I mean, it tries, but it's really stretching itself, man. It really is. I mean, some of the kills are okay. The acting is really fucking over the top. I mean, Jennifer Love Hewitt was over the top in the first film, and she's really over the top in this one, man. And crazy enough, I was talking about Jack Black earlier. He's in this motherfucker. I swear to God, man. He plays this white Jamaican Rastafarian with, like, these crazy wild dreads, dude. I'm not even fucking lying to you. Watch the motherfucker, dude. He's in this shit. And this was way before Jack Black became Jack fucking Black, man. I'm like, dude, I guess everybody needs a paycheck. I guess so, man. I don't know. I mean, it's still entertaining for what it's worth, but in a lesser sequel sort of way, man. It has moments, but not nearly as good as the first movie, and I think we can all agree on that, man. Interesting to see it. 25 fucking years, man. Well, I don't know if it's aged as well as fine wine, but maybe give it another 25 and it might. Nah, I doubt it. I doubt it indeed, dude. Jeez, I'm not sure about that one, man. But then again, I'm not sure about the Disney 100s that they still keep in stock and ain't nobody fucking buying this shit, dude. I mean, some of it is cool. It's nice to see Coco getting the love, and Encanto, and Cars, and Toy Story. Yeah, some good, cool movies out there that it's good to see them getting the Disney 100 appreciation, but they're just so fucking simple, man. And nobody's really buying it. I mean, $30 fucking dollars, man. Look, the truth honestly is, guys, when you're looking at steelbooks, when you're buying limited editions and stuff that is costing you a decent amount of money, yes, you want quality, but at the same time, you also want something that's worth fucking buying, dude. That's worth the hard-earned money that you're putting into this company. And I don't think these Disney 100 ones are really all that impressive or unique or interesting. They're just kind of lazy and sloppily done, and it just kind of sucks because these are great fucking movies and they deserve so much better than what they've gotten. Hopefully Disney has learned their lesson. Hopefully by not buying this, you guys have hopefully sent them a signal that says do better. Because for me, as a consumer, I want to buy stuff that is good and stuff that is worth it for me to have in my collection, display purposes, you name it, man. And when you don't buy something, that tells a company just as much as buying the product. And hopefully you've sent them a big message that says, hey man, I'm glad you're putting out cool limited edition releases, but how about you actually step up the game? Just saying, man, just saying indeed, because this is definitely not stepping up the game. Not even close, bro. Not even close. I mean, they still have a Wakanda Forever love, man. Damn. Dude. Again, lower the price, man. I mean, I'm sure Disney is like, we're not lowering the price for anything. Fuck you. But I'm like, at some point, you either lower the price or it's going back to the company. I don't know how much longer Best Buy is going to keep these around, but they're just kind of wasting space, man, collecting dust, because ain't nobody going to buy these motherfuckers, man. I mean, they got Quantumania, they got, man, I still love this Flashdance Steelbook. So 80s, dude, so 80s indeed. Got Mothra, Lord of War, of course, Scream, Italian Job, Event Horizon, Avatar, some of the cool box sets out here. Awesome, of course, some of the other Steelbooks that they've been restocking, like Strange World and Cabin in the Woods, Dread. Fucking love those Steelbooks. And a few other releases as well. Not bad. I love it because Best Buy always brings the physical media goodness, and they are doing it yet again. You gotta dig it, man, and I definitely do, man. Damn, do I. That's why I come in here, because I just can't resist what I see. let's head out. When I want to feel good about physical media, when I want to see all the steelbooks that I can take, all of the artwork that is flashed in my face, when I want to bask in the glory of physical media love, I come to Best Buy. Well, I'm hoping so, because I drove a fucking hour out of my way, so I better see this shit. You bet your ass, man. And yes, they did deliver this time. Thank the Lord they did, man. Not half bad. They definitely brought the goodies, the exclusives, the unique artwork, and everything in between. Oh, they absolutely have, man. Pretty rock solid, dare I say, man. You know, I can't say I come here all the time, because Lord knows, sometimes it's hard to justify it with the gas. You know what I'm saying? But that being said, I know that there's weeks that I want to come here. Weeks that I know there is going to be physical media exclusive steelbooks that I've got to check out. And this week is one of those weeks, man. Absolutely. Oh. And the trip was worth it, not gonna lie. And on top of that, I am gonna pick up an item or two. I definitely am, man. But enough of seeing all of the physical media goodies here. Glad to see Best Buy is still doing their due diligence, like always. It may not be as good as it used to be, but hey, we'll take what we can get. That's for damn sure, man. Not half bad, but now, we can head home and officially finish the video. Alright, everybody. That'll do it for the Blu-ray and DVD out and about video this week. And let me tell you something. This was a ride, man. So much physical media to check out. So much artwork and exclusives, steelbooks. Yet, at the same time, there's a little bit of melancholy added to it, right? Because seeing what happened with Target and the shrinking of the physical media even more so, and kind of realizing that we're kind of at an impasse, right? Because I can't say that physical media is really at its endpoint, right? Because so many boutique labels are putting out amazing things, and these big name studios are putting out some fantastic titles and releases and great additions, so there is that. But at the same time, I can't not say that we are headed to a moment in time when there is a good possibility that retail stores might not carry much physical media any longer. The fact that Best Buy is not what it used to be, and it's not getting any better. Target, well, you saw, and everything in between, guys. And so I would be in the wrong if I didn't at least tell you this, because I can't fully hype you up and yet not be a realist at the same time. I gotta play both ends of the spectrum here. And so, who knows, maybe in a year or so, maybe more, it might be the end of certain stores carrying movies in their locations. And if that happens, that's a sad day, man. The fact that there was one point when you had rows and rows and rows of movies, just almost like an endless amount to just look at and admire. And now that is slowly but surely dwindled more and more and more. And so, you know, the best thing I could tell you guys as collectors out there who love movies and love the media like I do is to just keep grinding. If you can't find it at the store, purchase it at any online retailer, Amazon, Diabolic DVD, Orbit DVD, any of the other places that you prefer, or even from the actual boutique labels themselves, Arrow, Scream Factory, Vinegar Syndrome, Severin, 88 Film, Second Sight, you name it, man. I mean, do whatever you can, when you can, whenever possible. I mean, that's just honestly the truth, guys. So, there was a lot of good this week, with a little bit of a shadow of a kind of a bummer mixed in, man. But that being said, look, there's some great media out there in the stores. Whether or not all the stores have as much media as I'd like, there's still enough out there for people to appreciate it. So hopefully you picked up something good. If you did, definitely let me know. As far as I'm concerned,
Oh, I did pick up some physical media love. Oh, of course I did. Come on, guys. I'm definitely not leaving you hanging. That's for damn sure, man. And I gotta tell you, this week was way more plentiful than I ever thought it was going to be. I knew I was gonna pick up some stuff, but man, I picked up a lot more than I expected. And oh, by the way, that's a good thing. It is, dude. And the first thing I went to Best Buy. Yes, I wanted to show off the physical media, but I did tell you that I was picking something up at the store itself because there was a reservation for me. Indeed, there was, because me being a Marvel guy and a fan of this particular anti-hero, villainous trickster himself, look, I had to show him some love when I picked up Loki. Yes, the complete first season, and oh, by the way, the 4K Steelbook. I had to, man. I mean, I can't believe that Disney has done this. This is amazing. This is awesome. And, you know, over the years, and even in recent months, there's always been this back and forth with Disney, right? Well, they do some good things, and then they take two steps back by really either getting rid of stuff on streaming or making really stupid-ass decisions where you're like, come on, man, you could be so much better. And this is one of those decisions where it is a step forward in a big, bad way, man. Look, I have always said that streaming has its benefits, but to just leave these movies and these series on streaming hell and not give them a physical media release seems asinine to me. Stupid. Why would you not capitalize on another medium to make money? It only makes sense. And Disney finally, well, it took them long enough, woke up. Indeed they did, man. This is a beautiful Steelbook release, man. This is fantastic. Oh, this is really cool. It also comes with some cards as well, which is awesome. Look at that. Oh, that's sweet. Oh, that's so sweet indeed, man. I love Tom Hiddleston in this role. I love the character of Loki. I am very excited to check out season 2, and hopefully, cross fingers, it's just as good as season 1. Let's hope. But I think this is the first of many Marvel shows that is going to end up in the collection. Just saying. I'm glad Loki was the first because damn, he's one of the best. Oh, truly is. Not bad at all, man. But that isn't the only new release love I got, because I gotta admit, yes, Disney puts out some really great additions, oh, by the way, like Loki, but they also put out some really solid animated movies. And this is one that once I saw it, once I really embraced the characters and the emotion and the romance and the designs, it was like this whole world unto itself that I really appreciate and just really fully fell in love with. And I have to own the movie, and that is none other than Elemental. Yes, Disney Pixar's Elemental. And oh, by the way, this is the Walmart exclusive 4K with the lenticular Slippy. Look at that. Oh, cool, man. Nice. Not bad at all, baby. I had to pick this up. And I figure, well, if I'm gonna, might as well a little bit of exclusive love. Why not? Mind you, that the two Walmarts that I usually go to didn't even have any copies of this. So I had to go to a third one that was farther away from me to get this copy. Ah, man. Try again, I suppose. Yes, indeed, but eventually succeeding, man. Like I said, hey, do your due diligence as a collector. If you want something, sometimes you got to go to many places to get it. But when you do, you feel damn satisfied. Absolutely, baby. Damn, do I love this movie. Like I said, it's just a great family movie that everybody can love. Man, the characters are likable and infectiously fun, and I love the story and the whole world of Elemental City. And man, this is way better than I think it had any right to be. And you gotta remember that I was hearing so many people shitting on this movie when it came out. And I realize now, after having watched it, that a lot of those people were just haters for being haters, right? Everything that Disney touches, somehow, some way, they have to shit on it. And sometimes I get it, right? Disney sometimes deserves it, fair enough. But sometimes just shitting on a movie because it's Disney doesn't make any sense. Watch the fucking film, man. And when you do, you get movies like Elemental, which are rock solid. And I think slowly but surely over time, a lot of people eventually found this movie in theaters. And I think they realized, oh my God, why did we stay away? This movie's great. And indeed, it is, man. So I had to own this. I had to pick it up 4K style because I can't say that I buy animation all the time, but when I do, it's a movie that I really, really love, guys. And this is one that I absolutely adore. And I'm definitely going to be revisiting this in a big bad way. In fact, I'd like to think that Pixar has done some really amazing things as of late. Whether it's Soul or Coco, Luca, Elemental, you name it. They've just been hitting it out of the park constantly. And you can blame Disney for a lot of things, but the Pixar department ain't one of them, man. Elemental is rock solid. From adults to kids, everybody should enjoy this thing, and I needed it in the collection. And damn glad to have it, baby. Not bad indeed. But then I decided, well, while I am at Best Buy, you know, when in Rome and all, might as well look for more physical media goodness. And indeed, I found one, man. I couldn't resist. This movie is one of my favorite cheesy, ridiculous, over-the-top B movies, man. It just is. And it really was one of the first movies that really got me into the whole martial arts, kung fu type of genre. And it's weird to say that this movie did, but I think it's because it's just so fun and entertaining that it was easily accessibility for me way back in the day, man. And it's still fun to this day, years later, and I couldn't resist picking it up, man. And that is The Last Dragon. Barry Gordy's Last Dragon, baby. Oh, man. He's a martial arts master who refuses to fight. His friends think he's too serious. His family thinks he's crazy. His enemies think he's no challenge, but she knows he's the Last Dragon. Boy, does she. I think she wants him for other ways than just that, but, well, that's one of them. God damn, dude. This is so great. In fact, I was having a conversation recently with Van, and we were just having a ball talking about this movie and the quotes and certain scenes and situations from the flick. It's like, yeah, who's the master? Shonuff and the whole end scene with the glow and shit. Like, we're like, dude, this is so great, man. The movie theater scene where it's just so wild and over the top. You're like, dude, man, I can't believe they got away with this shit. It's so great, man. And I just love Bruce Leroy, man. Bruce Leroy is so great. And as I said, this was really one of the first times that I really found martial arts within cinema. And I was instantly attracted to it, dude. I don't know why. This was the movie that really got me into it. And then I went back and I started watching the Bruce Lee films and all the other stuff, you know, like Bloodsport and everything like that. But it was really The Last Dragon that kicked it off. And I'm so appreciative of that, man. The movie is still hella entertaining to this day, man. It's just got such great value as being this over-the-top, ridiculous movie that it just fully embraces it. And I just dig that. It's just insane, some of the whole plot stuff and the reasoning behind why certain characters are doing stuff, but that's why it's kind of campy and kitschy and still to this day just brings a smile to my face, man. God, it really does, dude. And look at this steelbook. Damn, this steelbook's great. I'm just so flabbergasted that this got this, man. I mean, of all the fucking movies to get steelbook love, I mean, there's a lot of them that deserve it out there, and this does too, don't get me wrong. I just never thought I'd see it. And I guess that's why in some ways we are living in a weird way, kind of a golden age of cinema, especially when it comes to physical media, because to get movies like The Last Dragon on this really great 4K steelbook is fucking astonishing to me. It's asinine at the same time, but hey, I'm not complaining. I wanted it, I saw it at Best Buy, and you bet your ass I was leaving with a copy. And indeed I did, dude. I've had the old school Blu-ray edition for a really long time, and Well, now it's time to upgrade, and I think the upgrade is well worth it. Oh, so good. If you have never seen The Last Dragon, what are you doing with your life, man? Watch it. Like, now. It's so good. It's so great, man. Well, from one really great entertaining movie to another, because, look, can I leave a week with just one steelbook? No. Can I leave a week with just two steelbooks? Maybe. But when you find a third one that's really good, you gotta pick it up, baby. Oh, you do indeed. Because more Jack Black love in the collection can never, and I mean never, be a bad thing when we talking School of Rock. Oh, damn! I love this steelbook. Look at this, man. This steelbook is awesome. God damn, this is amazing. And I knew this was coming out, and I know that it's only Blu-ray, guys. I know that it is, and some of you are all like, oh, it's only Blu-ray. And I'm like, you know what, dude? I'm cool with it. I'm fine with it. I'm just happy to own it. And I have never owned it in the collection. As much as I love School of Rock, this movie just never really entered into my brain to have it in the collection until this really great steelbook edition. I'm like, dude, I gotta have this thing, man. I really do. And crazy enough, I ordered this on Amazon. Yeah. And it's nuts, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Usually I bitch and complain about Amazon like a motherfucker, but actually not this time around, because it came in fantastic condition. No dents, no dings. It wasn't fucked up in the least bit. And I'm like, did I really get this from Amazon? Like, I was kind of questioning. I'm like, did I get it from somewhere else and they just accidentally slapped an Amazon label on it? But I'm like, no, got it from Amazon, man. It's crazy. Wow, it actually came in really solid condition. Perfect. And I'm kind of shocked, but very thankful at the same time, man. Look, dude, Jack Black is a treasure as far as I'm concerned. Whether we're talking about Tenacious D, or whether we're talking about Tropic Thunder, or the Jumanji movies, or this one, he is just an incredibly funny-ass entertainer that really makes me smile and laugh in almost anything he does. And this was one of the first times that I noticed him, and I fell in love with him, and I've been a fan ever since, man. God, I really have, dude. This is awesome to own this. And this steelbook, like I said, is amazing. Dude, School of Rock definitely deserves the love. It's such a great movie still to this day. It's got great music, great comedy, great personalities, a lot of charm from Jack Black. And it's about time that I had it in the collection. Don't you think? Come on, man, of course. Too good not to. Seriously. So good, baby. So good to have School of Rock. But that is not it. I mean, 4 great releases unto itself, that's pretty solid. But sometimes I try to go back and pick up things that I've forgotten, guys. Because as a physical media lover, you guys know this as much as I do, that there is so much stuff that comes out week to week to week, every month, year, you name it, that at certain points, I think you guys will agree with me that you just don't have the money sometimes. And you have to say, okay, look, I'm going to wait until I can get this title at a later date. I don't want to wait, but I really got no other choice. And this is a title that I wanted in a big bad way. Glad to finally have it. Ordered through Diabolic DVD, and they came through in the best way possible, because 25 years of this movie is wild to me, but classics never go out of style. And when it comes to Jim Carrey, this is as classic as they come, with The Truman Show. Oh, yes! Oh, man, The Truman Show is amazing. Damn, and I wanted this in a big bad way. And of course, I had to wait. But eventually, I decided, it's now time to get a little bit of the back stuff that I need. And Truman Show was absolutely one of them, dude. Man, Truman Show, to this day, is such an eye-opening movie. Living in the world that we're living in today, with cell phones and social media and digital coverage all over the place, and you can literally, on your cell phone or on your computer, literally track a location down to its absolute inch pinpoint. You can look and literally see where an actual street is. And the idea of reality TV and knowing everybody's movements and where they are at any given time, we have given ourselves up to technology, and we are literally being tracked every single day, whether we know it or not. And it's movies like Truman Show that really opened our eyes to it before it ever really became a true reality. And it's so crazy to think about that, man. I mean, this movie really had a lot to say and really was far more eye-opening than we ever thought possible, and crazy enough, actually predicted a lot of things that have come true. It's actually a far more of a relevant film today than it was even 25 years ago, and that's fucking asinine to me, but it is the truth. It's just wild to think about that. And I love this movie. The idea of a man that has been living in an artificial reality his whole entire life for entertainment purposes and never even realizing that, man. And slowly but surely waking up to that reality. It's just wild to me. It's movies like Truman Show or The Matrix that just sort of wakes you up to some of the harsh realities of the world, man. And Truman Show absolutely does it. Not only is it really just an eye-opening dramatic movie, but there's great laughs here, and the performances by people like Ed Harris and dude, Jim Carrey is just one of a kind, dude. There's a reason why Jim Carrey is a star. There's a reason why Jim Carrey is a great comedian and just an overall great actor, because he mixes the dramatic with the comedy perfectly. Not every actor is able to pull it off. I'll be honest with you. There's a lot of actors that I love that I realize that their dramatic chops are really good, but they really suck balls when it comes to comedy. Or really great comedic actors that when you look at them as anything other than that, they fail, and they fail hard. And so Jim Carrey really is the best of both worlds at certain moments, whether it's movies like Man on the Moon or this. He proves that he can pull off both. He can give you that dramatic edge, and then in the next scene really sort of lift your spirits with a great gut punch laugh. He's thus that good, dude. He really is. And this movie is a classic for many reasons, and he's absolutely, no doubt, one of them, man. I had to get it. I just had to. When they announced it, no brainer. It was going to be a pickup, whether I was waiting or got it on release day. No matter what, it was going in the collection, because more Jim Carrey love, especially classic Jim Carrey, can never be beat. And this is one of Jim Carrey's best films of all time. I dare you. I dare you to disagree with me, motherfucker. I dare it, man, because you really can't, because it's just that damn good, dude. Absolutely. I needed it, man. No doubt about that. But that is not all. Because, yes, I picked up some really great steelbooks and 4K releases, some solid editions out there, but it is October, and I do need to represent every now and again with a little bit of horror love. Yes, indeed I do. And look, I love old school 80s nostalgia for horror flicks. I love movies that take that idea and run with it in a really unique way. And sometimes aerobics can be really killer. Trust me, I don't go near it, but when I do, it's usually because it involves a little horrific blood and gore. And this one definitely satisfies the urge in Murder Side. Yes. The deadliest aerobics video ever made. And that's saying something. It is indeed. And I know what you guys are thinking. Wait a minute, Seth. What the fuck is Murder Side? Because most of you probably have never heard of this movie. And I can't quite say I blame you, because unless you run in the indie horror circles or, you know, the whole Kickstarter, Indiegogo backer realm, you wouldn't really know about this. But yes, I did support this through a funding campaign, and I did it because the filmmaker duo that made this movie has made some fantastic indie horror stuff as of recent, whether it's Streets of Vengeance or Slash Lorette Party, which was really fun and out there. And they just really have fun, not only really respecting and homaging old school horror, but yet doing their own unique thing in the process. And this is yet another one of those. Because you remember the whole aerobics craze, right? Yeah, you remember it. Everybody was getting in on it. Suzanne Summers and it felt like everybody put out something, man. Jane Fonda, you name it, dude. Everybody was aping off that shit. And so they took an aerobics idea and turned it into a really crazy, wild, cheesy B horror movie. And I think it's actually really fun, man. And it's got some really great people like Kansas Bowling in it. She was the director of that trauma film BC Butcher. And so she stars in this film. She does a really great job in this flick. And hell, you've even got Ginger Lynn Allen here. Yes! The iconic Ginger Lynn Allen from old school horror movies and some other sexual fare. Yes, as well. It's a really fun movie, man. I got to watch this, and it's hella entertaining, and it's ridiculous, and it's over the top, and it's cheeseball, and I'm here for all of it, man. And whatever this filmmaking duo does next, I am on board. I am here for it, because I want more of it. They have other ideas in the pipeline, and whatever they do, I'm backing them. I'm supporting them, because they really are very creative and ingenious, and they just love having fun with these movies. They're not making high art here, folks, okay? This is not Academy Award-worthy shit. They know what they're making, and they're embracing it, and for me, I want in on the fun, man. I really do, and I definitely got it. And, of course, I got my Blu-ray copy with the signatures of some of the actors and the directors. Oh, so great, man. So, you gotta love it. Look at this. If that doesn't say killer aerobics, I don't know what does. I don't know what does indeed, man. I am so glad to have some new indie, cheesy, ridiculous, over-the-top B-movie horror in the collection, because, hey, sometimes you just gotta represent. Sometimes you do indeed, man, and this is definitely one of those times. But goddamn, man, look at this. This was amazing. This is definitely a haul that is worthy of a great physical media week, and I think, as far as a physical media fanboy is concerned, I think I still get to keep the title. And before I let you guys go, I've got to talk about this. Now, seeing as how I was showing off a lot of Disney physical media appreciation this week, I figure that, well, we might as well end with Disney, since we started with them. Full circle? Sure, why not? From Inside the Magic, Disney goes all in on physical media after streaming service chaos. You don't say. Let's dive in. It's a turbulent time for the Walt Disney Company's Disney Plus streaming service. Upon Bob Iger's dramatic return as the chief executive officer of the Walt Disney Company last November, his aim was clear: to control the company's spending and boost the profitability of its fledgling Disney Plus streaming service. No one would have expected such drastic measures, though. Iger, who replaced his very own successor, Bob Chapek, in a stunning move at the end of 2022, made it his mission, to rein in studios like Marvel and Lucasfilm and streaming the content offering on Disney Plus. Earlier this year, former Chief Financial Officer Christine McCarthy stated that content would be curated, with many titles being removed from the streamer. Then in May, the cuts began. Shows like Lucasfilm's short-lived Willow, The Mysterious Benedict Society, Cheaper by the Dozen, and Big Shot were removed, as were films like Better Nate Than Never and Crater. The Disney Plus cuts, as well as Iger's call of 7,000 jobs, came as a result of Disney's target to save $5 billion, that's with a B, across the company. The cancellation and removal of multiple shows sparked outrage across the fandom, and the once celebrated CEO became the villain of the piece. Feeling towards Iger would sour more after his comments about the ongoing writers and actors strike. Of course, because why not put your foot in your mouth? Makes total sense, right? Yeah, sure. But with a stripped-down Disney Plus streaming service aiming to pull in more viewers with upcoming new pricing tiers, it seems Disney is also trying to attract those fans still invested in collecting physical media. Impassioned calls to purchase physical media were made on social media platforms after Disney's removal of shows like Willow. Now that the Lucasfilm reboot is off the platform, there is currently nowhere legally that fans can't even watch the show. Of course. Screwing over fans yet again. And while Disney would hopefully never remove its animated classics, movies like Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Peter Pan, and Frozen, it seems the Mouse House does understand the value of owning physical media. Well, let's hope they do. In conjunction with the company's historic 100 Years of Wonder, Disney has announced the release of a brand new Blu-ray box set including 100 Disney and Disney Pixar movies. Celebrate the extraordinary history of a century of Disney's storytelling with this stunning one-of-a-kind collection available in a limited quantity exclusively from Walmart, featuring 100 Disney and Pixar animated films on Blu-ray. This singular array from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs to Elemental has been especially curated by Walt Disney Studios Home Entertainment in partnership with Walt Disney Studio Archives, Walt Disney Animation Studios, and Pixar Animation Studios. Woo! It's a lot of films, baby. Indeed it is, because the exclusive Walmart collection also includes 18 additional discs of bonus content from Pixar, a Wish lithograph, crystal Mickey ears, digital codes, and a numbered certificate of authenticity. Damn. Okay, there's a lot here, actually. But I'm wondering what the price is of all this. Well, it is perfect for any Walt Disney Animation Studios or Pixar Animation Studio fan, because this 100-disc Blu-ray box set is complete and will set someone back the pitch-perfect price of $1,499.96. Holy shit! God damn, man. And mind you, this is only Blu-ray. Damn, I wonder what the price had been if it's 4K. Oh, woo! The huge price tag has already been an issue for some. Gee, I wonder why. When this collection went live on Walmart, it received multiple reviews complaining about the price of the item. Those reviews have since been deleted and are longer visible on the Walmart website. You don't say. The future of streaming for Disney is uncertain. McCarthy's comments earlier this year revealed that the content curation would generate a $1.5 to $1.8 billion impairment charge for the company. As for the likes of Disney subsidiaries, studios such as Marvel have significantly pulled back on their own output as well as many other services. Of course they have. However, in a world where live-action remakes are the new normal and the superhero genre is being tarnished, the callback and celebration of where it all started for Disney may be seen as a step in the right, albeit expensive direction. Hey, it's great that they're bringing back a lot of physical media love, but damn. I mean, I might have to go to my bank and take out a loan. Put up some collateral. My car, maybe? If I want this set. I damn well start now. Shit. God damn, dude. Okay, look. I appreciate what Disney is trying to do, because I think a lot of companies now, and it's not just Disney, right? I mean, yes, we bag on Disney all the time, and sometimes deservedly so, as I've said before. But I think a lot of these companies are realizing the benefit of physical media, right? I mean, look at this week when we were talking about Sick. That movie was only available through a streaming platform, and if you wanted to watch it, you had to get the service in order to do it. And now we finally have it on physical media. Yes, it's only DVD, and I'm sure people will complain why it isn't on Blu-ray or 4K, you name it, but at least there's a physical copy that you can buy now. And I think these companies are slowly but surely realizing that, yes, we need to put new content on our platforms constantly. And we all want it, right? We don't want the same shit over and over and over again, just nothing new and completely just the same old shit you see every single week. We want new turnover, right? But at the same time, I think these companies are finally kind of sort of waking up to the fact that, look, after these people watch these movies or these series for a specific period of time, they're not watching them anymore. So we're keeping them on our platform. Yes, we may get a few clicks on the title here and there, but if we want to continue to monetize this title, we need to find another avenue to make money off of it, and why not put it out on physical media? If people liked the movie, they can buy it and still stay subscribed to our streaming service, and it's the best of both worlds. People are finally starting to realize that, at least come to an understanding about it. I mean, not everybody. Netflix is still not doing that shit, and trust me, I got a bone to pick with your ass, Netflix. I really do, man. But at least Disney is starting down that idea and starting down that road, man. Because I think with the actors and the writer strike that happened, I think there is a lot of downtime that a lot of these companies have had, and the idea that they haven't been able to make new content, right? The turnover has been slow or just frankly dead. And so they need other avenues to make money, and why not physical media? I mean, there are so many Marvel fanboys and fangirls and lovers of that content, Star Wars, you name it. Why not monetize it in another way? And physical media makes perfect sense. It's always made perfect sense, dude. And I don't know why these studios forgot about that. I'm still trying to figure out why. I know that new technologies are always sort of blinders to everything else, right? Oh my God, we are just focused on this new platform that we can make money on, and that's the only thing we're focused on. And anything over here, yeah, what? Like, they don't care. And it's only until later on when perhaps they've tapped all of the potential that they could out of that one new service that they go back to the older stuff, and they realize that the older stuff was tried and true and was still very profitable. And they, oh, this over here, yeah, exactly. And so I'm glad that Disney is finally putting out the Marvel stuff and gonna put out the Star Wars stuff and giving opportunities to other physical media on their platforms that need to happen. But streaming is not perfect. Streaming is not a be-all, end-all solution. And I think at first, especially with the pandemic, when people were just staying home and it was really at the peak of what was happening with the sickness, a lot of people were just at home and consuming content like a motherfucker in their faces all the time. And these companies were making record profits. And then slowly but surely, people got back to work and things were improving, and nobody had as much time anymore in the day to invest hours upon hours into your content the way they did before, man. And so I've always said this to you guys, there's 24 hours in a day, and if you break it down, there's so many other things to do that trying to just watch something for a huge extended period of time is not easy. Some families, some households, one person sometimes maybe only has maybe 3-4 hours in a day to watch something that, you know, a streaming service has, or new content, and they slowly but surely have to watch it over time. And these companies have to realize that people have daily lives and that they're not going to get to everything all at once, and it's going to take a while, and you just have to be patient. But we know studios, we know companies, we know how they love the green, and they don't wait for no man. So now they go back to physical media. Now they go back to the cash cow that they once loved and turned away from and is now coming back to. I'm glad to see it. Don't get me wrong. I'm very happy, and trust me, as a physical media lover, I'm going to take advantage of it. There's no doubt about that. But it's just kind of one of those things of like, of course, you go back to the one thing that you should have always been seeing all the time. But hey, sometimes it takes a little bit of a breakup to realize that, you know, you really miss that person. And so this is one of those instances. They really miss physical media, and they're like, oh, baby, I want to come back again. Come on, take me back, will you? That's exactly what's going on here, man. And so I'm glad to see it. You know, a little late, sure, but better late than never, I suppose, man. But goddamn that fucking box set, man. I mean, 100 discs, $1,500, man. That's wild. You know, the one thing I will say about these companies and these studios is that, yes, they're bringing back more physical media, and that can never be a bad thing. But at the end of the day, they also are screwing over a lot of fans in the process. Look, I'm glad to own season 1 of Loki. Glad to have it in the collection. But that was $50, man. Okay? That was not cheap. And so I realize as a physical media fan now, and I think a lot of you guys have to do the same thing, is understand the concept that these studios are taking advantage of us. They are going to price us out of these physical media items, man. They realize, okay, you want the latest Mandalorian on disc, you want the latest Marvel thing on disc, you want this or that, you're going to have to pay the money for it. If you want it, you've been demanding for us to put the physical media out, you're now going to pay us or screw you. And that's what it is, guys. Look, physical media is not getting cheaper. I'm going to lay it down, man. If you think physical media is going to lower it in price, yeah, maybe there's going to be a Black Friday sale every now and again, or some other sale that a company or retailer is going to have. Okay, sure, maybe. But for the most part, these titles ain't going down in price. I've shown you over many years that a lot of the Disney products don't go down in price. If anything, they fucking raise, man. I mean, look at those Disney 100 things I showed off this week. None of those motherfuckers are going down in price. And look at the design of that shit. Seriously. I mean, so if you think that a company like Disney or a lot of these high-end studios are gonna be doing that, you're dead ass wrong, man. Look at a company like A24. They have their own shop where you can go and buy some of their products like Midsummer or Lamb or a whole bunch of other stuff that they have on Blu-ray or 4K at their own store. And those prices aren't cheap because they realize, oh, these are exclusive editions to our store. So if you want that exclusive edition, you're going to have to pay the money for it. It's with the boutique labels as well, the major studios, you name it. Everyone is getting in on the physical media game because they're taking advantage of niche collectors like you or me. And they're saying, look, we're going to cater to you because you want us to cater to you. But at the same time, that means you're going to have to pay us a huge amount of cash, do-re-mi, in order to get what you want. So there's a give and take to this all, guys. At some point, we want these studios and these streamers to release this content to us on physical that's been trapped on streaming hell. But at the same time, the studios and these companies and these boutique labels are like, okay, we will do what you say, but there's a premium price for that. And so I think all things considered, we as collectors have to figure out what's the value of this. Is the value worth staying on that streaming service for that content, or is the value paying a high-end price for a certain steelbook or 4K release that we really, really want? This is going to be the future dilemma of physical media collectors going forward. This is one of the big things. Is availability, is pricing, and is ultimately demand. Because there is such high demand, there's a limited product exclusivity, and how much are you willing to pay for it? So I'm glad companies are getting back into the physical media game. I'm glad that they're realizing that there is still money to be made off of this, because look, at some point we've all said that physical media is dying. We've all said that physical media is at its dead end point. And I don't think we're there, and I think studios realizing that there is still a market for it is only a good thing for a lot of us collectors out there. However, when it comes to opening up your wallet, I think these companies are like, you want it? You better hand over the cash, because it ain't coming cheap. What do you guys think? Do you guys see both sides of this? Do you think one side is better than the other, or do you think there can be a really nice compromise? We're talking about companies and studios here. Compromise is not exactly in their middle name. Okay, just saying. Definitely let me know, guys. But I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, definitely give it the thumbs up. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Check out the other Blu-ray and DVD out and about videos that I do. Movie reviews with my friends, pickup videos, unboxings, live streams, you name it. All the older content and newer content that is slowly but surely coming your way over time. I want to thank a lot of my great subscribers out there. You guys are amazing and awesome, and you give me such great support and feedback, and you watch all of the insanely long videos that I do. It's really phenomenal, and you guys keep me going. And if you're new to the channel and you like how I talk about movies and physical media, definitely hit subscribe and become a part of the Film Fan Nation. It's a great community of great people who really value physical media and movies and somehow love seeing me talk about my movie loving bullshit. So I really do appreciate it, man. Keep up to date with everything I'm doing through Instagram and Facebook, FilmFan108. Keep up to date with everything I'm doing, plus special pictures and videos I do from time to time on social media as well. And if you guys want to send the channel any movie related goodness, you can do that. The P.O. box is down in the description below. It is not expected, but it's definitely appreciated. I know you guys have gone out of your way to send me some amazing stuff, man, that I've really loved, and I keep it open for you guys if you guys so choose to send me anything. And if you do, P.O. box down below, man. Not half bad. And not half bad for the physical media this week. So much stuff to talk about and see. It was a bonanza, and let's hope that train keeps on rolling. But we'll see next time. I will see you back next time for a brand new video. Take care, everybody. And remember, happy hunting.